He's helping to target the drones. He's adjusting the fire.
Yeah, I work with drone, and I work with China DJI China drone. And the thing is that I don't know if you know this or not, but I can say that China drones can be located with aeroscope. An aeroscope thing, uh, the thing what is locate uh, another drones. And the thing is that the factory of these aeroscopes is in Russia. So Russia army is full of these aeroscopes. But our programmist, IT specialist can reprogram the drone so the aeroscope can see us, can't see us. But still, there are problems with these China drones. Unfortunately, it's commercial drone. Like we don't have army drones. Unfortunately, better than DJI drones, we don't have now. So those USA drones are not so commercial, not so good as commercial China drones. That's why it's very can take a trouble with it, because lots of video when drones are like uh, sitting on the ground, and the next few seconds there is mortar came, like a rocket came on this place. So yeah, it's very dangerous to use it, but we don't have better drones to correct the artillery, to correct the mortar. That's why we use these ones. uh, and something, and I think if you have any questions, maybe.
Verlaine, you're the one who does need to put up her hand.
I still would like to be cautious. So yeah, actually, at the beginning of war, Maria Aid and our supporters were able to procure Aeroscope DJI system for one of the very responsive brigades. I wasn't able to disclose this information before because of the OPSEC, but anyways, it happened. We have a list, and I can tell that about it now. Roman, I was actually going to ask you how is your morale right now? How is the morale in your unit?
Моральний дух, правильно я розумію?
Бойовий дух, так.
Бойовий дух. Morale, look, to be honest, all soldiers here, I don't know how are Russian soldiers, but all soldiers which are in army now here in a front line, they are here because they want to be here. So we just do our work. There are no like bad thoughts or good thoughts. You just do your work, and that's all. You know that you need to do this, because if you don't do this, your nation and your country will go on. They just came, kill our women, kill children, kill everyone. That's fact. So you fight, just do your work. If your commander says go ahead, you go ahead, go to the front. If so, it's normal. You just do your work, and that's all. It's not like we are the heroes, everyone here, or not heroes. Maybe no. It's like you came, you understand why you're here, and you just do your work. It's very simply like with this. Moral is good. And the thing about I don't know if you talked about this, because I had bad internet, but the thing is very important for us to fight is, for your understanding, we are now going on our position with normal commercial cars. So I have commercial cars that volunteers give me. We have 4 or 5 commercial cars. Забув як внедорожник.
Range Rovers.
Range Rovers, yeah, like Range Rovers. And we are riding to our position when rockets came and everything on a commercial Range Rovers. When it's like for rocket, it's like paper. If you're sitting in this car, it's like paper. This, осколки,
Shrapnels. Fragments.
fragments, yeah, fragments is passing by this Range Rovers like through paper. You know, if a bomb or rocket fall near you, you will dead 100%. This is the dangerous, the most dangerous thing in this whole, because in position you are like height, yeah, you have for блиндаж, не знаю як сказати.
You can
Armor.
say, yes.
Yeah, so you have where you can hide, yeah, but when you're riding a car, it's the most dangerous thing, because you're riding and they have their drones, they see you are going with a car, and when they see a car, goes grads and rockets and bombs, and this is the most dangerous thing. So the best, I don't know how generals think. I think they will ask our USA friends to give them tanks and Господи, літаки, що то в мене вискочило.
Planes.
Airplanes.
So head
Planes, yeah,
Airplanes.
planes. But for me, like a soldier, for me to be safe, it's better that must be some cars that are броньовані.
Armored.
Armored cars, yeah, armored, because it's the most dangerous thing when you come to your position, because you need to sometimes to go to bring the post or to get a shower, not sitting there for. But there are guys that sitting there about 40 days or 50 days or more, sitting on position and didn't come to city. But it's hard, and the dangerous thing is to ride this, how we call it, death road, дорога смерти, road of
Yeah. The death road, yes. The road of death.
yes. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is the biggest problem, and but yeah, to be honest, tanks that I saw on a front line, they are old, they're not very good, but we can fight with them. Okay, planes, I don't know. It's secret information. How much planes we have, I don't know that either. We talked with organizer of this stream about. I should say some news from the front line, but to be honest, on the front line, you may have internet or may not have internet, so you come to city and ask other people what is going on in the world, and you don't know news. You have your commander say you what to do, and you do it, and you fight. He said, "Fight that way," and you fight that way. That's all. You don't know any news about what is going on. You just know what is going on, kilometer in your square, and nothing else. So, unfortunately, I can't say you some secret news or something of that. I know only what is going on in my square, and I can't tell it because it's secret, secretly. So yeah. I know the same news as you know. I like a regular soldier, private.
Thank you, Roman. George, you've had your hand up for a while.
Yes, Dolan. So, Roman, I just wanted to say, to go from a citizen overnight, and what you guys did, we saw from outside the Ukraine, just to see, men and women dropping their kids.
George,
Uh,
sorry, this happens sometimes. I think he might have entered some technical trouble. Sorry about that, Roman. That happens here. This is Twitter.
it's
Gertie,
okay.
go ahead in the meantime. Oh no, we have George back already. Sorry, I think Roman. If this happens, just by the way, you should know. If you suddenly lose audio,
Am I back up?
we'll just drop you back down to listener and bring you back up as speaker. Just request again. It happens sometimes.
Am I back up, Roman?
That's okay.
George, you're back up.
Yeah. So where did I leave off? Where did I die off at?
Oh, you were just
Please
saying
start
how
from
special it
the
is.
start.
Okay.
Oh yeah, go from the start.
All right. So like for us on the outside, you're what we call a citizen soldier, someone who's a citizen and overnight becomes a soldier. And you guys did it. You volunteered. We saw Ukrainians, men and women driving their children, driving the old elderly to the borders and things like that. It's amazing. And then in the U.S. Army, we say we do it for the man or woman to the right or the left of us, right? Our comrade in arms. You guys have the extra burden. You're doing it also for the people behind you and for the Ukrainians in front of you that you're trying to liberate. And just want to say that it's an amazing feat what you guys have done. And people ask, about the morale of the Ukrainians, and I'm like, the morale's there because they're Ukrainian. They're fighting for just to answer the question that was posed to you about morale. You guys are fighting for your land. You're fighting for the person to the right, left of you, behind you, and in front of you.
Right.
And I'm sure morale will be high no matter what.
Yes, that's true. The morale, you don't think about morale when it's the fighting. It's like working. It's not like you run to front and to die. No, you think about it. You can die. You must kill your enemy. You must kill that guy that is raping your, I don't know, some Ukrainian woman where somewhere. You just think about this. And every time you think about this, you understand. I can do my work. I'm not now. I'm army man, yeah. But before I never was like an army man. But when you're in army, it's very simple. Everything you just do your job. That's all. You need to do this, then you do this. You need to save your guy that was injured. You save him. I saved my friend. It was my commander. When Grad came, he was outside, and I was 2 meters from him. And he came with all in blood, and I saved him. I was injured also, like shell shock. I had a shell shock, but I'm okay. That I didn't have details in my body, like. But again, yeah, you don't think about moral, and no one think. We funny. We laughing there. We are just. Living our lives there, so finding new friends, new communications and so on. We talking about our life, our wives, our families. It's not like we are living our life, but we do our jobs. We just do our work, and that's all. What commander says, we do this, and that's all. And even if very difficult, lots of difficult things I was. Everyone was very afraid. You always afraid of this. Always. No, there's. I saw a big muscle people like if you see him in somewhere in a city, you say he didn't afraid anything. Everyone is afraid. You always afraid, because the rocket will just kill you, and they don't ask if you are strong or not strong, man. You always afraid. But you, in this case, in my case, this is your work. So you need to fight your fear and go and do your work. That's all. It's it's not very. It is difficult, but you can do it, because what else can you do? Run away? No.
Exactly.
If you
Exactly.
understand, if you run away, then so
You
much
have to live
people
with
will
that then.
kill. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, Godspeed and stay safe. And we'll be, as you can see from just this one site, how much support you guys have.
Once again, please, I didn't understand.
I said you can tell from this site, just from being on here, how much support you
Yeah.
guys at the front have
Yeah.
from the outside world.
Я правильно зрозумів, що ми по цьому по цій штуці розуміємо, що типу наскільки нас підтримка велика, да?
Однозначно, навіть з того боку океану їм видно, як Україну підтримують всі, принаймні намагаються.
Thank you, guys, and I want to thank you for help from all over the world. It's really, really very important help, because we lots of my friends died, lots of them, and lots of are ready if it's if they must, they will go fight for death. That's clear, but you even don't understand how much lives you save with this help, with this support. You don't understand, because lots of people, when HIMARS was not in Ukraine, but when we don't have HIMARS, we can leave even our shelter, because there was so much artillery. I have lots of videos when you're sitting and they boom, 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 boom. You're sitting in a shelter. You understand that if the rocket came strictly in your shelter, you will not, you will die 100%. And after a week after HIMARS came to Ukraine, it was lower and lower and lower, and now we even can run from one shelter to another, because we have those pauses between artillery, so they don't have enough artillery to bomb us. But before that was just like rain. I don't know how to say it. Every day, every hour, every minute was bomb, 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 bomb. You're just sitting and waiting when it's finished, and it's not finished. And now when I have HIMARS, I have три топора. Як топори будуть англійською?
M777.
777, but we call it. Як топори будуть? Топор сокира англійською.
X. 3X. Yeah.
3X we call it. 3X because it's 7 like X, and we call it 3X. So yeah, when I was in shelter when 3X was fighting near about 100 meters from me, and the shelter was just like boom. So it was very impressive thing when it began to bombing, and it when I saw for the first time, I have video of 777. it's really great. And how our guys working on it in 1 minute, they came, they standing, they fighting, they in minutes they складываются, як це,
Wrap up.
no, finished and go away. It was very quickly, very good. They Ukrainians love these 777s, and we just everyone go out from shelter to photo to video this, and like it was really. It was the first artillery that I saw on a front line. It was 777, and it was just like warm in my heart that someone will I would say that we also had artillery, not only them, that we can fight with artillery also.
Gurney?
Thanks, Doman. First, Roman, I want to say thank you for not only being here, but for describing your call to service with us from the initial days back in Kyiv of this February. So thank you, sir. In second, before I ask some more specific questions, I just wanted to ask. You described sort of your injury. Have your symptoms disappeared? Were you able to sort of adequately get the treatment you needed at that time, or do some of the symptoms persist? Just I wanted to share my concern and just as part of that, just make sure that's either asked or communicated specifically. The sacrifices people like you are making every day.
Можна, будь ласка, коротко перевести мені, бо я.
Gurney, I'm sorry, I was slightly distracted. Can you tell it right away so I can translate it?
Yeah, I was asking if most of his symptoms have gone away, or if his treatment has resolved most of the issues from the Grad rocket strike.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Я зрозумів. Not really. Unfortunately, there are some things in my head after that shell shock, and I need next medical help. I think I will came back to Mykolaiv, then to Odessa. I will be evacuated, I think. And yeah, I'm not okay. I have a headache every day, non-stopping. Unfortunately, it's injured me very powerful. I don't know how to say it. Yeah, unfortunately. But I think I will get some medical help, and then I will came back to the front line.
I'm very, very sorry to hear that, Roman. And the reason I ask that is because to the audience may not be aware that some of these injuries do last. Some of these injuries do linger and need treatment and need resolve. So I wanted to ask that, both of concern for you and just to elaborate for folks. These things don't they don't always go away, and to point out the sacrifices you're making directly by volunteering. But sir, if I could get to some of the other questions,
Yeah.
if you had to describe, you're setting a very good, you're describing a solid picture for folks who aren't there, folks like myself who aren't there, of what it might be like day to day. Could you talk about perhaps the early part here in Kyiv, in that area before your unit was moved to Mykolaiv, and how things may be similar now or different now that you're down in Mykolaiv versus the very early days of the war?
Yeah, when to be honest, when I was in Kyiv, we was waiting for оточення,
Encirclement.
Encirclement. Yeah, we saw that to be honest, we thought that we are dead men. So yeah, we will fight, and this is the last days of our life, but we will do it, and it's okay, because what? How can we live outside of our main city? It's we can't mm, we can't uh, we can't leave the city. All of my friends, it was like 90% of population of Kiev thinks like I say now. So everyone wants. A lot of people run away, but they came back. So like me, I in the first hours of war, I just take my wife, take my children, take her sister, and ride to the west of the country to make sure that they are in safe. But I came back, and lots of people came back, and um, it was really it's frightening. It was really like an horror. Every day we thought that we will be encirclement, yeah, and some will all dead. I don't know, or something like that with Russia. But in here in Kherson Oblast in Mykolaiv, we now everyone sure that we will win this war. It's 100%, because when you see there is a thing in my front line, in my position, every 2 weeks we have attack from Russians every 2 weeks, because every 2 weeks they bring a new rotation on our position. Every 2 weeks they sit on a BTR, як правильно буде?
BTR. They just use BTR.
BTR, yeah. And they sit on BTR, two BTRs, go straight on us. We give them a shot from javelin, or I don't know. They afraid, run away, and 2 weeks you have like clear, like silent. And then in 2 weeks you have we understand they have new rotation. They came new people that on propaganda things that what's Ukrainian, they don't want to find. And again, two BTRs with people on it, like on parade, came on us on our positions. Again, bam bam. Again, they jumped from BTRs, run away, and every 2 weeks you have the same thing. Every 2 weeks they have propaganda on these people, the new people that we will run away, and we have every 2 weeks the same thing. And now, after 6 months or 4 months here in Kherson Oblast, I understand. We all understand that they just like zombies from film, from cinema. They believe that Ukrainians will run away. They go on us, but in the first shot, and they run away from our position. But it's very good thing that our commander, all commanders of our army, afraid to lose even one soldier, afraid, because they Russians don't care about people. They just say to some battalion, go to forward. They go forward, dies, and say, oh, okay, lots of bodies is lying there, lots of, no one cares about them. But our commanders think about this. We understand they afraid to lose people, and when it's very some difficult Вискочило задачі. Як буде задача?
Missions and tasks.
Difficult mission, yeah. If you have difficult mission, you commanders very afraid of it. They say, be very обережним. Господи, що мене забирає.
Careful.
Careful, yeah. Be very careful. Like...
Не переймайтеся, будь ласка, всі забуваються, ви ще після такої травми, тому не будьте до себе дуже суворим, гаразд?
Я переживаю просто. Yeah, so we see that commanders think about our lives. That's why we believe them. That's why when the fight began, when the mission began, everyone is taking some role in these missions. Say it's better from here to go from here, or it's better to go from here, or please take these guys. Please take a tank here, and please take a drone there. So we take a part in planning any mission. And when everyone in a battalion say, yeah, we can do it, we do it. So it's like a teamwork, not like in Soviet armies, like, go and die. Okay, no, we just a team. Everyone can say his word. Everyone can plan better. If you have mission, you can plan it how you want to do it. Yeah, and that's why lots of people believe our commanders. That's why the moral is also high, because we work like a team. So if I say I do this and everyone is good with it, we're doing. So
Roman,
like
could I ask you to sort
yes.
of in keeping with that, part of my questions, not I don't want to be specific about 206, but I want to ask you about your experiences, personal experiences with the 206, and sort of how that has changed or stayed the same over time. Could you talk to us about the early days and the teamwork? When you had lesser experience than you do now, how has that what does that process look like? Getting to know the person to your left and right, and getting to learn your commanders, and getting to learn your adversary. What does that sort of look like for you, in shaping sort of the battalion that you're with, for teamwork and trust, and just sort of, how you guys take on each day-to-day task?
Можна мені, будь ласка, якщо можна перекласти? Чуть-чуть, щоб я зрозумів, чи я правильно зрозумів.
Якщо, грубо кажучи, як ви підходите до виконання кожного завдання, наскільки складно, скажімо так, адаптуватися до різної подачі тих завдань.
Як це зробити? Чи як ви себе...
Як ви до них підходите? Як ви до них підходите, до кожної задачі? Наскільки вони, зважаючи на їхню варіативність?
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it, but I can.
Roman, I could make it. I'll break it into much smaller questions. Did you know the men to your left and right? Did you know the men of the 206? Were you complete strangers to each other when you volunteered in Kyiv?
Yeah, I understand. I look. When I was in Kyiv, I came there with my cousin. So we two, me and my cousin, Kum. It's a cousin, правильно? Kum.
It's not a cousin, so basically it's a godfather or
godfather of my children.
child.
The cousin, I think. Yeah, and we came together, but later we began to be in different підрозділ, як буде, господи?
Units.
Unit, yeah. Different units, because the thing is that if you have some close people in your unit, you will prefer to save them than to finish the mission. That's why it's not very good to be to in one unit to be two close people, like close, like cousin or something of that. And when my unit began to do to створюватись, to
Establish.
to establish, yeah, there was all people that I don't know, but when it began to establish, we met each other, we talked, and we understand each other very good. So now we are like a perfect unit. We trust each other. In the first days, there was things that people like me, without experience in fighting, was not in a straight fight. So make we could make an flying with drones. I can flying with drones, or I can patrol streets, but they didn't take us on a front line. It was Bucha and Hostomel, and there was fighting only people that had experience before. But now here in Kherson Oblast, we all already fighting. So there are, but for you for your understanding how it's now, how it looks like, 90% of people didn't shoot from his Kalashnikov no time. So no shoot from Kalashnikov in a fight, not on a front line, because there is a war that artillery war. It's not a war with Kalashnikovs. Maybe only 10% of people that are in battalion was fighting with Kalashnikov, like shooting from machine gun. No one is shooting from machine gun now in this battle. You're only sitting, waiting, and then do your mission. I am a mortar, so we running on our position, shoot from the mortar, and get back to the shelter. No shooting from Kalashnikov, and even other kinds of soldiers that need to shoot from Kalashnikov. They don't shoot because they sitting in the shelter and waiting when artillery would fight each other. Like, I don't know, я правильно говорю? Я зрозуміло говорю, бо я щось...
Так, абсолютно, все гаразд.
Yeah, so this is a war of artillery, not war of machine gun. That's what I wanted to say.
Thanks, Roman. And I ask that. I think it sort of helps set the tone and the table here for a lot of people that try to imagine what they think it might be in your position, but we can't understand it. So with your exact words, we can try to understand it. So I'm going to ask a little bit about your family, not specifics, but just how has your family adapted through the course of this war? You mentioned you're in contact with them. They're clearly a big part of your world, of your life. How have they adapted along this with you? Whether you guys remain in contact or they've taken up different activities.
I saw my family, my wife and my son 2 times. The first time was when volunteers give me a car. So I came to after this car in Kiev, and in Kiev I stayed one day, a few days, 2 days. I can 1 or 2 days. I was in Kiev. It was in March, I think, and the second was when no, 3 times I saw it. The second was when I was injured, and they evacuate me to Odessa, and my wife and my son came to Odessa, and I saw them one day. And after I go from hospital, I ask for 10 days. In Ukrainian army, you can take 10 days in a year. Like if it's wartime, you can take only 10 days in a year to go home or
It's like rest and
rest.
replicate.
Yeah. So I take this 10 days, and I was at home. One day was trip there, one day was trip back. So I was at home 8 days a week. So yeah, I saw them. That was all, and it's good that we have now FaceTime and other things that we can talk almost every day to my family. Yeah, but it's hard. Yeah, my wife is it's very hard for her to this, because I am a businessman. I have two big projects, two big companies, and we always work together in one office, and we are together about 10 years, and there was no bigger than 3 days was apart, and now we are 6 months apart because of this war. But she understands me, and uh, she she's good with it. She understands why I
She
need to do this.
supports you. She supports you.
Supports,
Yes.
yeah.
In Roman, so to shift into the present with my questions, and then maybe I'll go back to Dom here or some of the audience questions. So in your day-to-day now, what are some of the small things you look forward to? Have you've sort of established a routine in the Kherson area with your unit, or does it change from day to day? What are some of the small things? Do you cook some food one day a week for the guys, or take turns with that? Tell us what life is like currently.
What life is like? Life is like for every soldiers, it's different. So if someone can cook for himself, we have lots of products from volunteers from USA, from Germany, from all of states, even from Japan, and so on. So we have a lot of products. It's most of them are conservations or not fast food, like сухпаи. I don't know, сухпай.
Rations.
Yeah. So like or we can have fresh vegetables. There are people, soldiers that servicing us with this. What we ask, they will bring us. It's not a problem with the product. How looks the day? At the night from 8 to, I think, to 8, we are standing наряд. Як буде наряд?
Duty. It's a duty.
The duty, if we 4 or 5, we staying every 2 hours in a duty, and the day is when we get up and we are making food, and then just just try to remember what we are doing there, and then maybe fly to see what is in our square with drone if everything is good. After there, what we doing? Making some things, taking the mortars, planning the day or week, talking to our friends, going to a position because we are in a village, but positions is out of the village. In the villages there are no people. Like it's on the front line. It's bombed. It's totally bombed. Like there's no houses, only shelters, підвали, shelters, напевно.
Можна як shelters, як укриття, можна як basement, бо це саме
Basements, yeah. And houses are bombed already. No people there living. And there was very interesting thing when I was bombed, when rocket falls on me. The day before that, we saw a guy on a bicycle. He came to us and asked me. I was one in the shelter, as I was in position somewhere else. Asked me why other soldiers want me to leave this village. I don't want to leave this village. I said, I don't want you to leave this village. You can live, but it's very dangerous. And it was talk like about nothing. We're just talking about nothing, about why you do this, why you do that. And 4 hours after that, they bombed us. And when I was in hospital already, I say, guys, that this dangerous man that is talking, and they take this man. And when special service take him and ask what is he doing in this village, he said Russians pay him money, and drone was under us, and he must stay 30 seconds near place where living soldiers. So he's going through the village and stay 30 seconds near they need to bomb. And after that, he goes away, and they bombed these places where he see Ukrainian soldiers. So he is in jail now, and but I think it's interesting for you. It's interesting thing, yeah. And the thing is a very, very important thing that I thought about. How can he get to this village? And I understand the thing is, if you on a bicycle go from Russian occupied village to Ukrainian, no one Ukrainian will ask you, no passport, nothing. What are you doing here? Because you are like not an army, and we won't find a civil. But if you going on a bicycle from Ukrainian village to Russian occupied, they will just shoot you. That's why they understand that they can just wear any guy wear civil wearing, give him a bicycle and let him go to our controlled village, and he can say there that he is a like native village civil
local,
guy.
like he's a local.
Yeah, he's a local. Yeah. So he wasn't a local, and he was like a spy, but no one didn't say to him nothing. That's a minus of this, because Ukrainian army don't fight with civilians, but after this case, we began to check all civilians who is riding in this village.
Thank you, Roman. That's very interesting. You know, highlights like this are whether we guess at it or think it might be occurring or not occurring. It's just wonderful to have you describe this to us. I'm going to pause my questions for the moment. We have some contributors to the forum that come here frequently, and if it's okay, if we could have them ask you some questions directly.
Sure.
Sojo, go ahead.
Thank you, Journey. Michael.
You're on the other side of the stadium again, Sojo.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a moment. Is it better?
If you can shout into the mic like that, that's good.
I'm terribly sorry. Okay. Well, firstly, Roman, thank you so much for joining us and using your time here to explain a lot of your experiences. It's deeply appreciated. Firstly, I would actually, this is from my own personal point of view. It breaks my heart when I hear Ukrainians, especially Ukrainians fighting on the front lines, etc. It breaks my heart when I hear you guys say thank you. All the thanks are for you.
Thank you very much.
No, please, that don't thank me. I'm thanking you on behalf of myself and on behalf of my daughters. You guys are the ones who are sacrificing and who are fighting for all of the free world. And it does break my heart to say to hear you saying thank you, because everything that can help you guys to win this war is deserved. There's nothing to thank about this. And secondly, I heard your description of the first days of the war and trying to join the army, etc. Of course, there were long queues of people trying to join the army, and this must have been a great pressure on the army. But since then, in the past 6 months, what is your opinion on how the the military, how they are sort of performing, like in the way that they're sort of dynamic, perhaps, and adapting to the circumstances, sending people where they need to be, etc., etc.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, that's a good question, because the thing when you have army of 200,000 people, and then in a few weeks you have almost million army. True that any organization can do nothing with this, because it's very difficult, a lot of people. But to be honest, I was in Maidan. I was fighting Maidan also in 2014, and Ukrainians are very self-organization people. Like in one point, like in any, I think, in any democracy, Ukrainians fighting with each other in political sense. But when the danger came, all political senses was lost, and we began to self-organization each other. So I can't say that that military is bad because we have a bad organization in our battalion or in our unit, but we organize ourselves with ourselves power. Like someone get a drone, someone get shoes, like military shoes, someone do something else. Everyone did what he can to be ready for a fight. Now it's better, but it's not ideal. It's not like super. Yeah. To be honest, I think that that the army, the military, the army is good as now because of people, not because of political party or some or I don't know generals. Generals are good. I don't want to say that generals or state is bad, but the 90% of success is that people really want to fight, not to fight, but to defend their places, their home. And lots of people that in my unit or in battalion, we in private talking, we say, I never think about army. I don't like fighting. I don't like killing. I don't. We most of us don't like this, except professional army. But professional army is small. It's army was 200,000 of people, but now it's 1 million. So most of people are not professional military, but people want to defend. We want to do it just because we want to do it. In my unit, we have one судья, як буде?
Judge.
Judge. Yeah, we have one IT specialist with he have on a civil he have a lot of money, lots of money. He's a very good specialist, but he is in my unit. Next one is serviceman on Volkswagen service, like very good specialist on painting. Next one have three product shop, like productowy. It's like
Groceries, like groceries.
Groceries. Yeah. The next, who is next one? One is real from army man. He's real army man. One is making conditioners, кондиціонери устанавливає, як це сказати?
ACs. They install ACs.
So we really, my unit is like people that never thought about army, never knew. But inside our unit, we make an organization, self-organization. We found cars for us. We found a drone. We found volunteers who bring us products like conservation or something like that, and we organize it's ourselves because we understand that we would need it, and we just do it. So if I answer your question, I don't know.
Thank you. That was a great response. And I think actually is a good illustration also of the way that the Ukrainian military has moved away from the old Soviet style, which Russia is still stuck in. From the top down, you know, people do not dare to think for themselves. They do not dare to come with ideas. I think you guys have moved very far away from this, and
That's true.
That's true. And that is quite apparent. And my third and final question for you is, in your own opinion, what would you like to what would you like to see people like us who support you, what would you like to see us doing, and what kind of aid would you like to see coming to the country?
I think for sure it's not money. We don't need the financial support. It's 100%. I think the next step is to be honest, we want to be in NATO and in European Union, but I don't think you can help us with this. The second thing we need tanks and airplanes. So yeah, and that I think and armored cars because it's dangerous. But to be honest, we need people in the world to talk about this war. Russia wants to silence it to like a small local war. Don't care about it. It's okay, and we want you to understand that we are fighting for a real freedom. So from Maidan to now, we lived in a freedom country with bads and goods, but we live in freedom country. You can say what you want. You can go stay a president or deputy or what do you want to do. You do it, and it was beautiful after years of post-Soviet reality. Now, 8 years we was living in a normal, free European uh, country, great country. That's why I think that's why Russians fight against us because we are free. We can say what we want. We can do what we want. We can live where we want. We are open society like democracy, and the last president elections just prove it because I'm a fan of Poroshenko, but win Zelensky, and that's that's normal. That's democratic. It's okay, and just don't forget about us because guys that staying here, they, to be honest, everyone from us had uh, their own life, beautiful life, with their families, with their lovely work, with their houses, lots of plans and business and so on. And for your I am a businessman. I had an alcoholic company. We make an ancient Ukrainian drink kontabas, let's say. And I was fighting for the license. It's very difficult here. It's okay. We fight, and I get a license a week before a war. So 3 year I work to get a license. Now I get it, and in a week the war began. Lots of shops want to buy this drink. Lots of people from other countries wanted to distribute our drink. I was in a step of my dream to promote our national drink, what was lost its drink from 18th century. It was lost, and because of communism, people forget about this. But and in week before war, I get a license, and I send it to few shops, a few restaurants, and the war began. And this story is had every man in our unit. Every story finished, and then war begins. We had beautiful plans and beautiful lives, and the war begins. And if people in the world forget about us, that will be a great, um, not a problem, but pomylka.
Mistake.
Mistake. Yeah. Because when Hitler did this with Czechoslovakia and Poland, also everyone forget about this. But we can do this mistake 2 times in life. We can forget about this war, because these people what are fighting with me, they really good guys, normal. No, I don't want to say heroes, because it's very like heroes. No, not heroes. We just do our work when we forget about our dreams, our plans, our families, and go to war just to do our job, to stop the aggression of Russia. It's really our job. It's like in constitution, we must do it. It's not hero. Just it's our обязанность, обов'язок.
Obligation.
Obligation, yeah. That's my answer.
Thank you so much, Roman. So I take away from that the absolute kind of here and now requests would be armored vehicles, tanks, and aircraft. And this is something that we can pressure our governments to do, you know, by writing to the correct people and by making a big noise. But also, I do appreciate that you guys want to be joining the EU and NATO, and I'm sure we here in this space, all of us, are also, you know, on that cause. Finally, just to say goodbye, I'd like to say thank you so much, Roman. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roman. Let's go to Ferlane, and then I have some questions and points for you. Ferlane?
Yeah, Roman, knowing your condition and situation you're in, I just want to check with you. How are you doing right now? Is it all right, or do you need rest?
To be honest, it's too long for me. My headache began already working. So
That's what I was terrified about.
yeah, it's too long for me for now.
Давайте на сьогодні зробимо перерву і залюбки будемо чекати на вас, коли ви зможете будь-який час. Просто маякніть нас.
Добре. Дякую вам за те, що послухали. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much.
Ми завжди раді вас бачити. Ви завжди можете сюди доєднатися. Просто дякую вам ще раз величезно.
Дякую. На все добре. Goodbye.
Дуже дякую, Романе.
Добраніч, відпочивайте. Yeah, that's why once again, for those of you who are listening, Roman has just suffered an injury and he needs rest and recuperation, and he was very generous with us with his time. So I kind of carefully and gently set him off to sleep because he was too modest to say it out loud, but I heard it in his voice. And for those of you who had, let me just make a remark, because Roman is representing the mobilized troops. So yeah, so those who signed up at the beginning, on behalf of the regular armies around the world, I can reassure you that no one likes to kill. Only psychopaths and maniacs like the feeling of killing anything or anyone. The regular army does this because if you don't kill the person who's going to kill you, you're going to be killed. So it's a defense. And they are doing this because they are forced to do this. So that's my only remark. I'm gonna step down.
Thank you, Verlaine. I wanted to pick up on something that Roman said in his answers to Sojo, and that was right. Everybody heard what everyone in his squad, in his platoon, was doing before the war, right? Just think back 10 days when we had Taras Ratushny here, the father of the late Roman Ratushny, who said, they're killing the best of us, they're killing the flower of our nation, but the longer we have to fight this war, the more of us they will kill. I mean, you heard, right? You heard that everybody in Roman's squad had a good job, had a good life, had a fulfilling life, was doing something good, not just for themselves but for everybody else as well. There's a saying in Ukraine: for every 2 Russians, let's start with Ukrainians. For every 2 Ukrainians, 2 degrees, 2 higher education degrees. For every 2 Russian soldiers, 3 criminal convictions. That's the difference. And this is why it's so imperative to give Ukrainians a technological advantage in the field. They're happy to fight. You just heard Roman, right? They're there because they know that if they give up, there is no more Ukraine. There is no more Ukrainian nation. Their families, their friends, their businesses, their lives are over anyway. That's what they're fighting for. And the longer this war is made to go on because of a slow, excessively, unnecessarily slow supply of weaponry, the more of them will die fighting it. The more of them will be, in strategic speak or whatever this is, attrited away. And this is why we here in this space call on every day to please send more weapons now, not later. Now, why wait another month? Why wait another month with the stuff that the Ukrainians already can operate? Why wait another month with, say, ATACMS, right? Because ATACMS Ukrainians already can operate, and it will give them vastly better capabilities. Same goes with more armored personnel carriers, maybe more infantry fighting vehicles. I have no idea how difficult it is to operate one of those, but I'm sure that Ukrainians, you've heard Roman just now, right? They're not convicted criminals like on the other side, who are enlisting in the army because it leads to an amnesty to their possibly life sentence for murder or rape, or a 15-year sentence for abuse of their spouse. Who are we kidding here? In Russia, spousal abuse doesn't carry a 15-year sentence. It carries a slap on the wrist at most. But this is who they're fighting, and this is why they're fighting, and this is why they need the help they need. And just once again, you heard it from a guy who had a good life, who could have left, but he didn't because his city was under attack, his country was under attack. And that's why they're fighting, and that's why they need all the help they can possibly get. Gurney.
Yeah, and Doman, maybe I'll sort of ask you this rhetorically. So we to your point, and to Roman, who was just here discussing his volunteer service. He didn't have to, right? Yeah, everything that you mentioned there, he didn't have to, but he is. And so maybe translating that into the audience here to say, look, we've had a lot of great segments over the course of this program. We continue to have great segments. So if anyone's asking, what is within our power, what is within our control, aside from the advocacy, aside from the awareness that we do, in these moments, there are still things we can do. We can continue to advocate, but we can also continue to support NGOs and organizations which provide drones or other equipment to support Roman. So if anyone hears Roman, aside from aside from understanding the issues on the ground and continuing to connect with these dedicated volunteers and service members, don't feel that we cannot still individually, even at a grassroots level, still make these changes and effects. We can do it at multiple levels simultaneously in terms of advocating for that. So I would just like to ask anyone out there who is hearing Roman's story, and if you feel so inclined to support Maria Aid or any other charity of your choice, these are the moments when it translates your actions, whether they are positive or frustrated actions, but hearing the stories on the ground and understanding the purpose of both Roman and the purpose of ourselves and the capability of ourselves and what we can do, because every little thing matters. And it's in these moments we really solidify that message to say, look, every little penny, every little ounce of advocacy, support, equipment, big or small, matters. The man on the other side of that microphone right there, every little bit of that will matter to him and to others. So don't think something is too small to tackle. It doesn't mean don't tackle the larger issues, but never think something is too small to tackle, because when you hear voices like that, it sort of at least makes me reminded my own calls to service, but that every little ounce of support matter, both words and sentiment expressed to him here, as well as equipment and advocacy and awareness.
Thank you, Gurney. And I was going to ask him about his current bud liquor. I think him and I could have talked for hours about that, even without having any in front of us, respectively. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. And I listened to Roman, and it makes it always so much more real to hear people from Ukraine, especially soldiers who have been fighting there or who are fighting. And it's just like heartbreaking. We have seen and heard and read all these things what have been going on there, but this just makes it more real to listen to somebody who has who is there and doing this. And it's like it's really like I feel like really heavy chest when I listen. And he said that all the dreams and everything what the Ukrainians have had, that they now just have to stop and go to war, and what he had been many years trying to get the license to his drink, and 1 week before he gets it, and then he goes to war, and all the dreams of all the Ukrainian people, what they have, and the children and everybody. But I would have wanted to tell him that I am sure that Ukraine will be in the European Union.
I have no doubts either, Nina. Nina, did we lose you? Sorry, because I thought she just wanted to say, I'm sure that Ukraine will be in the European Union, and then there's a full stop. But you're right, I think we did lose Nina. She'll come back. I agree with Nina. I'm sure that Ukraine will be in the EU. It'll take a bit. Always takes a little bit. Nina, your audio dropped off when you said, I'm sure that Ukraine is going to be in the European Union.
Yes, and also I wanted to say that as the Ukrainians are fighting the war against this monster, I'm sure that one day NATO will beg on its knees for Ukraine to become a member in NATO. Thank you.
I have no doubt. There's a joke going on around for a while ago that Ukraine won't join NATO. NATO will join Ukraine instead, because at the end of the day, what is the largest combat experienced army in Europe now, right? and with actual experience of recent, what's the term, peer-to-peer combat, Gurney?
I missed the reference. Peer-to-peer combat, Nam. Which reference?
Oh, I was saying, right, Nina was saying that NATO will beg Ukraine to join, right? And I was saying, well, of course, because Ukraine will have the largest combat veteran force in Europe very soon, and not just combat veteran, but also peer-to-peer combat veteran.
Yeah, exactly your point. I mean, there's look, I think there was a turning point in terms of the perception weeks, if not months ago, in terms of turning the tables here to sort of say, not looking to the West for experience with a very hyper specific conflict. But I think that perception, to your benefit here, has changed greatly. Whereas we're looking to the Ukrainians for their specific experience, and that in the future is going to translate to collectively to the Western security experience. But I'll take it a step further too. These volunteers, these combat vets now, these hardened combat vets. I mean, they've been in something for 6 months, which I'm still trying to fathom, because 6 months is relative. This is something hyper specific, especially for even Roman, to talk about being shelled hourly or on the minute, and not just to have that day in and day out for days that turn into weeks. Unfortunately, he mentioned it's shifted. The Russian artillery brought to bear is less and less with the effects here. So I say 6 months is relative. I mean, that 6 months could become years to different services around the world. So their expertise is going to be unparalleled, especially as for dealing with the Russians. But I'm going to translate that into a positive statement here too. The volunteerism and service of people like Roman and the Ukrainians here, we know that those skills, whether the skills themselves are transferable, we know that the benefit to society from the service itself, from the volunteerism, from the sacrifice, from the service, and the skills, the indirect skills gained from that, we know that contributes towards economic activity. And I say this in terms of rebuilding Ukraine and reconstructing Ukraine. There will be just brimming full of not just ideas, but expertise gained from sacrificing, gained from collectivism, gained from volunteerism, gained from indirect societal benefit to others, service, in service of others. So there's going to be a lot of things that come out of this that the Ukrainians will be the subject matter experts, bar none, on this, and we or NATO will be the beneficiaries of that experience.
Thank you, Gurney. Right.
Did we, Leonard? Yeah, no, I was just going to say, Leonard, I'm sorry, we didn't get to your question there during the interview. Did you want to add any comments or add your question, even if we can't perhaps answer it?
I can just briefly outline it. I was simply going to try to relay to Roman how important his voice is, and how important it is for him to come forward as today and lay out chapter and verse his experiences as not just a soldier on the ground, but a father on the ground, a husband on the ground, a businessman, a family man, generally just a Ukrainian citizen who is there committing his life resources, if you will, to this fight for freedom. And I just wanted to let him know, and hopefully this is fairly clear to him already, I would think, and I certainly hope that the level of support that exists in the West for Ukraine, and specifically in Canada, it goes up exponentially when people like Roman come on and tell us their precise, the granular details of their struggle on the front, and not just on the front, but in their homes and in Ukraine society as a whole. and sort of relays his hope. He's relaying his hopes and his dreams for the future, and how much the cost of that, the price of freedom is, not just in terms of those hopes, but in terms of lives on the front, in terms of the entire cost to a culture, to a people. But I just wanted to let him know that, and I'm sure he obviously would have a pretty good understanding of this, but the level of support in the West is simply going up exponentially, and certainly in Canada. I mean, his voice is so invaluable to be heard by the Canadian people, and of course, courtesy of this website and of the efforts and the help that has been rendered by patrons such as Mr. McDonald and others, the ability for this voice to get carried out, not just into Canada, but into the United States, into the Western states, into Idaho and Washington and Montana, Wyoming, etc. Just how critically important that voice and that message is. And I was going to ask him one follow-up, because of course the level of concern rises when you hear his story about the impact he suffered physically, the concussion and or neurasthenia, or the impacts that he has suffered from his direct injuries, if you will, on the front. And I wanted to ask him specifically, just in terms of medical resources. He's obviously somewhat in extremis right now, and I just wanted to ask him what kinds of efforts or contributions or change of contributions we could make out of the West to perhaps help address that. And I know we've had several of our sort of, if you will, psychological personnel and people who have some specific expertise in that area who've been on and contributed to this site. But I just wanted to ask him if he could give us maybe his view from the ground as to what kinds of additional contributions we could make, or what kinds of additional efforts and so on could be made on that medical front, if you will, to try to ease the suffering somewhat, or address what seems to be a yawning, growing need in Ukraine. And I mean, of course, in the West, we've had periodic and vast experiences with that in the world wars and in the conflict and the various military battles that have been fought over the last 70 years. But I mean, this is a whole new ball game to some extent, with the psychological elements involved. You know, I mean, not just to mention all of the nefarious atrocities, etc., that seem to be the standard book of play for the Russians. But yeah, I just wanted to get some feedback from him on that point, and maybe we'll get that as we go along, and perhaps can come to us later. But yeah, I think he made just a vastly important contribution to this space, and thank you to all of the personnel who worked so hard and diligently to get Roman here and to allow us to hear his voice. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Leonard, and big shout out here to some of the behind the scenes networkers and fixers. I don't know if I can mention them by name or not. I don't know if their names are publicly out there, but to them, to all those who work with Ukrainians on the ground to network and support and liaise with them, a big shout out and a big thank you. You guys know exactly who you are. They deserve all the credit for this. Some of us just show up here, and you know, everything is the table is set for us, so to speak, from a moderator perspective. But the legwork and the patience and the duration needed to set some of these up is quite a long lead time. So big props to them. And Leonard, if I could just address two parts of your question here. You know, so you're, you know, speaking of these types of injuries, specifically a lot of times traumatic brain injuries or TBIs suffered from instances like this, especially when there's significant blasts and pressure and detonation next to the human brain. The human brain just does on many levels doesn't cope with that, doesn't function. I don't want to say cope. You know, there's a long history of different psychological terms and even military terms that have come in and out as sort of, you know, we've tried to grapple and understand what exactly what exactly are the injuries sustained? In a lot of the listen, I'm no expert on this, Leonard, by any means, but a lot of those are, neurology based. They are physical injuries to the brain, not just not just the psychological injury. And so there's many nuances to this, and it'd be interesting at some point to get some experts on here that can sort of talk about the effects of that. What are those specific injuries that someone like Roman could be suffering from, and what sort of treatments are available out there to sort of help resolve those issues, help alleviate those issues. And then, the third piece of that being, what can we do, and in what order can we do to get some of those treatments, or what are those treatments existing in Ukraine? How can we support, to your question there, how can we support that? How can we best support someone in a position like Roman? And I already had forgotten the second part of that, but I just wanted to acknowledge the fixers behind the scenes, and certainly, the history, different names and different terms that have been used over the years here to describe different events happening. Soldiers on the ground that aren't always fully understood, and are starting to be more understood, especially, in the realm of Roman is talking here. We don't know the specific circumstances, other than he said, it appeared that the Grad was 2 meters away from him, which is immensely close for the concussive force of that. In our terms, how we describe things are a little clunky at times, because even if there was no fragment damage, a concussive blast like that, how we normally understand concussions, what happens to the bone, we usually describe what we can see on the outside. And so sometimes when you can't see these injuries, because you can't see that the brain has bounced off of the inside of your own skull, you can't understand what's going on there with seeing and diagnosing a lot of these traumatic brain injuries. Sometimes it gets the unfortunate, malign or perspective that there was no injury suffered, or it might be in the psychological realm. When we know that that's not the case, thanks to modern science, we know that not to be the case. We know that many people suffer from concussive injuries that don't cause direct impact with the skull. They still cause direct impact with the brain, and different things like that. So a very important point you bring up, Leonard. And I think there's avenues in which the Ukrainians are treating this with soldiers in ways that we can always help them to treat this with soldiers.
Yes, thank you for that amplification, Gurney. That's important. You're right. I left out the physical aspects to a large degree, and yeah, that's of course critically important. And I'm sure you're no doubt aware there's been extensive medical research and work done on that very subject in Canada in the last 10 years, and certainly in the US of A as well. And presumably Britain. So yes, that's a whole additional consideration that should be focused on. You're absolutely right. Thanks, Gurney.
No, thank you, Leonard. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Gurney. And I don't remember. It must have been something like a month ago, or when Tom Zimbardo, he was talking about these effects, what the sound waves and these have on the brain. And it would be great to have him to tell about it, to talk about it again, because also I think that he knows what can be done. And so what you said now, I'm wondering if there is enough help from the West, like let's say like special doctors for these kind of injuries, or and is there enough like in the hospitals, do they have enough whatever you need for, like I don't know the exact words for the equipment, but could we somehow get this information, and if some other countries could help? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nina. I think the simple answer to that is yes. There is a body of medical science out there, and there are, from the Western perspective, there are certainly adequate facilities that have tried to address this on multiple different fronts here. But the one thing that usually happens, and I don't say this is not applicable only to Ukraine, unfortunately, what we find most times is because this is one of the more invisible injuries, or when you're triaging something, it doesn't appear to be. And I'm just going to use the key word here, appear. It doesn't appear to be as time sensitive as some of the others. However, we do know that it is time sensitive. And so, it'd be better to have someone from the Ukrainian military talk about this, or the Ukrainian establishment with how they're addressing this, because there's a lot of real-time practices from some Western militaries institute this, some procedures sort of in the real time, things that at the unit level and the troop level, the soldier can sort of do to sort of mitigate further damage and danger that's happening after the event that caused a traumatic brain injury. So I would say, and in my perspective, is a little bit out of date. I'm not current. I'm not a current active soldier here, so somebody could better come up and speak to this. Maybe perhaps Colonel Spencer. But there are programs and procedures that are not medical procedures, that are not cognitive or behavioral therapies. They're not neurological therapies. They're not ophthalmic therapies. I think there's some progress to be made in the ophthalmic, neurological ophthalmic realm, and perhaps Tom Zimbardo could speak to that. I think there's also some EDM, desensitization movement techniques. There's a lot out there. I'm certainly not qualified or skilled to talk about it, but at a basic level, we've all heard some of the maxims, whether it's from Tom or from some of these trainings at the soldier and the unit level, to sort of what to do after a situation like that. And it's really self-care, right? Tom has talked very much about not having alcohol use after the injury, self-care, sleep, getting the correct sleep, and some of them are even cognitive behavioral techniques in terms of debriefing yourself or debriefing with others in sort of a controlled process, to sort of while things are still in a plastic state with the brain and with the memories, to sort of walk through cognitively what has happened, and it sort of sets the stage for future interventions, but it also helps to mitigate immediately after. But I'm not qualified to speak to this, so I'll leave it very briefly like that, Nina, and pose your question out there if anyone would like to jump up and speak to it. And I see Joseph's hand is up.
Can I just have a quick follow-up before you, Joseph, come? Sorry.
Nina, I was going to ask Nick to maybe try to tackle the question, because he's a PhD psychologist. Maybe he can help us with the first one. Nick?
Sorry, what was the question?
Nina was just asking what can the world do to help Ukrainian soldiers who are victims of, call it what you will, but effectively traumatic brain injury coming from blast waves nearby. Shell shock, but modern or variations of that.
Provide money so that the Ukrainian medical system can do the right thing for them. Really, it needs time, specialized facilities, social support, income while people can't work. Really, really, really basic stuff. I mean, TBI is more medical than psychological, but I don't think there are many treatments other than time. In some cases, time won't help, and people will be, in trouble for life. If it resolves to PTSD, then we're still not great on PTSD. I think we'd need Tom to talk to you about that. But the single most important thing we can contribute is to make Ukraine a richer country. Not even donating money directly. Mental health provision is pretty much a linear function of gross domestic product. because it's an expensive thing to do, and it's the kind of thing you do once people are at school and have their houses heated. So really the single biggest thing we can do is get the war over and get Ukraine, get Ukraine's GDP up as fast as possible. I don't think there's anything very specific the world can do. If you're a medical specialist with experience in that, then you can offer your services either remotely or go to Kiev for a couple of months. But this is not a problem that can be solved by buying night vision goggles or ear defenders. It's an existential, it's a medical issue with the person, and in consequence, as with so many questions, the answer is 1, finish the war, and 2, rebuild the country.
Thank you, Nick. And here we come back into what Roman himself touched upon, right? Get Ukraine into the EU, get Ukraine into NATO, make it easier for business, make it easier for investment, make it easier for the economy to build up, make it easier for Ukraine to live the life of an independent, free, prosperous, economically growing country. And this is something that we can have a little bit of a say in, right? This is something that we can help in a little bit, but fundamentally, all of that has to wait until Ukraine has kicked Russia out of its country. That's just the facts of it. Not all the processes, but certainly the benefits, the bulk benefits of those processes have to wait, and that's why it's so important. What I was saying half an hour ago, just as Roman had left. That's why Ukraine needs more help. That's why Ukraine needs more weapons to be able to open that up, to be sure that fewer Ukrainians are in a position where they do have these long-lasting injuries to take care of, and B, so that they can get better help sooner, that the country can start being fixed up again, and the wounds
also
that the war has opened can be closed. Nick,
the sooner the war is over, the fewer of these cases there will be.
Precisely. Couldn't agree more. Right? The fewer Ukrainian dead, the fewer Ukrainian injured, the better. And because of that, it's important to give them a path to victory sooner rather than later. Enable that victory sooner rather than later. And victories are enabled with weapons, right? It's not about anything else, really, fundamentally. Yes, Ukraine needs some economic help to make sure that the deficit doesn't run out of control, and that is honestly peanuts compared to what Western governments collectively are spending.
The path to less TBI for Ukrainians is sadly more TBI for Russians, and that makes some people feel uncomfortable. The Russians, of course, have the choice to surrender, but in practice, this is going to mean, a lot of Russian mothers and wives dealing with, TBI husbands and sons. And at one level, I feel bad about that, but I don't feel nearly as bad about it as I do about the Ukrainians.
No, and this kind of ties into the other thing I said immediately after Roman had left, right? For every 2 Russian soldiers, 2 convictions. For every 2 Ukrainian soldiers, 2 higher education degrees, right? And what Taras Ratushny was saying again, they're killing the best of us. They're killing the flower of our nation. I think that's really important to take into account here. Russia is literally recruiting in prisons. Russia is literally recruiting among those who are serving life sentences in Russian prisons, saying, hey, you murderers, torturers, rapists, hey, wouldn't you like to, instead of being in this prison, wouldn't you like to continue your craft in Ukraine? And we will even reward you for it. That's what they're doing. So
they do say
bad at all.
They do say that a job doesn't feel like a job if you're doing something you like doing. Yeah.
No, exactly, right? There was this testimony from I think she's like the sister of a guy in some St. Petersburg prison who was there's an intercepted phone call saying, yeah, they came and they thought they were coming for inspection, but no, they came to recruit hundreds of people out of one prison, hundreds of inmates, mostly those with the most violent of charges. That's the ones who went. It's not the first time the Russia did it. Certainly not the first time the various states to which the Russian Federation of today, Muscovy of today, the current incarnation of Muscovy is a successor to. That's fairly typical, fairly normal. That's what they're up to. Gurney?
Yeah, I also wanted to mention there's still quite a few listeners here from our previous interview, our wonderful interview with Roman. And if anyone hasn't, up in the nest here at the top of the screen, we have our card here, which lists Roman's Twitter handle. I'm not sure if he uses Twitter frequently or not, but another way that we can help, we've discussed different ways at the grassroots level, at the individual level, in addition to organizational support and bigger ticket items and bigger advocacy, when we talk about how someone can help. And not only can you help by making those contributions and making the advocacy, you can also help because your words can go to Roman himself, and whether or not he needs them, that's irrelevant, because those words can spread from Roman to other soldiers who are serving with him, and you can let him know your support for them and everything that they're doing. They don't ask for it, and they certainly don't need that, but we can show them our support, and we can continue to show them our commitment by doing that. So if you find that at the top of the nest there, his Twitter handle is up there. I believe it's REDCOUKR_. So that's at RedCOUKR_. So everyone, please give him a follow, and send your words of encouragement. They're certainly not necessary. He's certainly a dedicated, committed volunteer, but I'm positive that those will directly or indirectly help to buoy soldiers like him in moments when they may not realize they need them. So please go ahead and give him a follow, give him some support there, and give him your thoughts.
Joseph.
Hey, so yeah, this is maybe kind of an ignorant question, but so I understand obviously helmets are supposed to prevent injury, right? So I guess I'm wondering, like, how much is a modern helmet designed to try to mitigate effects of TBI? And maybe just like as like a corollary to this question, I've noticed in the Ukrainian army, a lot of people have helmets with like ear parts missing, like the ear part is cut out. It seems like it was like maybe a special forces thing before, but it seems to be pretty common in the Ukrainian army. So I'm wondering if I don't know, that's like a new helmet design, or if that's something that's common in other militaries, and if this is like a part of a protection scheme. Is this to put new ear protection on, or is this something that other helmets that don't have it are less? I don't know. Maybe Gurney can just speak on this issue of helmets. So go ahead, Gurney.
Yes, so the helmets have evolved, but not there's really no physical way to get away from the impacts of concussive waves. So the helmets have definitely evolved, and you're mentioning ear cutouts. Those primarily evolved to fit headsets and communications. At first, usually vehicle communications, and so in the past they were in the realm of special forces for squad level communications. That used to be sort of a relative luxury, but now with the miniaturization of electronics and radios and longer life batteries, they're more the norm than not. So those cutouts have nothing to do other than to allow both ear protection, but squad level communication, and usually those headsets, depending on them, not just a microphone in them, but some of them allow situational awareness. They have some microphones on the outside so that you can still hear what you need to off radio. You can still hear the radio. It's a balance of things, but that's what those cutouts are. Now, yes, helmets have evolved, but stepping aside from traumatic brain injury for a second here, they haven't evolved, and I don't think they can evolve to protect that. I'm sure there's much more research needed. So they will protect against traumatic brain injury in the sense of I'll use the football. There's an analogy here with football helmets and development of football helmets and perception of risk. You're not going to crack your skull open per se. It will slow the deceleration of the skull to a degree, because some of the helmets now have modern foam pads on the inside, and there's quite a bit of scientific thought given to the foam pad itself in terms of being able to slow. Like if you were to fall or something was to hit you, or a fragment that had kinetic energy that was going to cause an impact, so the helmet itself will at first protect from you cracking your skull open and bleeding out. The Kevlar evolutions, and now lighter weight with that. The lighter weight has also been important because if you're jumping out of a plane or whiplash, obviously if you add mass to the head, that is gonna you risk accelerating the head further if you fall or you roll in a vehicle. You have these accidents where you actually add mass, and therefore you can add some with acceleration here. You can almost do the opposite while you're trying to protect it. But getting back to the foam here, so you can lessen traumatic brain injuries from impacts by not only stopping the impact, but then using foam materials that slow. It's all about slowing the velocity down, right? And you can do that to a level, and we've seen this with football helmets, right? But ultimately, what you cannot do is, because the brain is sort of floating on this viscous liquid layer inside, unless you can slow it enough, the brain is still going to accelerate or decelerate inside. And ultimately, usually what is most important is the brain is usually being pushed. It's usually injuring itself up against the skull. Whether it's a concussive wave that's passing through, or whether this is something caused by angular velocity or momentum here from the head. So things have gotten better, but I don't know if there's a way yet to address shock waves and sound waves that propagate through air, right? There's very little that can stop that besides time and space. They can pass through vehicle walls, they can pass through building walls, depending on the circumstances here. So most of what you're seeing are advances to sort of mitigate the weight of the helmets and the actual impact, to fragments. And now we're on to like level 3, level 4 type things, where they will stop a 7.62 round. And then if you take a 7.62 round to the Kevlar, instead of that imparting kinetic injury and causing massive concussions, the foam can sort of slow the impact on the inside. I haven't seen the inside of some of these helmets, so I don't know if they're what the liner is, but that's the evolution. And so unfortunately, as for concussive waves from artillery and such, that's really not the intended design for it. I don't know if there's a realm to mitigate that.
Thank you very much, Ernie.
Nick.
Something to remember is that TBI is essentially a product of the helmet. So in the first year of World War I, nobody in the British Army pretty much got TBI. And the reason was they didn't have helmets. They just had some kind of cap. And so if artillery exploded nearby, their heads would be penetrated by shrapnel and they would die. And then they noticed this, and they started issuing people with helmets. And the number of people coming into field hospitals with head injuries and TBI went up a lot, because they weren't dying of anything else. So whenever you look at anything like this from a statistical point of view, you have to be aware that you're doing something which we try to avoid in research, called selecting on the outcome variable. And there's always statistical things lurking there for you. And so essentially, for example, as helmets get better and better and better and better at protecting you with shrapnel, the percentage of the people who end up in hospital with TBI and concussive trauma versus shrapnel trauma will go up. It's a bit like people who say COVID vaccines don't work, because they say most people who are dying of COVID have been vaccinated. But that's also like saying that most people who die in car accidents are wearing their seatbelt. I mean, the seatbelt doesn't work. It's just that everyone's wearing their seatbelt, and some accidents are not survivable. So whenever
Survivor bias.
Pardon?
Survivor bias.
Yeah, there is an enormous amount of survivorship bias, because we do not randomly assign people to wear either helmet A or helmet B and drop a grad 10 meters from. The ethics board doesn't like us doing that. Although maybe at the end of the war we can get some Russians to volunteer to do it in return for a reduced sentence. I don't know.
And, Nick, I'll just add to that too. There's, going along with that, but on a separate line, there's the escalation of risk, or the perception of risk decreases because you think you've mitigated for that factor, whether that's fragmentary damage or others. And so you tend to say, well, you tend to believe this is less dangerous or this is more the norm, so I'm going to be closer or I'm going to do X, when X is inherently more dangerous, even though you've mitigated the fracture injury. So then you end up seeing, I'm just going to use football helmets as an analogy. You've protected the brain, but over the years, you've seen that the added safety factors that you believe are present actually induce you to take what is a far riskier position than you would have otherwise.
That can happen when the overall perception of the risk is low, and it's believed that people drive their cars at roughly constant risk. And there was a thing about 15, 20 years ago, the head of one of the leading road safety research laboratories suggested that while the passengers should all have 4-point belts and 3 airbags each, the driver should have no belt and should instead be forced to drive with a large spear 2 inches from their chest in the normal driving position. And he said, you'd drive that car a whole lot more safely. And there were suggestions, for example, that when seatbelts were made compulsory in many countries, pedestrian fatalities ticked up because drivers who previously had resisted wearing a seatbelt but were driving a little bit slower to compensate put the belt on and said, hey, this didn't hurt at all. And then, they didn't immediately double their speed, but these things are all statistical. The speed crept up, and there was an uptick in pedestrian fatalities. So at low levels of risk, I think that's true. I don't think there are many soldiers who are going to stand out in a grad barrage simply because they've just received a German versus a Russian helmet. But maybe there's a detectable effect there. I doubt it, though.
No, I agree with you. What I don't mean is on the individual level, but on an organizational level. If you believe you've mitigated risk, then organizationally, sometimes look, there's a lot of hypotheticals, so I won't keep going down it. But if you said, well, our positions were better at 200 meters behind, and an organization says, no, we can accommodate for this. Look, you're not going to bleed out, you're not going to die, so we'll push you guys, statistically 200 meters closer in most events, and then not accommodating for the TBIs or et cetera. But I don't want to belabor that point.
Are you familiar, Gurney, with the British comedy series Blackadder? I don't know if that made it to the States.
No.
Okay. In the most famous incarnation of it, it's the same character throughout. Hello? Yeah, it's the same character throughout history.
Middle Ages, Elizabethan times.
Yeah, the same character in history.
And the First World War.
The series regarded as the classic, I think it's the 4th series in the First World War, and the sort of Captain Blackadder is this extremely cynical officer at the front line, and the posh general turns up and says says to one of the plucky privates, remember, we're all behind you, and Blackadder says, yes, about 35 miles behind us. And so I can imagine all the generals going, well, they've all got their upgraded Kevlar helmets now. We can, reduce whatever safety margin there is. And the troops going, yeah, actually, no.
Yeah, exactly. I that we're on the same page.
If you enjoy dry humor, I encourage you to find absolutely any Blackadder clip you can, but especially the ones in the First World War. There is some of the finest comic writing in of the last 50 years in some of the gags in.
Just maybe another quick example of a survivor bias in the military. In World War II, the U.S. started checking where damage on planes were, like bullet holes in the planes, and they started armoring those parts, and it didn't help because those are the planes that made it back, right? They needed to put armor on the places that didn't make it back. Sorry to interrupt you, Gurney, but yeah, just trying to explain survivor bias to our audience. Go ahead, Gurney.
Well, that's become the iconic picture of survivor bias, is the picture of a composite B-17 with like red dots all over it. But interestingly, it's not as simple as that, because that only works as survivor bias when we know that the impact points from either flak or a fighter firing machine guns 200 meters away are essentially random. And therefore, we can say that that the planes that come back were the ones that got hit, randomly in those places. If it turns out that the impact points are not random, then the mathematics gets very complicated, which was why the Americans brought in a mathematician called Abraham Walt and got him to do the statistics, because the thing about, you don't armor the points which came where the planes came back damaged, because that meant it was survivable. That's fairly easy to work out, but now we've got to start to actually do the numbers. And it turns out that if your fighter plane, some of the fighter planes were able to aim for vulnerable spots, and so it wasn't completely random. But yes, the general principle is that the dead people are not in your sample. The one sentence explanation of survivorship: are dead people, or people who decided to drop out, or people who decided to walk away, or people who stopped coming to your restaurant, are not in the sample. And that has a terrible effect on many statistics. And it's behind all sorts of denialism, because so you need to understand survivorship bias, and you need to understand something called the base rate. And if you don't know what either of those two are, you can't really engage in any current affairs discussion involving statistics, because you will get it wrong.
Well, and to a Blackadder point here, Nick, that's exactly why you shouldn't listen to your friends when they say, I've done X and it hasn't killed me before, or I've stood in a rainstorm with lightning like this before, I'm not worried, or I've climbed this mountain this way before, right? Because there's inherent survivorship bias there. Because
then I have another one for you, which is Private Baldrick, the aforementioned guy who is the let's say not the sharpest tool in the box, and the officer comes down one day and says, "What are you doing, Baldrick?" And he says, "Well, I'm writing my name engraving my name on this bullet, sir." And he says, "Well, why do you do that?" And he said, "Well, you know how they say that somewhere out there's a bullet with your name on it? Well, I thought if I owned the bullet with my name on it, then I wouldn't get shot with it." And it's quite interesting to see, because that is actually not too far away from the way a lot of people reason about quite a lot of subjects.
There's a lot to unpack in there. Perhaps part of that is just in the face of not insurmountable odds, but in the face of grave odds, sometimes you cling to the unknown, or the spiritual, or the little anachronisms that make you feel better. So, but funny nonetheless. Okay. All right. I think we lost audio real quick. We're switching hosts around. Looks like we got Joseph up here. We're trying to bring Bloke up. George, you've had your hand up waiting for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about TBIs and helmets. So, yeah, like you were saying, Gurney, the helmet protects you from an impact, crush injury, things of that nature. Obviously, if the helmet's good enough and you're lucky, the bullet impact, an airburst, you get hit with some shrapnel, or from wood or anything like that. If your emplacement takes a hit. But like you said, the blast wave. So which you described it. It is what we call traumatic brain injury. It's the blast wave going through your brain matter. It's just pretty much, put it in layman's terms, it's pretty much bruising, because what happens is that fluid that's around your brain gets displaced and your brain hits the inside of your skull. And TBIs are not everybody has the same symptoms, and that's one of the things that a lot of them get underdiagnosed, because they come off as just a concussion, and then you don't realize that you're going to have lingering effects. So one of the things that they do is, after a few months, is they try to, because a lot of people have memory issues with a TBI. They could be they don't have to be permanent. They can just be fleeting. In other words, like you walk out of the house, you're going to the store and you forgot. It happens to a lot of people, but especially people with TBI. You walk out of the house and you don't remember why the hell you were walking out, even though you remembered about 3 minutes ago. There's a lot of treatments that they do. I remember with us, they did like word puzzles, things like that. In other words, things to try to make you remember things. So in other words, any word puzzle, any puzzle that makes you try to remember your vocabulary, because some people have problems with that. And sometimes, hopefully within a year or two, usually people are back to somewhat normal. Most of the times, 100%. Depends on what level of a TBI you had. And like I said, the blast wave TBIs are very difficult to protect against, because, like you said, they go through, like, if you're in a vehicle and your vehicle gets hit with an IED and you survive it, yeah, that blast wave pretty much scrambles you. So it's difficult. And I know Roman was saying that he had sounds like a concussion from the grad. So I know it's going to be difficult for him, but hopefully with the right treatments, he'll be 100% again.
Yeah, thank you very much, George. And I saw CJ come up. I also saw another hand up. I forget who, but they popped down. So maybe if you want to come back up, raise your hand. I'll try to get back to you. But CJ, did you have anything you wanted to add, maybe about concussive injury or just kind of this topic? Might be a good time.
All I was going to say, I think, unfortunately, I missed the interview earlier. I heard it was great, but really just remembering that even from, a lot of outgoing fire, whether it be a shoulder-fired rocket or artillery, that kind of injury can build up over time. So it's not just a matter of, all the Ukrainians, and both soldiers and civilians that have been hit by these, rounds fired by the Russians, but also, just in defense of their country, this kind of thing will just build up over time. So it's important to highlight the issue, I think, and I'm so glad everyone in the space is willing to talk about it, because it normally goes under the radar, whether, even if people don't really see combat per se, and they just are involved in shooting very far away, it can still have a long-term impact. So thank you, everyone, for bringing this up.
Yeah, CJ, really quick, yeah, and I think the most important thing is for people that start having types of symptoms, like memory symptoms or confusion after something like that, like to seek like the help to get themselves better, because the longer you put off treatment, obviously the prognosis isn't as good.
Yeah, because just like with any sort of thing, the sooner you catch it, the better off you are. Sometimes a lot of the damage, of course, is irreversible, but the effects can be quite limited if done correctly. So yeah, I couldn't agree more.
And CJ, this is kind of like a basic question, but we talk a little bit about, I think you mentioned something like 75% of the, injuries and deaths in this war are related to artillery. And I've read accounts both from the Russian side and Ukrainian side that essentially are, I've never shot my gun. We just sort of stand around and we shoot artillery at each other. So I'm wondering, is that type of warfare, I'm sure, this is why it's kind of a dumb question. I'm sure that's kind of causes more of these types of injuries. So, I mean, this is something that's going to be a bigger problem than, say, for like the U.S. military was facing in over the last 20 years. Would you agree?
Yeah, because, while the U.S. military, was involved in the last 20 years of continuous combat operations, only maybe 10 or 20% sort of felt it on a daily basis, whether that's mortar and artillerymen firing daily or, people obviously on patrols, getting ambushed here and there. But even then, even at let's say the hottest or the most difficult of combat operations would be, 1 or 2 days of getting a lot of RPGs fired at you and then, a couple weeks off. So it was nothing like this, where not only are you, basically everyone is nearby or involved in the shooting of artillery, but also on the receiving end. So yeah, the scale is kind of unimaginable. Even in World War II, it might not be comparable. Probably World War I would be a better thing to relate it to, just not in terms of the weapons used, but just in terms of the fact that, for example, and I just shared to the Nest kind of an example of this, pretty much everyone in this war right now is tied into either being shot by artillery or only moving forward on artillery. And the example I kind of showed it, the Russians are using artillery to take a Ukrainian trench system, and the only way the Ukrainians take it back is by firing mortars. So really, both sides are bearing the brunt, even if they're not necessarily getting shot by the concussive blasts, either outgoing or incoming. So yeah, you're 100% right, Joseph.
Yeah, thanks, CJ. Prince, please go ahead. We lose Prince. Okay, I'll bump Prince down and hopefully get her back up.
While we're waiting for Prince to come back up, I would just like to really express my gratitude to our European co-hosts, who've just done a fantastic work, and just give them all a big hand. And I had a question for CJ. It's a bit naive, but about the new combat helmet designs. I think a lot of the reasons they look smaller or less protective is just because they're designed for ear cutouts to accept different types of protection, including ear protection. Is that correct?
So with the high cut helmets, which a lot of Western special operations have, but also more and more regular Army people are sort of using. The idea is basically as the battle space gets more integrated with technology, that the need for radios increases greatly. And so previously with the MCH or ACH, which are the two older helmet models, they pretty much covered your ears in part, and it was difficult to have a headset on and or bring a mic up. So now with the ears cut out, it's a little bit easier, because the reality is that kind of protection on the side of your head isn't really going to give you much benefit, whereas the ability to speak on a radio more easily is going to be much more tied in with your survivability. So that's generally why it's done that way. And again, the helmets aren't designed. No one's really helmets are designed to take a direct bullet round or anything. It's just to protect your head from shrapnel or fragments, or maybe a glancing blow from a bullet. But since it's not going to stop a bullet anyways, it doesn't really matter if you have that ear part or not. But hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you,
Gurney
CJ.
has something to add here, I think. Gurney, go ahead.
Yeah, I've sort of maybe for 20 years now had a sort of side interest in helmets, and the protection they can confer and can't confer here. So even my time in the service, I was always trying to just understand, that there's a trade-off to be had here. And so when you're talking about the helmets, there's a lot of Army research that's been conducted. A plethora of research has been conducted there with every iteration, and you see this sort of playing out. I think the Marine Corps right now sort of has still a lower cut, wider type helmet than some of the more recent upgrades. And just there's a lot of variables. So maybe I'll just speak to a couple of the variables. When you have a protective helmet and it has weight to it, you can increase the acceleration and deceleration, because that center, you're changing the center of gravity of the head, and you're adding mass to it, but you're adding it well further outside the bounds of the center. If you drew a center, the spine and the head itself. So there's been a trend towards not just lighter weight helmets for less fatigue and better sight picture when you're trying to take a prone position and look down the sight of a weapon, and hold up a 3.5 pound helmet. But there's some science to moving that closer to the head. And when you got those ear cutouts of the past, they tend to be furthest away from that sort of center of mass, center of gravity, and that can increase. I don't know if it's angular momentum. Better to have a physicist say exactly what it is. But there's a rotational motion that you can cause, whether you're tripping on something and falling, whether you're jumping out of a plane. All these things add up, and there's a slightly different concept where some of the newest liners, they're not yet implemented in the military, but they allow this angular, this energy to be dissipated sort of through an angular twisting. And what that is there'd be a shear layer between the helmet and the padding that allows if you were to fall on the ground, whether it's a motorcycle helmet or whatever, and you have this object even 3 inches away from your head, just the impact with that ground is going to cause an additional rotation as you contact this object, and then it forces your head through this sort of pattern here. If you make the liner have a shear ability to sort of slip on itself. So not slip when you need it, like the helmet's not going to slip around, but when you apply significant force to it, it shears and allows the outer of the helmet to sort of rotate with the interaction with the hit, whether it's to the ground or the side of an airplane, whatever the consequence is, and that then transfers less rotational motion and acceleration to the person underneath. So the trend with some of these earpiece cutouts is certainly, like CJ addressed and I addressed before, cutouts for the communication headsets at the squad level are no longer a luxury. A lot of people can have squad level communications, but you're simultaneously reducing the mass, and the mass furthest away from the head. You're getting closer to the traditional style bump helmet, what they would call just literally for taking some bumps, for jumping out of an airplane, that has the least amount of mass to it and isn't there to be protective against impacts of bullets or fragments. It's there to literally protect your head from a concussion bump of falling into something.
Thank you, Gurney. Just some housekeeping notes for everyone. If you could please retweet the space. We don't do any advertising at MryiaReport, so the only way for people to hear about the space is if you retweet it. This is especially important after a crash. And if you want to come up and speak, all you have to do is request speaker, raise your hand, and we'll get to you in order. With that, I've lost track of who was next. Joseph, could you help me out?
Yeah. Let's let Prince go ahead while we got her up there. Go ahead, Prince.
Thanks. I keep losing audio. Turn on captions. Okay. The one thing I've been listening to this conversation about TBI and helmets and all of that, and I don't know that Nick is the best person to answer this. It may be Tom, but Nick may know also. But the personality changes that often come with TBI, and how frequent those are. I've seen that personally myself, not in a military situation, but in other kinds of situations where people's personality can really, really change as a result of a TBI. And frequently it's more anger and things like that. I think that we would often associate with PTSD, but are sometimes related to TBI. And I'm just curious about research on that and treatment options for something like that, because it's often something that the person doesn't even realize they're doing and really has a hard time controlling and recognizing. So I'm wondering if anybody can speak to that. I was thinking Nick specifically, but it may be a Tom thing ultimately in the end. That was what I was wondering about.
So I believe any type of brain injury, like where we're talking about a plethora of things from like dementia to, what's classically referred to as Alzheimer's, lots of brain injuries will lead to personality changes. This is one of them. So it's part of the symptoms. But yeah, the best person to ask is a neurologist, preferably one specializing in brain injury. So yeah, if there's a specific question, if you could DM me, I'll try to get back to you. I do happen to know one, and I can ask questions if you like.
It's okay. I just wondered if it would be something that I just thought it was something that should also be recognized in the spaces we're talking about TBIs and concussions and things like that, that is also an aspect of it. And if I would assume or I would think that Tom may have some experience or some knowledge about that. And I just wondered if Nick did also. So I just thought I'd point that aspect out when it comes to TBIs also.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead, Bloke. I'll let you handle the hands. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll handle the hands. So I think going in order of hands, I don't know if Leonard had his hand up, but it's down now, but I'll go by the order of hands that are up. So it'll be Odari and then Mockers. Go ahead, please, Odari.
Hey, gang. Thanks for having me out. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right, great. I am in my car moving here, and I left my Wi-Fi, so I wanted to make sure. I've actually spoken up on the space here and this in the past, just on blast injuries in the brain in general. Really complex, interesting topic. There's a really good paper that I definitely recommend you guys looking up. Gulf War blast injuries, something along that line. A lot of information on all the different impacts of how these blast waves impact our bodies in general. But really they break it down into primary, secondary, tertiary, different and quaternary injuries. Primary being from the actual wave itself, but there's just so many different things that can be happening from that wave. And I think this kind of plays into the last question as well, is like, how does this actually impact the personality? Well, it depends on what area of the brain it's actually injuring and what types of injuries are actually happening. You know, a blast wave is just a high pressured wave passing over an area that condenses gases, and then they very rapidly expand. So you, in essence, have all these microscopic explosions as these gases shrink and then rapidly expand. This is why we get eardrums exploding, and there can be injuries to the GI tract because same thing, like the gaseous areas, when they expand really quickly, and we have injuries in the intestines. Also happens, we have oxygen in our blood, so it can damage small blood vessels as these oxygen gases compress and then very rapidly decompress. Another big aspect of this is a force called spalling, and that's where this wave passes over a media of two tissues of different density. Different density is going to cause those tissues to move with that wave at different speeds. Thereby, they're actually going to tear apart. This is where the diffuse axonal injuries come from. And what that is basically saying is we have all these tiny neurons in our brain, and when these waves come through, like they're tearing, they're literally tearing apart. And we don't know where. It depends on which angle the blast injury is coming from, what type of protection is going on. It is incredibly, incredibly complex to answer some of these questions. And this is where, you know, we're having all these conversations of how much weight should the helmet be? How much protection should it offer? And I think it's going to really change by environment. And you know, what is working in one war environment where we're seeing all this artillery may not be optimal in another environment where we're primarily working with IEDs. So there's a lot to be said on this topic, and I think it's very interesting. So hopefully that was helpful. And again, the Gulf War blast injury paper is incredibly informative on this topic. Thanks.
Hey, Odari. Thanks, Odari. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate the contribution and helping us decipher some of this. And also pointing out that there's so much nuance in it, right? Which is why I was sort of reluctant to address the topic without speaking to a neurologist. So that's great. Thank you very much. I believe in order of hands, Mockers is next.
Hi there, folks. Just to add to the conversation, I actually have an irreparable brain injury. It was caused by too much pressure in the brain, which popped an aneurysm. But so it's slightly different, but it did cause the pressure of that did cause other parts of my brain to be damaged. And I would say it was a full 12 months before I could find words properly and you know, string together sentences that fully made sense without having to stop and think of words or choose a different word, because I just could not, you know, I could visualize it but I couldn't say it. And it also affected my mobility because it was that part of the brain that was damaged. But that obviously recovered as well quite a lot. But one thing you don't think about is how tired it makes you very, very tired. You can't, like the gentleman who was talking earlier, you know, after a certain period of time, he just couldn't carry on. And that is kind of how you feel quite a lot. You know, short walk, you have to have a nap. Conversation, you might have to like just sit in a quiet room for a bit afterwards because it just is difficult to function. And that is something that a lot of people with these brain injuries are going to find, that their recuperation is very long and frustrating. But one thing I can say for absolutely certain is if you keep at it, you will get there. You just have to, you know, go at your own pace, listen to your body, because a lot of these things are just determined on how you can physically cope with it. And there's quite a lot of times you have to just say, I'm going to bed for a bit because I just can't do anymore. And I'm quite an independent person, and I can safely say I found that extremely frustrating, but it is something that you have to learn your limits, especially with a brain injury.
Yeah, and the brain is, of course, an absolutely enormously complicated thing, and we still have so much to learn about it. But I think Mockers speaks correctly that, you know, the brain does have an incredible capacity to repair itself, to rewire itself. And I think, you know, both Gurney and Tim spoke to this, or sorry, Gurney and Nick spoke to this a little bit earlier. You know, Nick said, you know, a lot of this takes time, and that time is basically the brain, you know, using rewiring the parts that no longer function to different parts and being able to do that. And then I think Gurney said earlier, you know, when the brain is in a more plastic state, right? When the brain is in this process, there might be therapies and things that could help get this process along, or move this process along, or improve the process. Mockers, please go ahead.
Yeah, very much like you say, the brain builds new neural pathways. So, for example, I lost my left side, like I'd had a stroke, and it took me probably 18 months to be able to walk again properly. I had to have some physical therapy to do that, just to be able to use my ankle properly again, because it just didn't want to bend. But I mean, you know, I got there and I walk perfectly fine now. I can walk a fair distance now without having to have a sleep, which is nice. But that was 5 years ago, you know, so I wouldn't say I'm massively 100%, but I'm 96% probably of where I used to be. So yeah, the brain does have massive healing qualities. One thing that my doctor said to me, which seems really daft, but obviously the body's made up of water. You know, there's a great deal of liquid water in your body. And he said to me that the best medicine for your brain is to drink plenty of water. Don't ever get yourself dehydrated. And that has been something which I've relied on. And obviously don't drown yourself, but you know, about 8 pints of water a day, if you've got a brain injury, it does you a lot of good.
Hey, Mockers, thank you so much for that. And just, you know, so much respect for recovering so well. And thank you for your participation in this space. It's just enough respect, eh? It's just great to hear different perspectives.
So it is, you've just got to be stubborn about it. If you're determined, you'll get there.
Thank you. I believe we have Leonard back up next. But before you go, Leonard, I just want to go through some housekeeping here. We're getting a bit of instability. So if you find that you come up to speak, or that you're stuck coming up, the best thing to do, or if you come up, and this has happened to Mockers or Prince, it was Prince before, and then suddenly you lose your audio, click on closed captions. If you see, you know, the caption scrolling by, it means your audio has died. Unfortunately, this has happened to me multiple times, even when I'm co-hosting. All you can really do at that point is you have to drop down to listener, and we'll throw you another request. Or and if it continues to happen, you'll have to close the Twitter app, clear your cache, sometimes even restart your phone. It's awful, but it does eventually get stable again. So, and it's actually been pretty good up until now, right, Joseph? I don't know if you're having trouble too, but just that those tips for everyone. And then please go ahead, Leonard.
Thank you, Bloke. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Knockers for bringing that forward. What she says is directly relevant and very important to, I think, understanding and interpreting the discussion that Roman had brought forward to the group. And I would just have a question at the end for CJ, just with respect to how much of this has filtered into, say, the military training grounds. But there's a world famous neuroscientist at the University of Toronto, Dr. Norman Doidge, who's done an extensive amount of work on this in terms of the neurological effects of brain plasticity and the effects of these kinds of injuries and recoveries and so on. And for anybody who is confronting this or has a serious interest in it, that's not a bad starting point to get up to speed on some of the scientific papers on this subject. But in addition to that, there's also been a significant spin-off on this subject in the North American Football League. So both the National Football League in the United States and the Canadian Football League in Canada have responded to significant large lawsuits arising out of precisely that TBI, traumatic brain injuries. And there's been a considerable amount of research and scientific product come out of that. And I just found that very interesting in light of what Gurney was referencing in terms of some of the hardware research and some of the practical effects of that have been realized in, say, the United States Marine Corps. And I just had a question for CJ. I'm wondering if any of that sort of current scientific research thinking or any of the subject matter pertaining to that has made its way into, say, West Point or some of the background military coursework or studies, or if that is still pretty much a bridge too far for that level of training. So yeah, any thoughts you might have on that, CJ, would be helpful. Thank you.
Well, Leonard, you'll be happy to know that not only did the NFL partner with the CFL, it sounds like, which I did not know, but they partnered with the U.S. Army almost 6-7 years ago, maybe even a decade to look at this. So this has been a long-standing issue, of course. So yeah, the same endeavors that the NFL are trying to do, the Army is trying to do, and they're actually sharing research, sharing studies, because there's a lot of overlap, and that's, in my personal opinion. I'm definitely not a scientist, but I think one of the reasons why veteran suicide is so bad is not because of PTSD, but because of traumatic brain injuries in a lot of different sorts. But I think that's pretty backed up at this point. In terms of West Point, not to get too much on a tangent, but it's super interesting because about 50 to 60 cadets every year have some pretty serious concussions from boxing and a couple other things that are still mandated there. And there was a movement a few years ago, especially after, a pillow fight you may have heard about in 2016 that led to about 30 people hospitalized, which sounds like a lot of people hospitalized for a pillow fight. But if you were there, you would kind of understand why, because people were using metal lock boxes and things in pillowcases to do maximum damage. But in any case, there's an ongoing conversation there on how to kind of prevent people from getting seriously injured, just in general, whether it be boxing, gymnastics, or whatever else, before they even start their time really in the military, where you're prone, whether you're jumping or falling off vehicles or listening to explosions all day, prone to get some more TBI anyways. So that's just a little bit tidbit for you. But yes, at least the U.S. Army and other military organizations have been looking into this for quite some time because it is so important.
Yeah, thanks for that, CJ.
Okay, I think up next we have Forrest. If I'm getting that Twitter handle correct?
Yes, that's me. First, I wanted to say thank you for having this conversation. I'm a person who has survived 8 concussions and had 3 in a calendar year and dealt with about 20 months of what Roman was talking about, the headaches every day. And just at the end of those 20 months, I was a different person. And like, I believe it was Mockers was saying, you can get better, and it took time, and it took a lot of rest and water and eating healthy, and I'm pretty much back to myself today. But what terrifies me with a guy like Roman is his desire to save his country. Getting a secondary concussion in the next month, 2, 3 could really do a lot of harm for him. And I guess I'd never really considered secondary concussions in a military setting. I mean, I hope he's staying out as long as he needs to. But my feeling is a lot of guys over there wouldn't. So just wanted to contribute that.
Yeah, thank you, Forrest, and congratulations on working so hard on your recovery, and again, so much respect to all of you who put your health first, and that's one of the issues you really pointed out in a war. It's life or death. Ukrainians are basically fighting to liberate their country, and a lot of people feel that they cannot take the time off, to look after themselves. And, sometimes no matter how much they're encouraged, which always brings me back to the point of, why we're all here, because it's really important to support Ukraine, to write to our elected representatives, to arm Ukraine so that they can liberate their country, because it's incredibly important that this invasion be repelled, that the Russians be defeated, and the faster, the better for everyone. The amount of carnage wrought by this Russian war of aggression is insane. Just today, I mean, there were some children picking up some some ordnance, not knowing what it was. We've all heard of the horrors in Mariupol and Bucha and so forth. And so it's why we're here. MryiaReport basically started the day of, even before the invasion. We volunteer our time. There are people all over the world, and we're doing this because we need to counter the misinformation, prevent people from tuning out, spread the message, and make sure Ukraine is liberated, and that we do everything in our power to help that liberation. And the faster, the better. So please write your elected representatives. And there are things you can do in the meantime. This space encourages our listeners to donate to some charities, one of them being MryiaAid. And MryiaAid is an organization that delivers non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Things like, well, today there was an excellent talk on drones that are being delivered, which can have a really great impact to help Ukraine liberate its country, but also first aid supplies, tourniquets, medical supplies, everything that can save Ukrainian lives and help heal the country. But the priority is to defeat the Russians and liberate the country, and to push the Russians back where they belong, in Russia. I just thought I'd remind everyone of why we're here and how important it is to help with this struggle, to spread the word and to support Ukraine. Joseph, did you manage to hear the interview earlier today? I was quite busy and I missed it. Do you have some highlights from that interview?
No, I missed it too. I'm sorry. My mic button's kind of acting up.
Okay. Well,
Actually, it's kind of my grandfather suffered a head injury, so he's in the hospital. They're doing CAT scans on his brain. I'm gonna tell him to drink a lot of water. I just got some water. Everybody should drink water. Bloke, back to you.
Really good point. We had a great talk today about some of the work that MryiaAid is doing in Ukraine, and if anyone has any questions about the Russian invasion, and some speakers we've had up and some speakers we're bringing up in the near future, please by all means request the mic, raise your hand. And another thing I wanted to announce is that the people in the Nerdarium, which is what Huda affectionately calls people that do computery stuff, they're working really hard at preserving some of these amazing interviews. We have some stuff on Spotify, so if you've missed some really crucial interviews, or some reporting that you'd like to hear, please check out the MryiaReport Twitter handle. Please follow it, and in the MryiaReport tweets, you're going to see links where you can download and listen to some of the previous interviews, and there are a lot of them. There's also a lot of work being done to put up some things on YouTube and so forth. So we're preserving a lot of this content. It is free. No one's trying to make a dime off this. We're doing our best just to make sure the word gets out. So definitely check that out. Some upcoming announcements. On Monday, August 15th, we have Pekka Taveri, who is the former chief of the Defense Intelligence, Finnish Defense Forces. He's going to be speaking at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, and that's 1500 UTC. So that's definitely something worth checking out. Of course, today we've heard from Roman. And we also have, and also an interview on some of the work being done by MryiaAid and drones. Coincidentally, on Thursday, August 18th, we have James Fallon coming, who is an American neuroscientist. He's a professor of psychiatry and human behavior. Professor Emeritus of Anatomy and Neurobiology at the University of California. So if you do have questions about some of the subjects we've been talking about, brain injury and brain health, this would be an excellent time to join us. That will be at 1 p.m. Eastern Time and 1700 UTC. Great way to save up your questions. On Tuesday, we have Tom Much, a New Zealand journalist covering the war from Ukraine. He writes for the Daily Beast, the Times, and New Line magazine. And that is going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern and 1700 UTC. So there's a lot of people who volunteer for MryiaReport, a lot of people who work in the background. Arranging for these interviews and really helping out, archiving these interviews and making them available to the public. So lots of stuff going on, and we encourage everyone to check it out. I understand Joseph is having Twitter issues. Joseph, are you okay now? Is everything back to normal? Uh-oh. I think it's not working. Um, we'll have to drop Joseph down and bring him back up again. Let me try to do that. Oh, I can't. We're going to have to get someone from the Nerdorarium to help us. So, in the meantime, let's go through a couple of events that have been reported today. CJ, I noticed you posted something about, I remember asking you a bunch of questions. Oh, CJ has dropped too.
I'm still here. Can you hear me,
okay.
Book?
Yeah. There you are. You posted this really interesting video. I remember asking you about the use of artillery and assaulting trenches and stuff like that. And then, sure enough, a few days later, you post a video with some interesting things about attacks on fortified positions that the Russians had retreated to. Do you mind walking us through that? And everyone, if you can, check out CJ's Twitter handle, Casual Arty Fan. And there's a lot of great content there. Give him a follow.
Yeah, thanks, Bloke. Hopefully, I know Colonel Spencer's on a little bit of a vacation right now. Well deserved, by the way. But I'd love to get his take on it. There's a full video, and I'm considering posting the first half. Basically, it's a 6 or 7 minute video in total, filmed by a Ukrainian drone team. And what they're watching at first, and this is not what I posted, but it was kind of uninteresting. So, but I'll tell you because I think maybe talking about it is worthwhile. So basically, it's these Russian troops, about 2 squads worth, maybe a platoon off screen, attacking a Ukrainian trench system, and it's being supported by Russian artillery. Right, this is the key thing that Russia's kind of struggled with at some times, is this sort of close coordination to shoot artillery and have its troops nearby. And the reason why they're struggling with it, whether it's a command and control issue, they can't get the timing right. Personally, I think it's because the Russian artillery is so inaccurate that no one wants to take that risk of shooting right next to their guys as they run up. But it's pretty boring for the first half because there's no Ukrainians around, and obviously that's what we really want to see. We want to see the Ukrainians doing well. We don't want to see Russians not doing well. In any case, the Russian platoon advances on this trench. They're not super disciplined, but it's not super bad. They're kind of dispersed out. Some artillery rounds land. And then they come up to this trench, and the trench is empty. And where I posted the video in the nest, this is where the interesting part is. It's the counterattack. It's when the Ukrainians, using mortars, which they can fire much closer to their troops than obviously Russians with their artillery, they hit almost directly on the trench line. And mind you, these are not precision guided rounds, right? These are just very skilled Ukrainian mortar crews. And panic and chaos ensues as the Russians try and get out. They take a lot of wounded. In the video, you could see, basically Cargo 200, which is wounded, I believe, and Cargo 300, which is killed in action. I may have that reversed, but in any case, Russians are taking casualties left and right as they get hit by the mortars. You can see some diving fires from some Ukrainian machine guns, and eventually the Russians retreat to a house, which seems, pretty dumb if you're getting hit by mortars and the house gets destroyed by either some pretty large mortar rounds or artillery rounds. So super interesting look at how, yes, Ukraine is on the defensive in so many parts of this battlefield, but they're not necessarily doing that bad. I mean, it's not clear how many casualties the Ukrainians might have taken as they retreated from their trenches, but that's why these trenches have multiple layers to them, right? It's not, even in World War I, it wasn't just one trench line, and if you lost it, you were done. There was multiple trenches, mostly on average with 3 layers and 3 levels of this defense line. And so Ukraine must have retreated to this other one, because once they start hitting that first line the Russians captured, it was clear Russia did not have enough combat power to hold, and they're immediately put on the defensive. So pretty much a worthless attack from the Russian point of view, and pretty much pretty skilled, basically, withdrawal and then attack on the Ukrainian side. So I don't know. I haven't seen something like this exactly, so I thought it was super interesting. Maybe everyone thinks it's boring, but in any case, it's a good demonstration on how you can use mortars very close to your own troops and really, since they're high angle, right, these mortar rounds come in almost straight down. They're perfect for uses against trenches because, you know, the whole point of the trench is to protect you from shrapnel and bullets coming from the side. But unless they have top cover, you're pretty much a sitting duck. So really, really interesting in my point of view.
You did indeed have the 200 and the 300 the wrong way round. The 200 of the dead and 300 of the wounded.
Well, that's bad news then for the Russians, because I think everyone in that video was Cargo 200. So thank you, Nick, for the clarification.
Hey CJ, I've got a question for you. Could you take a picture of me and my my mercenary buddies in front of our top secret military HQ real quick?
Yeah, that's another interesting thing. I don't, since it's WAG. So what Joseph is referring to, of course, is what this pictures and videos coming out of Popasna, of course. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, Joseph, but it's the same Popasna that was a brutal street and urban fight for about a month that was basically leveled to the ground in the process. And I say that because there are quite a few Popasnas in Ukraine, if you didn't know. So want to make sure we're talking about the right one. But in any case, in the ruins of the city, the Wagner Group, which is these, you know, Russian government mercenaries, set up their camp. And about 2 or 3 days ago, they posted these videos showing not only how they've captured this, you know, strong Ukrainian town, but they've set up this beautiful, you know, temporary headquarters that they were going to run the rest of the war out of. And lo and behold, HIMARS o'clock rang, and none of them woke up again. And it's the devastation is pretty damn far-reaching. I mean, it looked like maybe 100+ casualties there from these people that are not so nice to really anyone. So I don't think anyone feels too bad, except for, you know, maybe their families. But, you know, that's not why we're in the space. It's for Russian families. So I may have the story wrong, Joseph, but do we have any more details about this at this time?
No, that's all I know too, CJ. The only other thing I would add is, you know, the Telegram accounts that are like, you know, Wagner accounts and stuff, they're kind of mad about this, CJ. They seem kind of a little upset. I don't know.
Well, luckily, Joseph, I've been able to, you know, I've been able to not have to worry about that too much. I'm getting told right now in DMs, and I'll have to go back and check the original video, but not only were there the initial survey of their camp, you know, posted in real time that like, hey, we're here, but they also may have posted the address too. So it didn't, I mean, these things are very easy to geolocate, especially.
You have got to be kidding me.
Well,
The
this is what some people are saying. I'll have to go back and look. Granted, I don't speak Russian, but I do know what an address looks like. And if they did that, that would be even sillier. I mean, at that point, it doesn't really matter, though, right? If they take a video of it, it's very clear where they are, regardless of even what they say where they are. I mean, if they can use very grainy footage to figure out, you know, who committed what war crimes, you know, if you're putting a propaganda video out and saying you have a nice new headquarters here, it doesn't matter if you have the address or not. But that would be just a whole extra layer of stupid that I guess, I don't know, I didn't think was possible, but maybe, you know, anything's possible with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it 2022, where like basically you could put pretty much any photograph on Reddit, and probably within an hour, assuming Reddit cares, like they could geolocate it. Beyond that, you're in Ukraine, right? And I mean, we've heard actual stories of this where, you know, on the Russian media, they'll show artillery firing, and someone will go, "Hey, wait a minute. I recognize that broken manhole. You know, that's 123 Grozny Street or whatever. You know, there might be a Grozny Street. I don't know, in Ukraine. They've fought, some of them fought in Chechnya. Anyway, probably not a great name for a street. But anyway, point being, yeah, the Ukrainians have a remarkable ability to geolocate, especially things in their own country, obviously, and they've been able to do that before. But yeah, CJ, I mean, obviously you'd want to post your address so that you can get fan mail. I mean, right? Don't you guys do that?
Well, yeah, that's what we did too. No, so in the pictures that a great listeners just sent me, so basically in the process of geolocating, the video has, you know how like in well, you know this, Joseph, but in Eastern Europe and Europe, the street signs, and this is really for the North American audience that's never been fortunate enough to go to Europe, but basically there's no street signs that are, you know, basically on poles. It's they're basically on the sides of the, you know, the buildings that, you know, going down the corresponding street. And so the video quite clearly has the street name in the background is really what happened. So still pretty stupid. I don't know if that's as stupid as saying, hey,
that's
come hit us,
remarkable. That's
yeah,
remarkable.
but pretty incredible that I don't know why they would. And I think that's really the thing, right? The Russian government and all these different, military forces that are coalescing and trying to be effective. It's sort of like an internal competition, is the way I see it, where they have to kind of show they're being effective, because the reality is, like, Wagner and a lot of the VDV units, they don't have any organic artillery, right? They don't really have the ability to move on their own. And on the flip side of that, the Russian army forces, they have artillery, but they don't have really the skill, the training, the will, the drive, the pay, or whatever you want to say, to really have a lot of motivation to do these sort of maybe more daring attacks like Wagner might try and do. And so within Wagner and the VDV, they have to basically petition that they're doing well, kind of prove to the Russians, like, hey, we're doing well, we want this artillery, and then it gets moved over to help them. So if they don't show that, they're building headquarters and they're being successful, there's no way that they can get necessarily more, support. I mean, the whole system is ass backwards, but I think that might be kind of a driving reason why they might be driven to do something so stupid. That these propagandists that go, and basically quote unquote interview these people, it's all some internal posturing to try and get more support for their little piece of the battle. And that's why it really will never go anywhere, because it's not synchronized, it's not integrated, it's not coordinated to any sort of grand level anymore.
Yeah,
I'm just looking
at
at
two amazing points. Oh, go ahead, Nick.
I'm just looking at one of the stills from that. So never mind having to follow people down the street. There's a still in that series of photos of 5 men and a cat in front of a building. And up on the top left corner of that still is a plaque saying, the name of whatever the previous purpose of the building was, with the street address on it and the house number and the phone number. So nobody even had to kind of watch the video very closely. They've literally got a picture with the street address in the frame of the still. You can take your leisurely time about it. Just incredible.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And yeah, I just wanted to say, I think CJ brings up 2 excellent points. I think the first is, right, I think early on in the war, because it was or the full-scale invasion, I should say, because Russia thought it would go so fast, they really thought they could ignore the information aspect of this, the information warfare aspect. There was even a joke in Russia that, the 2 Russian soldiers are sipping in tea in a cafe in Paris, and they say, "Did you hear we lost the information war?" Right? That was like a Russian joke early in the war, so I think they ignored it, but I think now, as CJ points out, we're in this long war, or to Russia. This is like in their view, and they have to do this in some way. And I don't think they're as good at it as Ukraine. Right? They clearly are trying to, as CJ pointed out, like show military achievement on the internet like Ukraine has done. And I don't think they're doing as well. And then I think CJ brings up another point, which is just the nature of the Russian system being so competitive. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Everyone is out for kind of personal gain and personal glory. And, nobody's really thinking in terms of, how the overall effort can be fixed. It's more about how they can get what they want in their theater, right? And I'm sure, in other militaries, there's competition for stuff or for resources. But I think that CJ brings up a good point that this is like a little bit more of an aggressive competition in the Russian military for obvious reasons, for structural reasons that we pointed out many times. And that there probably is a lot of pressure to show, the people that you're accomplishing things. And I think probably too, just for Wagner, there's like this reputational thing. And same for the Chechens. They seem absolutely compelled, despite being, despite putting their hand on the stove and it burning them over and over, they seem absolutely compelled to keep posting on TikTok, right? To keep posting on Telegram. And I think CJ brings up 2 great points about that. So I saw Yehuda joined us. Welcome, Yehuda.
Thanks for having me. And I see Colonel Spence is around. Anyways, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride. We've had Paul from MryiaReport talking about all the drones and all the cool stuff that's been there. And Ferlane, our resident Ukrainian superstar, she's probably off sleeping, apparently training, helping train Ukrainian UAV pilots. It's tiring. We'll give her a pass just this once, perhaps. CJ, there was an article that you actually brought to my attention of all things, an Italian artillery officer and gosh, was he just dropping truth bombs. And I had spoken to a CO I once had, who was an artillery fella, strategically placed in a certain part of the world. And he was saying to me things I didn't understand, because I'm not a chicken bone expert. You are. And I was reading this fella, and I'm like, oh my God, this is exactly what my old boss said. What really struck me was that this officer of artillery said the Russians are literally using World War II tactics, like timed fuses, shooting up, hoping shrapnel hits an incoming round. I mean, you know, I've heard that people in your business are competent and they know a thing or two about artillery. How accurate is that individual? And if you'd be so very kind, maybe to throw it up in the nest for those who are interested in learning a thing or two about physics and artillery and warfare related to the like. How accurate was it?
So I do have some bad news for you, Yehuda. In that case, I did some extra digging, and it found that he was a little bit off in how the air interceptions work. And this is the thing, in the artillery community, we're called fires, the Fires Center of Excellence, and we're inside that sort of branch is also our sister branch, which is air defense. So there's a lot of overlap, but it would appear that he may have missed the mark in terms of how the interceptions were happening. So once I find out exactly what the answer is, Yehuda, I'll post it. But I would agree that 95% of the time he seems to be right on the money, and that's hard to do on Twitter when everyone's posting memes and being silly. I know we're not, of course, but it's hard to always be right. And I would say more often than not, he certainly is on top of everything from what I can see. So let me do some digging on that. I am looking right now at some of this video from Popasna, which is pretty shocking. Of course, this HIMARS strike that took out maybe a Wagner headquarters. But what I'm more shocked about is the fact that there are people, presumably Wagner mercenaries, with American flags on. And I'm trying to figure out right now if these are, actually Americans that have joined Wagner, or if, probably more likely, Russians are wearing American flags to try and, as a disinformation operation or something like that. But let me get back to you, because this is a little bit disturbing.
I'm so very sorry I got cut off for the whole thing. I lost you, and I'm sorry to tell you, and then everything cut off. I'm not joking. And I started talking, he said, CJ, these are the Twitter gods beseeching you not to upstage me. Did I miss that our Italian friend was wrong?
If you're referring to the air defense
The
interceptions,
Gimmers.
it would appear he was. Yeah, he was a little bit off in talking about how the Russian air defense was, but generally his point was correct. I think that the Russians are unable to shoot down HIMARS, which is pretty well known, but important to reinforce.
Yeah, no, I wanted to talk about that because there are a lot of people that think that's a bit of Ukrainian propaganda, that blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, you know what? There's another country in the world that might have supplied them or helped them in that field. It might be the one you hail from. I think it's called the USA, USNA. And so I don't think those guys mess around too much when it comes to doing the needful. However, the last point, which again I popped in last minute, can you just repeat that for me, please, or say again? I don't want you to fire for
No, so we were talking about some of the good news coming out of Ukraine today, including the Wagner headquarters that got hit by HIMARS.
I got it. I got it.
But
go ahead.
But what's interesting is that they're walking through the wreckage now, and there's a lot of people, at least a few, wearing American flag patches, and so we're trying to figure out if these people are Americans or if it's just Russians wearing American flag patches just to throw everything off, or really what's going on, because it's pretty clear that there was a pretty significant emotional event that occurred in Popasna, and it mostly was good for Ukraine and bad for Russia.
So should we suppose this is a bit of a Russian disinformation? I mean, or maybe these Wagner individuals just really wanted to go to Disneyland. Maybe they thought, when we get bumped, we're going to tell everyone we're American. I am really Americans. And then they'll fly them to Ramstein Air Force Base and bring him back to Walter Reed or something. Who knows? It's a bit of a mystery. Like my ex-girlfriend, Sarah McLaughlin, she's building a mystery.
TJ, what do you think about the theory in the comments that it's just like military surplus, maybe Gulf War surplus that Wagner bought. I mean, you'd think they'd remove the patch though, eh?
Yeah, and as some people pointed out, you know, the patch isn't going the right way, which is a sign it's not anyone in the U.S. military, because you would never be caught dead. So it sounds like it's just from fanboys, which is odd because I don't really think America and Wagner share many values. So I won't really give it any more of the time of day. I just, you know, want people in the space to know that if you see things like this, just know it's more often than not, you know, a Russian attempt to kind of mess with you. So you know, you have to look into everything. And if you, but if you look at the flag, of course, you'd look at it and you'd be like, that is a flag that's oriented the correct way. And you may not know, on military uniforms, the U.S. flag is reversed because, well, the U.S. never retreats, and so it's going to be backwards on a uniform. So the fact it's facing the correct way on their uniforms means they're not U.S. military. They're not affiliated with the U.S. It's just Russians trying to throw us off.
Trying to be funny. But the funny thing is they're not funny, and their jokes aren't funny, and they suck. Very silly dum-dums. If you're going to rip off the United States, it's very simple. You have the internet. Google what the patch looks like. Don't be so dumb. Don't be crazy.
I don't want to contend.
Hey guys,
but
I own
did
some genuine Adidas pants from Russia. I don't know what you're talking about. They're great.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Marcus.
Marcus.
Go ahead, mockers.
I was just going to say I did Google the patch because it's actually a black American flag, and it appears to signify in a military term, no quarter will be given.
Not sure what that means. I'm just saying, like as CJ said, their shoulder patches with the flags are inverted. I always thought it's because of they're waiting for the Canadians to help them out, and the ambulance has the mirror on the side, so they want us to know that they're Americans. That's what I thought, CJ. I might be wrong. Could be completely untrue, and it could be just something I made up on the spot. Gurney.
Yeah, no, I heard CJ describing it as backwards, and I came up here to say you might have to tell the audience why it's actually correct in one circumstance and incorrect in the application CJ talked about. But he mentioned it. I heard black and white. I've seen the video indirectly. It's tough to tell. So some of these things look black and white, but the patch itself is just the camouflage version or the infrared type version that could have been on the front or the other shoulder. So I don't think it means black and white. I think it's just the perception of that. It's just an olive drab, essentially colorless
camo,
version.
not black and white. No, not infrared. It's just camo.
Yeah, exactly, Yehuda.
Subdued Yehuda. Subdued is what we say, right?
Yeah, you know, I think we call it field patch, because in the field, raccoons and black bears in Canada, which could be pretty sizable. You don't want to fight them. You might throw an artisan at them, but for those people, we like to have a little, not red and white.
No, you don't want to attract the moose and heat, correct, Yehuda?
It's not moose. I said the black bears. Black bears can be a bit of a jerk sometimes. I remember once I was on my dismounted platoon commander course, and a bunch of city boys were on the course with me, and I came across as the platoon commander a black bear, a female, I could tell, and she was full of milk. Everyone got scared, and they said, "Is that a black bear, Mama?" I said, "Nope, it's a juvenile male. We're good, boys." And then all of a sudden, the baby bears scurried across the trail, the black track. I said, "You effing lied to us. That's not a male boy bear. That's a woman bear." And I said, yeah, well, hopefully I'm faster than you. So I started walking backwards. Anyway, the bear didn't eat anybody. It was the first time in my life, the only time in my life as an officer, that I ordered a platoon to fix bayonets. And I thought it was pretty funny. We were out of ammunition and arty sims. Anyway, that's just a personal story. I'm sure CJ doesn't have it. I mean, CJ has probably alligator stories, right? But you can run away from an alligator. But pretty big black bears, they run faster than alligators. So I think that kind of probably allows me to get a Pilar as a ranger. What do you think, CJ? Can I get that just because I outsmarted a bunch of pissed off bears, or not really?
I don't know. Would you rather have run into a bear in the field or have a water moccasin fall on your head like I did? I don't know. I think both aren't great.
The bear's worse. Bears, I mean, because the bear will eat you while you're alive, right? It's kind of probably a pretty crap. Hey, the German paratrooper, is he okay? I didn't like your post because I thought to myself, hitting a balcony, I mean, it looks like he's going slow, but there's a lot of momentum in that. I think his back, he probably had his tack vest on there. Was the guy okay, CJ?
I think so, but yeah, never go with the wind when you're parachuting. That should be number one rule. Luckily, we don't have to worry about in terms of this conflict. Although Yehuda, I would die a happy man if part of this Kherson counteroffensive was an airborne assault. I can't express how great that would be if the Russians started this phase of the war with an airborne assault, and that's how it ended the other way. That would really show how far and how things have come.
That would tickle my cockles, which is a kind of a unknown medieval term for your heart and the cockles, like somewhere in between your chest. No one even knows what it means. It's kind of a bit of a mystery. As CJ laughed before, my ex-girlfriend Sarah was building one. All right, let's go to Christopher and then Mockers. Go ahead, Chris. Christopher, are you going to build a mystery? All right. He doesn't. Oh, there he is. Christopher, welcome to the panel. Long-time speaker.
I think Christopher just dropped down. I think he's coming back.
Hey guys, sorry.
Twitter is doing Twitter.
Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you, Christopher. Just don't disconnect your mic.
All right, Yakuda, you're a funny guy. Do you double as a comedian or what?
Oh my God! If you ask my wife, I'm the biggest joker in the world.
Yeah, you keep it entertaining. I imagine if you were your unit would be amused with you. Keep it entertaining. CJ, I could take you back a couple days. I had a question for you, and I again that point had a tough time connecting. You were mentioning about artillery rounds, and I don't know if you remember. I'm going to butcher the numbers, but you were saying something about Russia and their rounds decreasing, and saying something about 75,000 rounds being sent by America and being enough, you were imagining. And I guess my question was, and again, you're saying something about how many per day. I think it was 3,500 a day or something from each side or from Russia. So I was curious on the accuracy, HIMARS aside. I remember seeing posts on Twitter here showing artillery blasts in cornfields, and so I'm just curious, how accurate are these things? Are they is it just a matter of just lobbing as many as you can and hoping you're hitting something? Or I thought there was a bit more accuracy involved. It sounds like 3,500 a day or a week or whatever you're saying is quite a bit. And wouldn't that be a lot of targets hit? Or is it again, I guess the question is what kind of percentage hit ratio are we seeing, HIMARS aside?
Yeah, so it's a difficult question to answer only because it's, there's so many different answers depending on which guns you're talking about and how long they've been used for. The best example I will give is, Roman, before he passed away, we were able to speak to him here on the space, in the Izium front. And what they were using at that point in time was brand new M777s from America, about 1 or 2 weeks old. And against these Soviet pieces, which were anywhere between 30 and 40 years old and had been fired quite a lot. What he was saying basically was that for every 20 fire missions the Russians did to sort of take out a target or accomplish a mission, the Ukrainians with American gear could do it in 1. And so they were about anywhere between 10 to 20 times more effective when they're brand new. Now, that number might have gone down because these things are getting probably pretty worn, but they're also getting cycled back into other parts of Ukraine for maintenance. They're getting rebored, they're getting refit, and they're going back to the front. So the reality is they are, I would say if I had to put a number on it, about 10 times more effective than your average Russian piece of artillery. So the fact that, basically at the height of the offensive in June, Russia was putting down, maybe 20,000 rounds a day, and now it's only somewhere between 5 and 7,000, and that's due to the HIMARS. Whereas the United States over the last 2 weeks has given 75,000 rounds a week. So that means, if they were firing all those, then the Ukrainians could be firing 10,000 rounds a day, so almost twice as much as the Russians. I don't think they're doing that, mainly because they only have 500 artillery pieces. And if you're putting 75,000 rounds through 500 artillery pieces in a week, those things are not going to last very long. So I'd imagine they're stockpiling ammo. They're waiting until they get more guns from the West and NATO, and they'll continue to hold the line while building for this counteroffensive whenever it may come. Or, their ammo depots are getting hit much, much less often than the Russian ones are, but it's still a consideration. Like, you don't want to put all your ammo at the front and use it, because then if something happens or you need to flex somewhere else, then you need to have it ready. But yeah, just on average, based on the frontline stories on both sides too, it's not just the Ukrainians saying this, it's the Russians with their pieces saying that, the average NATO artillery piece is about 10 times better than these 30 to even 70-year-old Russian pieces, which are very worn and near their breaking point a lot of the time.
Thank you, CJ. I think Mockers had a question.
I was just going to go back to the Wagner base that's unfortunately blown up for them. I was just looking around, and Dimitri, the war translated chap, has posted one of the videos with the translation. It's quite obvious that the person taking the video is Ukrainian, because they don't like the Russians at all. But he's taking a video of them loading some rather brown bread looking people into a truck. And I just was thinking to myself that everywhere the Russians are, there are eyes on them, Ukrainian eyes on them. And I can't imagine that there's any way you could possibly win in a situation like that.
Yeah, here. Yeah, there's been a lot of reporting, on partisan activity and just spotters. I mean, even from the beginning, and many people have said on the space, the accuracy of the HIMARS strikes and other strikes as well, drone artillery. This is not just happening by accident, right? This is happening because Ukrainians want the Russians off their land, and they're cooperating. They're working with the military in many cases. And maybe CJ, you could speak to that a little bit about the, how important it is to have spotters, and how this, and especially nowadays when there's a lot of technology that can be used to pass off coordinates. Is that realistic, CJ? That something as simple as an iPhone can be used to pass off coordinates to people in the military, or is it exaggerated?
Yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit. I mean, you could be on FaceTime with someone, with a loved one, and it could be, intercepted, and, someone looking at the coordinates that, could find the coordinates by looking at the background. I mean, really, the sky's the limit with these things. But basically, if you're talking in mainly a purely military application, the more drones you have, the better off you are in terms of gaining more information and kind of painting the picture of where the enemy is, not just, right in front of you, but also where they're moving around behind their lines, where they're bringing their heavy gear for the next attack. And that's why Yehuda left. But that's why this sort of claim that Russia is going to buy 1,000 Iranian drones, we have to take with a grain of salt, right? They did exchange trainers for, I believe, the Su-30 on the flip side, and then these other drones. But I mean, introducing 1,000 drones in the battlefield is, let's just say the number is real, which it probably isn't. It takes so much training and coordination and integration. It's just like when we talk about Ukrainians getting some sort of advanced fighter aircraft, 1,000 drones entering the fray on one side. It's not necessarily going to make things easier. And in a lot of ways, it could complicate things, not only for airspace deconfliction issues, as in, you have so many drones present, and you might take down a helicopter or a plane. But more so, it's not just gaining that information, right, that these drones capture. It's about how you exploit it and how you manage it, because you could have 2 or 4 drones up looking up at artillery pieces, and if you're not really clear with what's going on, you may all be looking at the same artillery piece from different angles, and might be doing fire missions on it with artillery, and you look in the other drone, you see explosions going off, and if the people aren't talking to each other or it's not managed, you will have literally no idea what's going on. Or what's the most common thing, at least in the last couple of years, specifically Afghanistan last year, there's so many drones up that no one knows whose drones are whose, especially when they're flying high and you can't really tell. So I would just say, yeah, drones are extremely important, but to an extent, how a military uses them is really the system at which they kind of manage the chaos, because otherwise it can get out of hand really quick.
Yeah, I read the article about the alleged 1,000, Iranian drones with interest, because it's not just the matter of manufacturing them; it's getting them to Russia, and there are other interested stakeholders, namely the Israelis, that might have a word or two to say about this, right? And there has been some activity at a factory in Syria that we've heard of. So, and even if, let's just suppose, even if all the supply chain stuff was ironed out and they actually got there, as you rightly point out, there's all the training, and it's just going to be too late anyway. I mean, at this point, at the rate, Russia is losing officers, losing trained soldiers. I mean, even today, the commander, or was it yesterday, the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, Igor Osipov, was basically fired. He should have been fired long ago. But all of this stuff needs to be coordinated through a chain of command, and that has been so degraded over the past 6 months. I just can't see any of these integrations happening. It's like when people say that, oh, Russia's going to declare mobilization. Well, I mean, I suppose they could do that tomorrow, but really, when it comes down to it, with what army? They need to be trained, they need to be integrated, they need to be led, they need to be, supplied. And all of this stuff is not going to happen overnight. It's months. And in the meantime, a highly motivated people who want to liberate their country from the Russians are getting stronger and stronger every day. And we can see that the leadership is really effective, and the structure of the army, trusting their NCMs and so forth, is far more effective. So I'm really skeptical about these reports I read. I don't know if you want to, if you're in agreement, but for me, just integrating the chain of command into these decisions doesn't make a lot of sense to me, especially considering they didn't even tell the junior officers until the night before the invasion that there was going to be an invasion. So, can't see it happening.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, you're exactly right, Bloke. If you think about how crazy it would seem to manage 200,000 people and not tell a vast majority of them what the hell you were doing, you wonder, how much more information is being spread out now, right? Part of the main part of that strategy in the initial invasion on the Russian side was, of course, to achieve total surprise. And the more people that knew about it, obviously, the more that was at risk. Now there's, that risk isn't there, but that distrust of the people, I think, is still there, if not much larger than it was even before. And you can see this all over Russian military telegram and Russian military advisors openly saying, that they don't trust this unit next to them to kind of hold the line. They don't trust this artillery unit not to hit them. They don't trust that air defense artillery unit to try and protect them from HIMARS. I mean, the distrust has only grown significantly, and eventually it will reach a breaking point.
Which brings us right to Kherson and the latest developments. Like last night, there was another bridge struck. Doesn't look like any of the air interdiction worked. I had a look at Trent's article about that. Looks like nothing was shot down. There were a lot of and the Russians are cut off. And to top it all off, there's a sign that multiple reports actually that the Russians are pulling a lot of their leadership out of Kherson, going as far back as Melitopol. So I'm just waiting for this offensive to happen. I mean, I don't know about you, CJ. I've seen a lot of naysayers in the media, from The Economist, CNN, multiple people saying that it's going to be too hard to do this offensive and so forth. But looking at the way resupply has been interdicted, and the morale situation of the troops, knowing that their leadership is going back to the hotel, I still think that the Ukrainians don't have to attack immediately. They don't even have to attack frontally. They can just continue to do what they're doing, and this liberation is more likely to be successful than not. It's not like they need complete 3-to-1 odds here. They just have to degrade the enemy so much. I think that McRyan was referring to it as sort of corrosion of the Russian forces in Ukraine, and this corrosive strategy will pay dividends by not requiring as much force on force. Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, have you read some of these articles?
Yeah, no, the Washington Post put one out yesterday that was pretty horrendous, to be perfectly honest, which is odd because some of the reporters were on the ground in Ukraine doing amazing work. And the ones maybe back in DC or wherever are just a little bit out of touch. But I think maybe it's not clear to people that the second phase of the Kherson counteroffensive is starting. And it really started with the Saki Air Base hit. I mean, what we saw in the last 24, 48 hours, not just was more of these bridges in Kherson being hit, but the connective tissue between Kherson and Crimea being hit, whether it be Chongar or the other bridge to the northwest of Crimea. There's a whole other level and layer of bridges which are being taken out currently by Ukraine, meaning that Russia won't really be able to move reinforcements up from Crimea, and the only way out of Kherson won't be to Crimea, it'll be to Melitopol and to Donbass and back to Russia. So this is really a masterstroke. And to be quite honest as well, aren't we so glad that the people who are saying this thing isn't happening fast enough or it's impossible? I mean, it's the same people that said Russia would, be in and have won in 3 days, because they don't understand these things take weeks and weeks and weeks to do. I mean, if Russia had taken a month to do the shock and awe campaign, take out all the bridges, take out the military infrastructure, take out all the radars and air defense, then done a ground invasion, it would have been a completely different story. I mean, ultimately, would they have been successful? I would still probably say no, but it would have been Ukraine would have been in a much worse position for it. So the fact that people saying it's not happening fast enough, I mean, I just would listen to Ukrainians, right? They know what they need. They also know how to get it done. They're showing a pretty high level of military planning, probably higher than. I mean, there's no real example of anything like this. And being quite honest, I don't want to be hyperbolic or anything, but you think of a near peer situation or a peer war where you're facing 10-to-1 odds and you're able to go on the offensive at all. I can't think of a single example, because if you think of, and having success, you think of World War II, and you think, as we know in the US and Britain and Canada storming the beaches of Normandy, and you think, well, that's all well, but the combined GDP of the countries at that time, the amount of forces they brought to bear when combined also with the Soviet Union, attacking on the eastern side, I mean, the fate was pretty much sealed. There was, it's just a matter of when, not a matter of if. And so that's like the huge difference here is, Ukraine still is vastly outgunned, still vastly outnumbered, and yet they're able to conduct offensive operations at all is quite astounding.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate your point. Yeah, exactly the same people that said this was going to be over in 3 days. I don't know what anyone was thinking that you could subjugate a country in 3 days that does not want to be subjugated without, at least I think for an occupation, there's some theory that you need more than 3-to-1. You need like almost 5-to-1, in terms of numbers. And this is a country of vast geography, and diverse geography and 44 million people. I mean, no, it's not going to happen in 3 days. Who thought it would, apart from the Russians? And you can sort of excuse them because everyone lies, and they have to, because that's the nature of an autocratic regime. They think and the one consistent thing about all these articles, like I'm referring to the CNN and the Economist. I mean, they're soberly written, but they keep on repeating the same nonsense, like that, it, as if it's some sort of revelation, like this will not be over anytime soon. Don't expect quick results. Well, duh, it's going to take a while to make these things happen. And like Mick Ryan says, it's just remarkable, what the Ukrainians have done. And I love his term corrosion. Just like at the beginning of the war, where they went after the logistics, and avoided force on force confrontation. It's fascinating, and it'll be studied for years and years after Ukrainians liberate their country. By the way, I have a few housekeeping notes. So first of all, everyone, this is the Maria Report. We are here 24/7. We have volunteers from around the world helping to counter disinformation about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we're on around the clock, and we do this to keep to spread the word. So please retweet us if you could, because we don't do any advertising. And we also support MryiaAid, which is an organization that helps raise funds. You can contribute to save lives on the ground in Ukraine. And we had a number of really interesting interviews with people from MryiaAid. We have CJ up, who is I think it's pronounced Ranger. I think, I don't know, I've heard different pronunciations by other people in the space, but I will pronounce it Ranger because that's my understanding. CJ is an officer, and he is a specialist in artillery. This is a great opportunity, if you have questions of CJ, to come up and ask a question. He's happy to help, so please, by all means, request the mic, put up your hand, and we'd be happy to get to you. In some other news today, I just wanted to say that as of yesterday, in addition to the HIMARS strikes on the bridges around Kherson, there have been 2 helicopters shot down, some Ka-52s. These are attack helicopters that have been destroyed. There are a number of things going boom around Ukraine, and funnily enough, the Ukrainians don't actually have to do much, because Russians are blowing stuff up by themselves in Russia. Another fire happening in Kazan, just another factory going up in flames due to careless smoking, most likely. And so there's lots of activity happening here. Joseph, anything new on your end?
I was looking through some headlines. I don't know, I think Alona tweeted something pretty funny, which is her favorite headline that the Russians have ever had. In the Kherson region, the Russians are struggling to steal grain because they've already stolen the harvesters. So now they're having problems stealing the grain because they can't harvest it because they stole the harvesters.
And furthermore, the harvesters they did steal have software, run with software, the John Deere's anyway. And this is probably the only time I've ever been happy about the, the licensing, because I'm sort of a right to repair guy. I believe that if you buy a tractor, you should be able to fix it by yourself. But the one time I changed my mind about this is when the Russians stole tractors. Then I was quite satisfied that the software was disabled and the tractors became inoperable. Poetic justice and lack of planning. which has been, sort of the story of this war. And just another example of what bad shape Russia is in, and how ridiculous and brutal and awful this whole invasion was. Some other things I have had a look at today is that there are some ships that have left Ukraine under the grain agreement. And this is ongoing. There are some people who are skeptical about this deal, some of our co-hosts, but that does appear to be working, and some of these have arrived. In terms of sanctions, we have seen an attempt by some shipping companies to skirt sanctions. And in fact, the US has warned some shipping companies not to attempt to transfer petroleum products in mid-sea in an attempt to skirt sanctions. That was one thing that was done recently by some Indian flag vessels. And this has been reported recently, but in general, the sanctions have been effective, and the latest, credible studies about the effect of sanctions have said that the Russian economy has contracted by almost 30%. So that's good news. Please come up and request the mic. We're here. We have a rare opportunity to ask some questions of CJ. Who's an expert in his field. And CJ, I wanted to ask you a little bit, this might be slightly out of your wheelhouse, but not much, we have seen some evidence that appears to be verified that American MRAP vehicles have been not only delivered, but are in service in Ukraine. Could you speak a bit about this and tell us how this could be used, and if it is important for the offensive around Kherson, or the offensive we assume is coming?
Yeah, so to understand MRAPs, we need to go a little bit back in time, all the way back to 1980, when the Humvee really made its first big appearance as part of air-land battle. And the idea was the U.S. Army needed a bunch of armored trucks that could sustain some small arms fire, in between our tanks doing a majority of the work. And so the Humvee was the workhorse for about 20 years, and then 9/11 happens, Iraq and Afghanistan happened. And what the insurgents did, at least in Iraq, with great effectiveness at first, was these IEDs and V-beds, right? So these, improvised explosive devices. Interestingly enough, most of them were actually 152 artillery rounds that the Soviets or Russians had sold to Iraq. And then once the Iraqi army was defeated in the field, these ammo caches were then used against these Humvees, under the ground. And so the Humvee is a good platform to take some bullets here and there, but it's completely flat at the bottom. And so, as we've seen with the T-72s and T-80s getting their turrets getting launched, the same thing happened with Humvees, unfortunately, in this case, with them getting launched almost 50 to 100 meters in the air. And so what came out of that in the mid-2000s was the MRAP. And, the Max Pro is one of those where it sits up very high off the ground. And also it has a V-shaped hull. So basically it's very good at, if there's an explosion that happens underneath it, it can distribute the blast and pretty much leave everyone, in most cases, actually unscathed. Obviously, your head's ringing. Obviously, you may be slightly wounded, but you're not going to be, catastrophically launched 100 meters in the sky like you would be in a Humvee. So a great improvement. Some of the drawbacks, though, include, of course, since it's so high off the ground, to kind of be more survivable against improvised explosive devices, it's very prone to rollovers. It can kind of be a sitting target, so they added mesh wiring to kind of catch and detonate RPGs early. In that sort of situation, as a cope cage, it's actually quite effective because it's not defending against a guided missile from the top down. It's actually causing the explosion to happen to the exterior, and it's not a shape charge in the case of RPGs, so it's quite effective. And then basically the last modification that was made was, of course, to use a crow system on the top, which is basically an automated gun that you control from inside. So no one has to sit on top of it and shoot and be, prone to getting shot themselves. You can do it all from the comfort of the air conditioning inside the Max Pro. So what all that means is basically a lot of these systems were given. And in a recent video today, there was a video of 20 of them, including some in woodland green and olive drab, which is very interesting because this is not a camouflage pattern ever put on these things for the US, because the US only intended to use these in Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, where obviously very desert. Not really intended to use in Europe because, we have a lot of tanks and we have a lot of other vehicles. So they are good in getting people around quickly. They're good at all these roads that are very heavily mined, and there's a lot of unexploded ordnance lying around. And so, if the U.S. isn't going to be using them in Iraq and Afghanistan currently, then they definitely could be very helpful, I think, to the Ukrainians in just getting their people to move around, which is the biggest problem right now, is to have some level of protection and to have a vehicle that's going to last too, because these things are military grade, but they also are, have the ability to take a lot of damage in terms of like a lot of wear and tear. And so that means they're just better suited for the massive amount of weight and strain that they're going to be put through, unlike, say, a civilian pickup truck, which has to be replaced every month or two. So that's the other reason why these vehicles are so important, not just really the protection they provide, because, they're not going to survive a direct artillery hit. They're not going to survive a direct tank round, but they're going to keep running for, 6 to 9 months if they're maintained, which is a big advantage over just a normal pickup truck.
Do you have, it's interesting what you pointed out about the paint and the camo. Do you have any idea, or the way they've been repainted? Do you have any idea, or do you have any speculation as to which region that would correspond to in Ukraine, or are there really any differences? Any speculation on that?
I'll start off by saying the other picture from about 2 weeks ago I saw had them in the Donbass, but I don't know that long convoy. The only places we've seen long convoys of Ukrainian armor or vehicles together has been somewhat far away from the lines, the closest in the Donbass being in the vicinity of Kramatorsk, so quite a ways back. And then in this case, we saw lots of, Ukrainian tanks north of Kherson, away from the front, but sort of in the vicinity of. So I would assume that this sort of convoy might be also there, but maybe John knows a bit more about this.
Oh, I was going to ask something not directly related to that.
Yeah, so this is the thing, like, people, as you mentioned, Bloke, people are just really, they really want to see, thousands of Ukrainian vehicles overwhelming the Russians. And of course, I think we all want to see that. But what I would say is in the past 2 or 3 weeks, and John's looked at this closely as well, and maybe he can confirm or deny or kind of share where he thinks the sense is going. In the past 2 weeks, I've seen more larger concentrations of Ukrainian vehicles and armor than I have at any other time in the war, like just period, which is a good sign. That, yeah, exactly. And people that have been watching this closely know that, well, maybe there was more operational security applied earlier on when, Ukraine was really on the back foot and really had to be a lot more careful with that kind of thing. But I would say that same level of operational security still applies now, almost to a larger degree now, because now the lines are pretty static, right? Beforehand, at the beginning of the war, they could maybe get away with running a convoy of vehicles, from Kyiv all the way to Sumy or something like that, simply because they had to. But now, the front is very stable, so there's less places the Ukrainians and Russians could be in terms of the sort of unknown areas that the fog of war kind of obscures. So the fact that we're seeing, pretty much every day or every other day, large formations of Ukrainian vehicles is a very good sign to me that they are getting the quantities they need to actually go on the counteroffensive.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And I think, months ago we were talking, and I was wondering and asking you at the time if the Ukrainians weren't husbanding their armor and their mechanized forces, anticipating, an offensive to come. And, the longer they wait, the better it's going to be. So, if they can, within reason, I mean, if I believe that they've been really smart so far, and if they wait until it starts to get colder, Russians start to get demoralized. I mean, it might even be a better time to attack then. John, you have something to say?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, kind of throw this out there for CJ. Do you think we will send any of the JLTVs over for some actual combat testing, if you will?
Yeah, I don't think so. Only because so the JLTV is kind of meant to take some of the roles the Humvee had for 40 years. It's basically a light squad vehicle that is pretty maneuverable. Doesn't really hold many people, but the U.S. is supposed to replace a lot of vehicles with that, and that process is taking quite some time. So I would see probably Bradley's there before I saw JLTVs. Because also the thing about the JLTVs, which are these joint light tactical vehicles, is they're really designed for, in terms of like airfield seizures and sort of these very complicated operations where you're basically putting people in a very fast, very light truck, and you have overwhelming firepower and overwhelming, tank superiority and all these kind of key facets that Ukraine just doesn't have right now. So the way they're designed to use is near the front, but only with a bunch of other things there. So I would say that might not be the best thing just to give those, but things like Bradley's and M113s and definitely MRAPs I think would probably go en masse before that. But who knows?
I was about to say, I think we've produced like in excess of 10,000 now, recognizing that, I think the current contract requirements are for nearly 60,000 across the whole U.S. Armed Forces.
Yeah, this is I think a 10-year project, hopefully culminating in 2028 when the entirety of the U.S. doctrine is finalized in terms of MDO or multi-domain operations. So these sort of things take decades to do, and that's why people get mad that the U.S. and other countries are giving sort of older gear to Ukraine, but this is just kind of how it goes in terms of what's available on hand. Now, that doesn't explain why Bradleys haven't been given, which the U.S. National Guard has in large numbers, or the U.S. Army is switching out of for strikers and other things. That is a little bit more puzzling, but yeah, I think anything like, as we've talked before, with sort of the whole spectrum of things that can be given, whether it be air defense or whether it be artillery, the only things that are brand new that would be given to Ukraine that aren't that are still being produced or prototyped are probably going to be drones, as we've seen with Switchblades and the Phoenix Ghost drones. Those are ones that, while they're effective, they're not necessarily a key cornerstone of the land doctrine that we have in the U.S. And so that's why it's okay that those are kind of transferred over before they're given to U.S. troops, because they don't make up like sort of an integral part of that system, whereas HIMARS do. So that's why, if we're talking how many could be given or something like that, 10% seems to be like a reasonable number. And that's what, certain congressmen have said, that they could see the United States giving up to 30 systems to Ukraine. And so that seems to be feasible because, yes, they're 20 years old, but they're super effective. So yeah, I think if we're talking about a vehicle, it's probably going to be only something that's well established in the arsenal. But sort of like drones and maybe other weapons, that could maybe be pushed forward to be something a little bit newer. But yeah, I would be interested, when Lend-Lease goes fully into effect, I think in October, sort of what that package looks like, because there's a very good chance, not to get ahead of ourselves, but that package, which was, initially worked on and signed in May and is going to be delivered, at the beginning of the fiscal year, could include a substantial amount of vehicles and other things like that have just been getting ready in Virginia for the last couple months.
Yeah, I do wonder what the holdup is for a lot of the, armored vehicles, IFVs and APCs. I mean, I know Canada's, donated some. They're not the, the best armored, but they could be useful in a secondary role, especially the Bisons, for ambulances and so forth, or possibly command vehicles. I know the French have donated some, the Australians. It seems to all be coming in piecemeal. And wouldn't it be wonderful to see a lot of the US inventory of Bradleys being sent over en masse? I don't know how realistic that is, but I've heard a lot of great things about the Bradleys. I've heard that they're maintenance on them is particularly, easy to do. I don't know if that's true or not, CJ, but I mean, if we're looking at what's available in the inventory, would not the Bradleys be probably, especially since they're being, phased out over time anyway, would not that be the best possible donation we could make at the moment? I'm speaking for the US, of course, and its allies.
Well, I mean, this is the thing that, again, I want to make it very clear. Obviously, Ukrainians are defending their country, and they're fighting and dying every single day. With that being said, I would only be disappointed in America if come the first batch of Lend-Lease arriving in mass. And again, remember, for people that may not know, there's the Presidential Drawdown Authority, which authorizes the president unilaterally to basically give stockpiled weapons to Ukraine, such as the HIMARS ammo, artillery ammo, etc. But the Lend-Lease itself is really where this massive amount of vehicles could come from. So I would say, again, the fight is dire. But if by October we didn't see Bradleys, then I would start scratching my head and ask what's going on. As of right now, in terms of the different lines of effort, I don't know if that kind of transfer would be part of something that's just given in a Presidential Drawdown Authority, because it would be a massive endeavor. The maintenance is okay, but they are 40-year-old vehicles in some situations, and it's not just the Bradleys, it's the spare parts. It's a lot of different composite equipment, maintenance, ammunition, and all the stuff that Ukraine doesn't normally support. So this kind of package is gigantic, even just to give 100 Bradleys, which, obviously Ukraine could use right now, but it's, I would hope it's being prepared. And if October, November rolls around, Lend-Lease shows up and that's not there, I guess we'll have to find out what the hell is.
Yeah, thank you. I also sometimes worry about the piecemeal approach, leading to challenges and maintenance. One thing that Ukraine has demonstrated is they do seem to have a pretty good grasp of having a decentralized command and control structure. So I would imagine maintenance would be taken care of by some of the units themselves. But it does worry me when it comes to, obviously, the more diverse your kit, the more different types of parts you need, and the more difficult it is to have standard maintenance. So that's another thing that sort of worries me a bit, but not yet, because if there's one thing that the Ukrainians have demonstrated so far, is that the amount of ingenuity, especially taking over some of the recovered Russian equipment, is just outstanding. So there's lots to look forward to, when they start to go on the offensive. By the way, I've got some DMs I just want to share with people. There's I did mention the grain deal, and maybe we're not surprised that the Russians don't necessarily keep their promises, but there is a ship that left with grain under the deal. And sure enough, there was a bit of a bait and switch that happened. It sailed under the agreement from the Ukrainian port of Odessa. It was called the Razoni. According to the deal, it was, apparently headed for Libya. And then, sure enough, the Russian company that had, brokered that transport decided to divert it to Syria, which, as everyone knows, is a Russian client state, which has been accused of offloading stolen Ukrainian grain in the past. So finance isn't around, but I'm sure if he was here, he would, be saying, "I told you so," because there were a lot of people who were skeptical about this deal, and skeptical about. Well, we're all skeptical about trusting the Russians, but especially of this deal. So that's some bad news out of the grain deal. Other news that's come out is that there has been a significant impact, and this is hilarious, on the Russian export industry. I'll give Joseph, John, or CJ a guess as to which industry is being heavily impacted by this war in terms of exports for Russia? Just take a wild guess.
I mean, I'm no expert. I would say from what I've heard and seen, that basically any sort of car or heavy vehicle construction and export would be very difficult, considering we've seen that Russia's basically dedicated it's not its entire workforce, but a substantial amount of its heavy industry to tank and other vehicle manufacture. But I could be completely off the mark.
So unsurprisingly, it's the export, the arms industry in Russia is suffering for two reasons. One is they just can't build anything anymore because of the sanctions, and two, because they have managed to reveal to the entire planet that their stuff doesn't work that well. So apparently their arms export industry is suffering greatly. I'm going, I don't want to quote the article too much because there's a lot of numbers here that I'd like to double check, but this is unsurprising to say the least. Sanctions do work, so the more pressure that you put on your elected officials to impose sanctions, the less the Russians will be able to feed their war machine to supply arms to their genocide in Ukraine. And of course, it will undermine another source of income for Russia, which in the past everyone here knows they've made quite a bit of money advertising and selling their T-72s, let's say, for example, which have proven to be highly ineffective. Go ahead, CJ.
Well, sorry, not that I'm pushing back, bloke. I just don't know the full arms export story. We know from the beginning of the war, India canceled, I think, an Mi-17 deal and a couple other sort of aircraft deal. And I think everyone kind of knew the limits and restrictions on how good or bad, Russian tanks were. But I think, as you kind of pointed out, the most surprising result of the war is just how inadequate the S-300s and S-400s are. I mean, and that's kind of the big difference, right? A T-72 probably runs for single-digit millions, if that, in terms of how much it costs. But an S-300 battery is on the order of 100+ million. So the difference in sales for that, and maybe profits, you could say as well, is quite substantial. I was going to ask John, has there been anyone that has changed their mind or any other arms deals recently to buy from Russia regarding S-300s or S-400s? Because that would be a lot more detrimental to the Russian economy than even probably the aircraft or tank exports they were doing previously.
That's a good question. I need to do a little bit of reading on that, see what the latest news there is. There had been some reports, I don't know if they were later validated or refuted, that Russia had been attempting to reacquire some of the S-300s that it had sold to various different countries. If that actually ended up, if those reports were accurate, I'd kind of be scratching my head if they were trying to sell them at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's that was one of Russia's main exports, I believe. I mean, someone will have to correct me, of course, but I believe that was a decent size of their economy. And as Bloke pointed out, not only are these things that previously they could export, they now have to use in combat, but also their brand value is going down significantly, not just through their atrocious actions, but also due to poor performance. I mean, who would have thought this is basically tertiary effects rolling into each other to kind of be a perfect storm, so that if this war were to continue, which it unfortunately might, this problem will only get worse for Russia. Even if they were to make significant headway in Ukraine, which seems unlikely from this point moving forward, that their reputation, at least in terms of the quality of military arms they can produce, will be degraded. And as this war continues, it could even look worse over time as more and more of their systems are taken out of action and shown to be pretty ineffective.
Thank you, CJ. We have some speakers coming up. Just a reminder of everyone of how this works. If you would like to speak, request to speak, and then raise your hand so that we know you want to speak, and then we will go in the order of raised hands. So first will be Daryl, followed by Zan, and I see someone else coming up. Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, just on a worldwide view of just on the notes you guys were talking, we're looking at places like Africa and other places around the globe that have been in conflict, that have been using Wagner and associated Russian equipment. And I'm just wondering how those are, if there's any curtailing of those events around. Not only the bigger pieces, but smaller. I'm not sure if AK-47s are still being built in Russia, or if they've been built in Czechia or somewhere, Czechia or somewhere like that. But that would be a good thing if, on the global scale, this war does kind of bring down the heat in some of these places around the globe.
Do you want to speak to that, anyone in particular? So, Daryl, you're referring to small arms sales as well, right?
Yeah, I'm referring to small arms sales as well. Yeah, because I'm just making a broad statement. It's not saying that there's any data to prove it as of yet, because it takes a little bit longer for small arms sales to curtail in light of this, because there's so many of them that have been produced. And then you have places like I said, Czechia, Korea, and China that have produced these as well. But it would just be a good thing to know if events around the globe have curtailed a little bit because of the lack of availability based on this war.
You know what, Daryl? I'm going to take a stab at that, okay? And it's pure speculation. None of this is confirmed at all. But I'm going to take a stab at the idea that that's the one thing they can still do, right? Because it doesn't take a lot of high tech. There's not a lot of high tech components. And San, you've got a hot mic. I'm going to mute you. Please mute yourself and raise your hand and go in order, please. Sorry, Daryl. Just getting back to that point, it's some of the low tech stuff I think is the only thing left that they can do, because it's not as heavily influenced by sanctions, and especially with the AK-47. I mean, they're known to be, and the 74, I guess, they're known to be fairly reliable. So I'm not sure yet. Somehow I suspect there wouldn't be a huge influence, but you're absolutely correct. A lot of this stuff has been outsourced. Not a lot of it is even made in Russia anymore. It's the higher end equipment, I think, that no one's going to want to buy. I mean, even S300, like, who wants to buy that now? I'm sure there's some people having buyer's remorse in Turkey at the moment.
But there's even like groups like Wagner, if they still have a presence based on their need in Ukraine. You know what I mean? So even if it's just manpower, or what do you call it, management by them, if that even curtails some of it, that'd be great.
Yeah, not ruling that out either. George, did you want to speak to that point?
No, just so just for some numbers here, AK-47s, no numbers produced are 74 million. And the family of AK-47 weapons is over 100 million were produced. So there's, they would have to we'd have to get rid of 1 million a year just to, and it would take us 100 years to get rid of all the ones that have been produced. Now, some of them, the barrels might be worn out and stuff like that, but yeah, there's tons of them here. But like you just said, the curtailing of the Russians now are gonna be, even if the sanctions were over like by the end of the year, which is not gonna happen, and they were to start producing weapons, who in their right mind is gonna buy the weapons especially at the prices they were asking for before this war. That is not going to happen. No one in their right mind. They're going to have a fire sale to get rid of the stuff they do have. You know, producing anything new is they're not going to get the prices they're asking for. S400, yeah, I'll buy it at maybe 75% markdown. You know, your Su-30 and Su-35 airplanes. Nah, I'll take a secondhand F-16 any day of the week. I don't know about anybody else, but yeah, after this war is over, their arms export industry is pretty much done.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, George. I think that just both in terms of reputation and their ability to even build, this is all being messed up by the sanctions, and I'm not shedding a tear. This is a genocidal war machine, and it had to be stopped no matter what. So no sympathy from my part. And yeah, if you're dumb enough to buy some of this equipment, and now you see what happens with the turrets going up like a jack in the box. To be honest, we sort of knew that back from 1991. I don't know when that was, made widely available publicly. But we knew that there were problems with the T-72s and the T-80s based on the carousel, mostly based on how the Republican Guard was just absolutely decimated in the first Gulf War. But
that airport battle said a lot to that.
Sorry,
at the
Derek?
airport. I said that battle at the airport said a lot to that.
Absolutely. But that didn't stop the marketing machine, from trying to sell the stuff anyway, and it didn't stop people from buying it, thinking that, well, that was an anomaly. And go ahead, George.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I understand like a lot of people are saying about the S-400, that it's a capable system, and and we have to give credit to the Ukrainians for, being able to evade it, with their pilots flying low and things like that. I understand that, and I understand it's multiple factors. The fact that maybe the Russian operators aren't as good as we thought they were, but hold on a second. You're going to tell me that you can't shoot down. Bear with me a minute. You can't shoot down aircraft that were designed in the 70s, right? Su-24s and MiG-29s and Su-25s with a system that is supposed to be your top of the line system. And you're going to tell me you didn't bring operators, your best operators, at least in the last 2-3 months, to try to shoot these things down, but you sold them as equivalent to the American Patriot systems? I'm not buying that.
Hey, George.
There's no,
yeah. To that, how often do they get to practice that? We do a lot of wargaming. How much of that do they do to test and find the weaknesses in their system like we do?
Oh, you're exactly right, Daryl. I mean, you're exactly right. But you can't sit there and tell me that you haven't shot down like, I don't know. Have we seen any numbers? I mean, I know the Russian claims are ridiculous. They've shot down. Remember, they've shot down 1,000 planes and 500 TB2 Bayraktar drones down. But still, the Ukrainians had less than 100 fighters and fighter bombers, and at last estimate that the Ukrainians still have about maybe 60 or 70 of their original aircraft is absolutely ridiculous. And there's no way that someone's going to tell me whether, the Greeks don't get much. I mean, there's other countries that have Patriots, not Greece, but there's other countries that have Patriots that don't get they can't afford to do the training that American operators do. But you're not going to tell me that the Poles, if the Poles were in charge of those Patriots, that they wouldn't have been able to take out more airplanes. It's just the system was overhyped. it was based on what claims of the Russians saying, and we haven't really seen it in combat anyway to justify what they were selling. And the Turks right now are like just banging their head on the wall right now, like, how stupid were we to buy this hunk of shit?
The only thing is, the Poles practice with the U.S. and other NATO nations.
Yes, they do. But I mean, you're talking about like live fire exercise. Actually, it's still not the same. And I just don't see how the S-400 right now is. I just don't see it. I mean, practice or not, the Patriot missile system would have been able to engage some of those aircraft. And I just don't see the S-400. I mean, they're not even barely firing the damn thing. They're firing it at HIMARS. I mean, how ridiculous is that? You can't shoot down a MiG-29 that has a radius of like several of like at least 8-10 feet. But you're telling me you're going to try to use it to hit a HIMARS that has a radius of maybe 24 inches, if that.
Yeah, completely. I mean, yes, I think training is absolutely an issue. There's no question about this. This is well known. Everything in NATO air forces, have basically everyone has basically double the hours of training, I would imagine, compared to Russia. I don't have hard numbers on the rest of the support infrastructure behind that. Like we're talking about air weapons controllers and stuff like that. And how much the integrated air defense trains, but I feel fairly confident to say that it's similar to the pilots, like at least double the amount of training and a lot of criticality, like criticism or root cause analysis, after action reports, stuff like that, where you're basically trying to get to a correction of errors to improve constantly. Whereas, in any autocratic regime, no one's going to own up to screwing up, right? Because that's I mean, even in private industry, we have these things called blameless RCAs, blameless root cause analysis, where you take names out and you try to get to the root cause of why something went wrong. And the point being here that we don't see these things happening, and so not only is there not the training, but when it comes to S400 itself, there's some pretty interesting discussions about this. I mean, I don't always go to YouTube, but if you Google, why the West is not necessarily, or why the US is not afraid of the S400, and you compare, our doctrine to theirs. I mean, and the munitions we have, like for seed and harm munitions and so forth. It shouldn't be surprising to anyone. And yeah, not only should the Turks be kicking themselves over buying this weapon systems, but they should be kicking themselves twice again in over what this has deprived them of. Because not only have they bought a lemon, they've bought a lemon that has sown distrust, so that they're not going to get the other stuff they want, the good stuff, from other Western nations. So I think the Turks have made a huge mistake. We've had a lot of people request. Oh, go ahead, George. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just really quick, and in reference to the Ukrainians using the S-300 and the success they've had again with that, remember their success, stellar, that they've been able to shoot down what they've been able to shoot down, but most of the success of their S-300s have been against the Caliber cruise missiles, which obviously are not, we're talking about something that's flying at sub-Mach speeds, right?
Yep, absolutely.
To get the faster missiles, some of the more advanced, if you want to call them that, the faster missiles that the Russians have been using, we've seen a higher rate of them being shot down lately. But we know that the Ukrainian air defense now has been upgraded, right? With whether it's the British Stormer type vehicles, you know, and what they're firing, and also the NASAMS missiles. So yes, we're starting to see a higher incidence of, you know, success with the Ukrainians especially the last maybe couple of weeks. But I think that's because their air systems have been upgraded. Remember, the S-300 wasn't really doing that much against some of the other Russian aircraft. The ones that we were seeing brought down, we saw a couple of, maybe I think we saw an Su-35 and maybe a couple of Su-300s, and they were usually brought daylight with unmanned pads. So yeah, they're not the systems they were told that they were propaganda to us, if that's a word. And just like the Russian military isn't the big red boogeyman that we all thought it was going to be for all these years. And Daryl, I don't know if you remember though, you know, when we used to do those exercises, remember we had the Op4 guys. I was Op4 for a year. I did it when I was in at Bragg at Mouth Sites. I think we gave them too much benefit for the doubt there, because
George, real quick, could you explain to our non-military audience, OPFOR, I think it means opposing force, so it's like an adversarial exercise? Go ahead.
Yes. So what you do is we trained and we trained in what we thought were Soviet Warsaw Pact tactics. We actually had uniforms that kind of mimicked the Warsaw Pact, at least, you know, from afar. We actually had vehicles that were mocked up a little bit to look like Soviet vehicles. And what would happen was they'd send units to like areas where we had Op4 forces, and American units would get to practice against opposing force that looked and supposedly fought the way the Soviets would fight, you know. And there was a big one in Hohenfels, and there's the one I forget what it is. It's out west in the United States, and there were smaller forces in bases along the southeast coast. But I think we gave them too much benefit of the doubt, because right now, even the guys that were, remember the airborne forces that they were supposedly highly rated. I mean, they got their clocks cleaned by the Ukrainians in the beginning of the war. I mean, they absolutely got obliterated. So I think we definitely overemphasized their capabilities. We overestimated them. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you for those points, George. We've got a lot of people coming up. Oh, Daryl, go ahead.
I just want to say something to what George was saying. I think it was Trent and we were talking about this, and he was saying that how we actually did a lot of maintenance on the equipment, because they had a lot of the Russian equipment out there in 29 Palms and out there in Fort Bliss, I guess it is. And they did a lot of maintenance on that equipment. And that was something that was not done on the Russian equipment. So we were talking about that, and that seems to be one of the biggest differences in the Op4 forces and the actual Russian forces. And so it just can't, when we talked about it, it was like, yeah, they didn't do that. Something broke down, we fixed it. They don't. So that was one of those key things to that whole process in our Op4 system. We didn't account for that.
That's a good point. Yeah, we assume there's a certain level of maintenance and due diligence taking place, and that doesn't always appear to be the case. Hey, folks, just some house cleaning here. We've been getting a lot of requests, people going up and down. I know Twitter's been glitchy. If you do have a question or you wish to speak, please raise your hand so that we can go in order, because I can't tell, who wants to speak and when, and that really helps me out. And if you find that you're speaking and suddenly you can't hear anything anymore, that's usually Twitter blowing up on you. So in that case, the only way out of it, I guess, is to just check closed captions by pressing on the three dots above. And if you see the caption scrolling, you know that you're not hearing anything, and then you have to drop down to listener, probably quit your app, maybe do a couple of dances, jump up and down on your phone, scream in frustration like finance does, and then try again. And that's been the way it's been quite a bit lately. So our apologies, everyone. I noticed that we said, or I said S400, and suddenly Portland appeared. So I would imagine he might have something to say. But before we do that, I just want to welcome Ben, co-host. I didn't even see you come up here. You seem to have made a deal with Joseph, and you're now my new co-host. Thank you, Ben. How are you? Well, maybe he's.
Yep.
You're okay. All right. So going in order, Portland, did you want to speak? Otherwise, I shall go to Nina, who has got her hand up and is following the rules so beautifully.
I will defer to Nina. Yeah, I think that was pretty well covered.
Thank you, Portland. Actually, I wanted to ask you a question. What's up? What's up on? I don't know if you say Kherson or Kherson. I'm not talking about the oblast. I'm talking about the city. Yesterday, we heard some news that the Russians are actually like a little bit in a pocket there. What is your take on this? Thank you, Portland.
So the Ukrainians are continuing to shape the battle down south. The Saki air raid is kind of important. That basically cuts their availability of airframes for close air support by probably 70% or so. The Ukrainians have been working very, very carefully with some, I'm not sure how to describe it really, because the way they're behaving is very similar to German World War II Auftragstactic, which really emphasizes seizing the initiative, remaining methodical but remaining aggressive all the way through the operation. So if there's like a lull in the fighting and you think you've got the opportunity to grab a hold of an advantageous terrain feature, or you've got an enemy formation in a disadvantageous position, or whatever, you're expected to exploit it very quickly without necessarily waiting for permission from higher ups while you do it. So they've been working pretty diligently to isolate Kherson for a while, more than a month now. And the more they do this, the more I tend to think that the plan is probably going to be to isolate Kherson, cut it off from resupply, bypass it entirely, and then break out into the tank country east of, I think it's called the E97. It's been a couple of days since I've looked at the map and I can't remember the name of the road. Anybody correct me? The E97, is that the one that's just east? It runs sort of
northeast to southwest. Anybody have a map handy?
Not really.
I can't remember the name of the road, but either way, there's some pretty broken ground a little ways to the east of Kherson, and you don't really want to be messing around in tanks until you've gotten out to the east of that. So the continued methodical isolation of Russian forces in Kherson strikes me as, just a continuation of the strategic big picture that the Ukrainians have been advancing for at least the last month or month and a half. And I do keep on looking at this and wondering if it could be a Princeton Heights kind of a situation. And actually, the main attack will come from Zaporizhia. But honestly, at that point, I'm just sort of picking historical analogs and sort of guessing.
Thank you, Portland. But I'm sure that you saw, was it last night, they hit again some of the bridges that I think that they are now not working at all, those bridges. Am I right?
Right, yeah. So there appears to be a little bit of method to their madness, because it looks to me, for all the world, like the objective. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Check.
Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. It looks to me very much like what the Ukrainians are doing is basically leaving the Russians a ribbon of passable bridge that they can retreat over pretty much on foot, or maybe if they fancy chancing it in light passenger vehicles, but not enough bridge to reinforce the city with supplies or heavy equipment. So I think we should expect to see them hitting the dam near Novokakova and the Antonivka bridge and whatever other water crossings they've got with monotonous regular. What I do think we should be watching out for is when Ukraine decides to smash these ferries and pontoons, because I know that those are in range of Ukrainian artillery, and if Ukraine hasn't smashed them, it's because Ukraine doesn't want to, which means Ukraine is up to something that is not immediately obvious from where I'm sitting.
Can I have a follow-up, please?
No, just give me a second, Nina. I'd like to complement your previous question. Apparently this afternoon or late morning, the Ukrainians bombed Berdyansk. So it's a port city on the Azov Sea, in the Sea of Azov, which is not very far from Mariupol, if you picture it, and which could be considered as a potential target for an offensive, an Ukrainian offensive starting in Zaporizhia. And Axel was very excited because he was saying, well, that's perfect, because that makes it at the very least as a credible bluff for an offensive on Zaporizhia, and potentially it's not a bluff and it could be the real thing. So they are really pushing this narrative according to Axel, who of course is a bit of a Patton fan and just wants to go forward and wants blood, but at least this is something to take into in consideration for Portland. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so it looks like, as Portland said, the Ukrainians are up to something, and they are not. We have seen that they are very clever and creative, and they let the Russians come into Kherson city now. And as we talked yesterday, the more Russians they are letting in there, we can start sending them some like floating bananas or something that they can get over the river halfway, and then they will just be bombed there. But as you said, Ben, there are some other things going on. So it's not only in Kherson, and it's not only in Zaporizhia. It's like seems that it's being like a whole line here. Thank you.
Portland, you want to react to this?
Yeah. Sorry, I was having a spot of difficulty getting my phone to come off mute. Yeah, I find the whole thing quite strange because we know that they have taken delivery of, at the very least, several hundred PT-91 main battle tanks from Poland. Sources differ. Somewhere between 270 and 440. I'm a bit dubious of the first number because I can't find documentation regarding how many PT-91s have actually been built. But in any case, the weirdness basically is we know that these tanks have been delivered. We know that they've taken delivery of a significant number of upgraded T-72s from other sources. I like to focus on the PT-91 because they're so distinctive, like I could recognize them at an instant, right? And they're the best tanks right now that the Ukrainians have. Therefore, where we see a large number of these PT-91s, that is where the big fight is going to be. But here's the thing. I haven't seen a goddamn hair of any of them in weeks. I saw a batch of 25 coming in by train a couple of weeks ago. I saw a bunch of them doing what I assume to be some flavor of shakedown trials weeks before that. Aside from that, not a goddamn peep, right? So we all have to be honest about the fact that we actually have no particularly reliable idea where the Ukrainians are going to their offensive. We know that they will. They'd be foolish not to, but we don't know where. And I am only assuming that it's going to be Kherson, basically for two reasons. One, the Ukrainian general staff says it's going to be Kherson. And two, Kherson is the best tank country in all of Ukraine. But those are two fairly thin reasons for thinking that we know what the Ukrainians are going to do. So, yeah, I would caution everybody to remain curious and humble because if you think you figured out what's going on, then certainly the Russians think they've figured out what's going on. And we should expect the Ukrainians to do something completely different. Or, unfortunately, this gets a little bit circular. We should expect them to do the conventional thing because it is possible that the terrain advantage may outweigh the surprise advantage. There's just no way for us to tell. So, you take your number and you take your chances, I'm afraid.
Portland, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ukrainians have some really clever plan here. I actually believe that they have been so creative, and I think that we should expect that. Is it that you can't see those tanks on satellite pictures? What those Ukrainian tanks that you were talking about? That can they be hidden in the greens somewhere?
I mean, you know, anything can be hidden with enough tree coverage. But yeah, I have seen precisely zip for at least 3 weeks. But I know they're out there somewhere. I've seen them being delivered. And I will bet you that if I'm sitting here scratching my head going, I wonder where those like 300 odd tanks are, you can bet that it's keeping the Russians up at night. Because if I don't know where they are, I have access to better satellites than the Russians do. Okay, fine. You know, me and the people who do satellite imagery interpretation with me, there's only 3 of us and there are lots of the Russians. But doesn't change the fact that I have access to more and better quality imagery than they do. So if I can't find these tanks, the Russians can't find them. That sounds like a bad day if you are in the Russian general staff to me.
Joseph, are you in the Russian general staff?
Am I a Russian what then?
Are you part of the Russian general staff?
I'm not as of yet, but I hear that there are some open positions that they are trying to fill. So, I mean, I think, people like us might have a shot then at this point.
Don't take the job. The retirement plan is a zinc box.
At least there's a retirement plan, which is better than what I'm being offered at the moment. So, Ricardo has joined us. He has something to tell us, I think, about Russian anti-air systems.
Okay. All right. So the DM, I was not going to talk about that, but I can post it if you like. Or you can. I actually have a question. I'm not a military person, but Portland, for us who are not, when I evaluate this thing, it seems like, and maybe this is obvious.
Ricardo, he dropped. If you wait for a minute, either he really doesn't like you or I'll be back in a second.
Okay, well, I'll post what you were talking about.
Yeah, why don't you describe it as well? It's a very clever scheme.
Okay, done.
Well done.
Now, Ben, speaking of the Russian general staff, I've heard that some of them have tactically withdrawn out of the city of Kherson, leaving their men behind. Do we have any further confirmation on that yet that you're aware of, or is it still just something that's kind of I guess a little bit more than a rumor, but a little bit less than a confirmed fact at this point?
I don't know. I think the rumor, as you say, has started to be floated by the Ukrainian media, and let's be honest, it's fantastic trolling. And even if it was only trolling, it would be a massive win on the propaganda war chapter. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what it means. Because even if there's 30,000 men on the left, on the right bank of the Dnieper, what are we saying? That they're withdrawn their brigade level guys? Are we talking battalion level? I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just one general who moved back. So I'm not sure how significant it is.
If we look back at a historical example, I think back to Napoleon's little trip to Egypt. Do you remember that little story?
You're not going to start talking about French defeats U2, right? I've got Axel to bust my balls already.
I just remember he basically slipped out and he sort of left the Egyptian army, the French the Egyptian expedition. He sort of left it behind. He took some of his best guys and left them. So I think that's like the historical example I think of when I think of like such an event. But I don't know. Can you think of any other examples? I think there's some in Roman history of like commanders retreating or abandoning their men.
There's the Russian the Moscow retreat by the same Napoleon, where at some point he went like, yeah, it's smelling really bad. There's Cossacks going up and right, and he jumped into a sledge, took a few hundred horsemen with him, and just went and left whatever was left of his army to die. So yeah, that's bad. But again, in this case, when we say Russian command, I'm not sure what we're talking about. Are we talking about the front, like the southern command that has been already hit 2 or 3 days ago? Are we talking about the brigades that are in action, the BTRs, the BTGs? I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's true. It's a very general statement, and quite frankly, it's possible that their HQ, quote unquote, could have been withdrawn, pulled back. We'll say just to get out of like direct HIMARS or even direct artillery range or something. In other words, it might have been more of a military decision, but the Ukrainians are framing it for obvious reasons, and I think not incorrectly, that they've run away from the actual city. I mean, which is true. But yeah, I don't know. It's as you said. It's basically at this point right now kind of a rumor. It's sort of started by the Ukrainians. We don't really have any specifics, but I would say the fact that we sort of can believe it, that it's not the craziest thing we've heard. The crazy things we hear is when Ukraine, hits a Russian oil refinery with a drone or a major airbase in Crimea. That's when we go, holy cow, I can't believe that happened. But the idea that Russian commanders abandoned their men, I find that wholly believable. So I think, as you said, if it's just sort of information warfare on Ukraine's part, it's expertly done, but there might be more to it. I wouldn't doubt it if there was. Go ahead, Ben.
Personally, I don't believe it at all. The Russians have proven time and again that they were extremely slow at reacting, and that sort of swift movement, even by an HQ, is very not typical of them. Like these are the guys who've reinforced and the Chernobyevska over 12 times despite being hit again and again and again. So I don't understand. Like I think they would have enjoyed almost. They would have continued being hit, and I'm ready to bet they have some 3 or 4 star generals on the wrong side of the Dnipro who's going to find himself cut from his rear and try to swim or something and be caught by some Ukrainian cook who went to the Dnipro to pick up some water for the borscht, and it's going to take him prisoner with a spoon, and we're going to have a laugh at this. For me, the 4-star general is still on the right side of the Dnipro, and he will be prisoner. That's my bet.
From your mouth to God's ear, Ben.
Joseph, I think we have hands. Did you see who pulled it first?
I think John, but I don't know.
Oh, thanks. I'll be very brief.
John, I'm so sorry. I think Joseph was being attacked by a killing rabbit or something like that. You okay, Joseph?
Oh yeah, no, okay. I think it was John. I was just audibly not knowing and being it was a difficult decision, but I think it was John.
Okay. Sorry. So then go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you. I'll be very brief. Just a more recent example than Napoleon would be MacArthur and his staff abandoning the US Army in the Philippines. But that aside, I tend to agree with Ben. The senior commanders would not be leaving without the permission of Putin. And I think we're all fairly rank of
Ranking name, of course, I can respect that, but I can't see that there is. I see only Ricardo, so I'm talking to him now.
Yeah, please refer to
Nina.
me as Master Thomason, guys. That's my preferred type. No, I'm just kidding. Ricardo, go ahead.
Yeah, Nina, they're just doing the American pulling your leg. I have no military experience whatsoever. No, my question actually was, and I think anybody can. It's not really a question. It's just that as a non-military person, and what Portland was saying is that, I mean, for somebody who's not, it just seems to me that, and it may be obvious to you guys, that no matter what, Ukraine adapts. That's why I don't know that we can see a plan. I don't know that I've heard anybody talk about how well they just continually adapt. And it seems not, yeah, maybe planned, but they can adapt. It seems like on a dime, and unfortunately, the dime is in the Russians' pocket.
Yeah, I think Gurney's spoken to this a little bit, and I think he's laid out a really brilliant explanation. And I'll do my best to butcher it for you right now, which is that a military plan isn't necessarily a master plan that has a beginning point and an end point, and it's all just going to kind of go according to that plan. I think, as Gurney points out, it's sort of a step-by-step process, and in each phase of the plan, there's almost like a new plan. And the important thing is planning for all the contingencies around it and then dealing with the results of what happens in each phase, right? And so what the Ukrainians are effectively doing is integrating new, capabilities and weaponry into their arsenal, and then they're using it, and then they're sort of measuring the Russian response, right? So, I mean, we've seen this over and over and over, right? So Russia had basically the ability to, early in the war, they attempted to gain air superiority. They flew aircraft out. All of a sudden, the Ukrainians had, anti-air manpads, and they used them. And all of a sudden, Russia had to change their strategy. And so, that sort of went on and on and on. And now we're at the stage where like there's HIMARS shooting ammunition depots. And like now Ukraine's sort of seeing, okay, what's Russia going to do? What's Russia going to do in a situation like Kherson, right? And at each stage, so they've took out one bridge. And then, they said, okay, now you have a choice. So they see, okay, Russia's trying to build a pontoon bridge. And so I guess, again, like Gurney said it a lot better than I am right now, but that there's like this, each stage of the plan has to be kind of rethought with your enemy's reaction. And as Colonel Spencer likes to always say, the enemy gets a vote, right? The enemy gets a vote in your plan. The weather gets a vote. There's other factors at play. And so it's always good to like kind of reassess your plan or have a contingency in place for if X happens, then Y, right? So I think that's kind of the long answer. When we think about military planning, it's about planning for contingencies, and it is about adapting, or at least a good military plan is, right? It's about once a certain objective has been achieved, your enemy is going to react in some way, and then like dealing with that reaction as some part of the overall plan. But it's like a continuous process. Ben, any thoughts on this like broad idea of military planning and contingencies and the enemy's ability to react to it or adapt to it?
I may not have much to say on this chapter. I'm sorry, this is a bit a lot above my pay grade. I'm happy to see whenever the Ukrainians do something cool. They've killed a major of the VDV recently, so rest in pieces. And yeah, I'm sorry, Ricardo. I'm potentially even worse at you than sorry, I'm potentially even worse at military stuff than you are. So I can't help you much there. Sorry, Major.
But yeah, I think like overall, we've heard Colonel Spencer, who's actually been on the ground in Ukraine and who is a military person who has been in a role where he's done military planning to some degree. Like the Ukrainians are great planners. They're planning very actively. I don't know what that entails exactly, but I imagine Colonel Spencer went into a room and there were a lot of guys sitting over maps talking about, if this happens, we do this. If that happens, we do that. We get supplies here. We, in case the Russians try to counterattack, this is what we do. We need to make sure that building's neutralized before we move forward. All the stuff that you need in a good plan, right? I mean, we've all made a plan in our lives. I think that there's the Ukrainians seem particularly good at that aspect of the operations that they do. And then I think, the part, basically, as far as I can tell, the part where they really fall short is their equipment. Like they need more equipment. If they could, their plans get a lot bigger. We've seen this over and over, right? When we gave them HIMARS, like it was clear they had a plan ready, right? Like they had a plan ready to go. They just needed the HIMARS to do it. So yeah, I think that's just maybe another aspect of this, right? Is that Ukraine clearly has the planning ready. They've got the capability to do stuff. And I'd say the main thing they need is just, the heavy weapons that we're constantly, drumming the beat of, like Ukraine needs more of. And this is why, right? We've seen absolutely stark evidence that whenever they get the weapons, they make a great plan and they execute it. And we're baffled. The Russians are baffled. The world, the global media, for the 5-minute attention span that it has, is baffled. And then we all just kind of accept it as the new normal. And then Ukraine does something that, once again, we can't believe, and on it goes. But anyway, Ben, any last follow up on this?
It may not be directly related, but it's something that I enjoyed hearing about. There was a French general who's heading the French special forces at the moment, and he was talking about the Western NATO understanding of special forces. And what he was saying was quite interesting, because he was saying that on top of the sort of mission sending them to do the difficult things, kill bin Laden, train people in the middle of the mountains or whatnot, One of the main missions of special forces in Western military is to try out new kit, new way of using it, new type of techniques that then become mainstream in other units. So if you think, for instance, I may be wrong, but that's the way I interpreted this. The way they break down, they break doors and they clear rooms, etc. This used to be something that in the 90s only like maybe 20 units in the world had trained in, like the SAS and few others had this level of proficiency. Nowadays, any grunt in the US Army has done some room clearing training, knows how to hold his weapon in case of QCB, I think. So there's this level of learning that goes first through the special forces and then spreads out. And what the Ukrainians seems to have been doing is that, well, I'm sure that some units are particularly good at trying new stuff. There seems to be a way of everyone is trying something. Everyone is pushing the ball, trying to find new stuff, inventing new systems, and that if you think about the drones, it's almost impossible for units that have just bought the latest DJI to have been trained with the drones, and so they're all trying to new stuff. There must be a level of communication which is pretty amazing, but also completely flat. Or almost completely flat. And if you think of our friend Ryan, I don't think he's an especially elite special ops type of unit. And still, he basically invents and reinvents drones. He told us himself that he was trying something out. He contacted someone in the rear to fetch him some engines, and then he went to Kiev, and he got I don't remember exactly the story he told us, but like he basically built his own little fleet of drones, and there he went because he was not happy with what he was receiving from the US, those switchblades which he thought were too expensive and were not exactly fitting his needs. That's and that I think is pretty amazing. Also, yeah, I think we could wax lyricals, but this level of flat organization is one of the things that really caught my attention.
Yeah, and I guess just to underscore your point real quick, Ben, I'll start with just saying we've had a lot of Ukrainian soldiers named Roman on the space lately, so I'm not 100% sure. So the surnames, but the first Roman I'm referring to was a private, but he was recently promoted, I think, to a commander, and then we had Kovalev, Roman Kovalev, his major afterwards. So this private sort of described what you said. He said basically everyone's kind of, most people are civilians or they're kind of new to this. Everyone understands like there's a learning curve that everyone's trying to learn from each other. One person might know something that other people don't, even though someone ranks higher. There's kind of this, like, as you pointed out, like a flat organizational approach. And he described it as like a very, like, I don't know, vibrant but anarchic kind of, effort to learn on everyone's behalf. And then his major came on, Roman Kovalev. And he said, and I love this quote, I'll use it at every opportunity. He said that right now the Ukrainian army is 1/3 Cossack, 1/3 anarchy, and 1/3 NATO standard, right? So that 1/3 anarchy is kind of the flat that's where the experimentation happens, right? So yeah, I think that, and then we look at everything that they're improvising from just like small things like adding remote capability on certain devices or drones, adding explosives, to large things like they're engineering improvised rocket propelled, or rocket vehicles, like basically improvised grad launchers. They're putting them on pickup trucks and other types of military vehicles. So we're seeing all kinds of improvisation on behalf of the Ukrainians when it comes to planning, when it comes to engineering, when it comes to weapons creation, things like that. So excellent points, Ben. And with that, I know Ollie's been trying to get up for a while. Ollie, go ahead. We lose Ollie. Nope, there he is.
Hey Joseph, hey Ben. Hope you guys are good. Hope everyone is good. Basically, what I came to talk about was Wagner. I don't want to shift the talk anywhere else, but with everything going on and like what could be done about them? Like, could they be designated as a terrorist organization? Like, because of what's happening, I read the news today, and they are actually doing bidding to get into the country north of Ghana, that's Burkina Faso. And yeah, that's why I'm just kind of thinking what could be done to like just crush the organization.
Yeah, thanks, Ollie. So I think it's a great point, right? The Wagner Group, which is a sort of Russian mercenary organization we've heard a lot about, is also very active in Africa. They've also been very active in Syria. And at every place they've been found, especially in Africa, they've been party to horrific war crimes. And in fact, they've sort of been training regimes in Africa to like help like or sort of, I guess we might call it Russian style, like, you know, counterinsurgency or whatever you want to call it, where they just mass murder everybody. So yeah, it's definitely a major issue. I think we need to think about like long-term how to contain Wagner Group. I think designating them a terrorist organization is a good idea. I think right now, the damage to Wagner Group just from the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been so severe that at the very least they've been crippled by this event more than any other in their history. That said, I think long term we do need some kind of plan. But I saw finance popped up, so finance, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been pounding the declare Wagner Group a terror organization drum for a while now in this space. I want to reiterate that atrocities are what they do, right? Like they've done them in Syria, they've done them in Russia. They've done them throughout Africa. In Africa, in Central African Republic, there are credible accounts of Wagner mercenaries committing cannibalism. No joke, cannibalism in the 21st century, courtesy of these guys. It really doesn't get any more horrific than that. When you're like, oh, what crime could be worse than what they do? Nope, they will find a new low. Their specialty is in oppressing populations with mass atrocities, as you said. It is very, very difficult to say that they are not a terror organization. So I don't know how that hasn't happened. If nothing is done about these guys, though, like other organs of the Russian state, I would not expect them to disappear. While I'm sure many of their operators have not anymore, and if they are not stopped along with the Russian state in this horrific war, they're going to continue. They're going to continue spreading their doctrine amongst the various dictators and friends of Russia in a post-war environment. These guys are not just active in Russia; they're active in other countries as well. And there really needs to be a playbook to stop these guys and other groups that would pop up to mimic their atrocity spreading approach that suggests that the appropriate way to deal with civil discontent is through mass murder and mass atrocities as a form of oppression. And so that's what I would say. These people make my blood boil.
Thank you, finance. And Ollie, do you want to follow up? Oh, we lost Ollie. We'll get Ollie back.
Also, hi, Ollie. Nice to see him again. Happy to have our Ghanaian friend up here. Always nice to have a friendly African voice who sees it from their lens and can explain in cultural context when we have other African speakers just how horrific the actions of Russia are.
Yeah, if someone told me the Wagner Group was like hanging out in Mexico, I'd be pretty terrified. Sorry, I think Ben wanted to say something. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, there's one thing we should add about the Wagner Group is that they are terrifying against the weak, but every single time they came up against better organized, better trained, better supported adversaries, they got, and I think that's the technical term, they got their ass whooped. It's well known that in Deir el-Zor in Syria in 2020, they went out against a couple of platoons, I think, of American Marines. And I would say they had a bloody nose, and that would be correct, but the bloody nose was all that was left of them because they got completely thrashed. And also very interestingly, in Tripoli, during the Battle of Tripoli in 2018, they seem to have had enormous losses. That they really got they really got thrashed by the. I'm not exactly sure who it was. I think it might have been the Turkish Special Forces or Libyan units trained by the Turkish Special Forces. But in any case, the guys of Wagner got seriously decimated. And in Ukraine, again, at the moment, yeah, whenever they have massive artillery support and air cover, they can hold their line, which makes them decent light infantry. But time and again, it has been shown that if they don't have that artillery, if they don't have that fire support from the air, they are dreadful, and they're fearsome, and that's psyop. You really don't want to fall prisoner into their hands, but that's all they are. They're bloodthirsty vampires, but they're not good military. And again, I am not a military expert. I'm not a very good one to judge, but based on the result, when you're 0-3, that doesn't speak in your favor.
But you're right, Ben. Thank you for that follow-up there. I think, Ollie, if you wanted to follow up, go ahead.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with what Finance and Ben and you, Joseph, you were trying to say. And there needs to be a plan for this group Wagner, because looking at their influence, especially in Africa, they seem to do the bidding and empowerment of dictators, and it's very, very sad. You have countries getting them in, like Mali is a very, very typical example. Mali's junta knows that they could be gotten rid of, just like what happened in Guinea a few months ago or a year ago. So the Russians kind of do their negotiations with these dictators, and they sign dirty deals, and they get Wagner to protect them. And this has not been happening just recently. I happen to be doing this course, and it has to do with politics in Ghana. And our very, very first president, there were reports that when he was president, he was literally a dictator. He killed his political. He imprisoned the opposition, and there were reports that his security detail were Soviet soldiers. So it's been happening for a long time, and I'm surprised it's still happening. There needs to be a plan for the group. They do bidding for dictators. They empower dictators. there are reports, nasty reports of stuff they do to Africans in Mali. I'm sure all of you know of the story of the village, the mine village, and like they were all killed, and they actually bidding to get into Burkina Faso. So it's a little bit messed up with the whole issue of extremism in sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah.
Ollie, I don't know what you're doing on Wednesday early afternoon, our time, basically. I think it's gonna be 12 o'clock UTC, so you can figure out what time it is for you. There's a French expert called Vincent Touret who's going to come to speak to us, and you can believe that probably the first or the second question out of my mouth for him is going to be, why haven't the French Special Forces done away with those guys? This would be the most direct way of helping Ukraine, and honestly, that would be a way of spending my tax money that I would be really, really, really happy about.
Yes, Ben, I couldn't agree more. I was thinking, because they've already set up bases in Mali. There are good jets in Niger, French Rafales jets in Niger. They could do some good runs. And I mean, in as much as I like peace, I think these people are not human. They are very evil with them, the kind of things they do. And the French Special Forces, because as you were explaining earlier on, they seem to always fret when it comes to facing a more organized and a more capable force. With the story of what happened to them in Syria, close to 200 of them, I've read, were just obliterated, like they were just killed. So I think something, and it's not going to be, and that's the problem, escalation, as they always say, but something should be done. And yeah, it comes down to the leaders too. It's these leaders who sign these dirty deals with these this group, this organization. They empower them, they protect them, and they loot, they kill, every evil thing you could think about. They just go about doing it. So yeah, I think I'd put it in my reminders. I'd make sure I come on Wednesday. Yeah, thank you, Ben.
Anytime, Ollie. Can you stick around because I'll have a few questions for you, I'm sure, with Joseph. But for the moment, Sean has his hand raised, and unless Finance or Joseph want to continue on the subject of Wagner, we could go to it.
Yes,
I think I'm good.
yes, I'll be
Ollie,
here.
go ahead.
Yes, I'll be here.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Ollie is here. If anyone does want to come up and continue this line of questioning, Finance, did you have anything you wanted to add about this topic, or otherwise we'll move to Sean?
I've said what I need to say.
Great, Sean, go ahead.
Thanks. Just kind of getting back to where somebody just left off, is the sort of ingenuity and creativity of Ukrainians. And having worked there for a few summers, like I've seen it firsthand in the context of archaeology and, doing sort of new and exciting things at the time, like photogrammetry and 3D modeling. So seeing them, at work with computers and shovels and, whether it's engineering, again, software, whatever, like I just, I'd like to hear more about, that to me is a huge X factor. Again, I'm no military person, but I just know sort of the skills that they bring and have, and that along with the heart, it's not going to be beat. So just kind of wanted to add that, and thanks for the space.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. I'm like infinitely obsessed with Ukrainian technicals. Every time I find one, I show it to every military person I know, and I'm like, "Do you see what they did? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it cool? What if you had it? What would you do?" And they're like, "Geez, Joe, leave me alone." But yeah, so I'm definitely obsessed with the idea, like their kind of engineering capacities, Definitely, we've heard a lot about their software capabilities in terms of fighting Russian cyber attacks, but also in terms of their ability to create a coordinated artillery system and sort of information system for their military. Definitely cool stuff. So did you say you did archaeology in Ukraine? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, we were working on the, I was with the university and we were working on the nomination for Hersonesus. So the site there in Crimea. And so staying on an old base, I was there in the early mid 2000s. So this was during the Orange Revolution, a little bit, before the and of course the current circumstances. But so we were working with a multidisciplinary team, people from all over the world, and then also working with students from Kiev and Kiev Mohila, I think was the name of the school, as well as kids from students from Simferopol. And so sort of got to experience the dynamics again of the early mid 2000s of this, these same issues that I hear discussed in this space all the time of use of language and these all of the, I guess I wish I would have had more insight into honestly Russian propaganda back in those days, because I heard the stories of a lot of the kids in Simferopol, students from Simferopol, they had Russian passports at the time, and it always sort of baffled me to why is this, and then heard a lot, from friends that were in Kiev who would talk, they would speak in Ukrainian, and sort of the grief that they got and the shit that they took sometimes for just speaking Ukrainian. Of course, my language was pretty limited at the time, and so I missed out on a lot of that. It was all context clues basically in what they would tell me. But yeah, it was a fantastic experience. Such a beautiful place. I can't wait to go back once Crimea is back in Ukrainians' hands where it belongs. I can't wait to go back. Wait for the party.
Yeah, thanks for elaborating on that. Curious. Thanks so much. Ben, if you had any questions about archaeology in Ukraine in the early 2000s, otherwise maybe we can go to George, who came up. Ben?
This is a rabbit hole I will refrain from following, but it's not out of. I would have loved to, but I won't go there. I won't go there.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely like just, I don't know, Ukraine, right? The old and the new, right? I mean, it's a very, very old, I don't know, civilization, for lack of a better term. It's a place that has been inhabited for a very long time in human history, but also a place where, technology, software, IT is, they're kind of at the forefront of that stuff. So it's just kind of an interesting dynamic, interesting contrast, and it's sort of, the Ukrainian character, the old and the new, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I actually have got a question for finance, and he dropped. All right, too bad. And that was well synchronized. George, save me for myself.
Actually, I was going to go down the rabbit hole you didn't want to go to, but I wanted to ask Sean. Is he still here?
Yep, still here.
Have you heard any? I mean, that was the early 2000s. Have you heard anything about that site or anything since the Russians have taken over, have occupied Crimea? Have you heard anything about the site from any of your the people that you were there with?
Yeah, I still have some friends who keep in touch. A lot of the staff changed over when Crimea was annexed and occupied, and so there's not a whole lot of information that comes out of it. Recently, I've there was a brand new museum that was built to build an exhibit for all of the stele and stuff like that, and I've heard it's sort of fallen into some disrepair and just the grounds. It was a preserve. I don't know how well it's being taken care of. I've heard some stuff like that just because of the staff turnover, but it's hard to get good information out of there.
One more question. So when you guys were excavating in that area?
Yes.
So was it like ancient like Roman settlements, or what era were you guys looking at, if you don't mind me
Yeah,
asking?
no, not at all. It was a little bit of everything. I can tell you from experience, found a little piece of white ceramic plate, essentially with the Nazi swastika on it, and literally 10 feet bust of Hercules that had been reused. It was from the Roman times and had been reused in a Byzantine wall. So, it was, civilization going back to early man. The site we were working on was mostly the city, right around.
Did we lose you or did
Oh, check. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, so all periods, most of the stuff we were digging were Byzantine, and there were some Roman burials that were excavated as well. So it was massive. This was a multi-year project where they were doing excavations in the city and in the Cora, so in sort of the more agricultural lands outside of the city. So there were, I think they did, I was, with the university, was there for like 12 years, 14 years. I was there for 3. And so there's a long history of excavation there.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm hoping that in the time since, and that stuff is still intact, because the history of human, when you look about the history of human culture and how long those areas have been developed by different different empires and things, it's amazing, and it's a rich cultural history down there. And we all know how Russians, they're destroying everything that's Ukrainian. You see them destroying museums, memorials. In Mariupol, we heard that they had ransacked museums with artifacts, and God knows what happened to them. And hopefully those mongrels didn't just melt down things to take them back home to their, to their family. So yeah, unfortunately, we do tend to lose a lot of things of cultural value for the world anyway.
Oh, agree 100%. It's heartbreaking to see some of the looting and pillaging. Much less the murder and rape and all the other horrible atrocities. But yeah, it's a land of a long history, and to see that just pillaged and destroyed, it's horrible.
I mean, Sean, I imagine they take a lot of precautions at archaeology sites. Getting shelled by artillery is probably not good for any of these World Heritage sites, right?
You would think, but the Russians seem to know, that they don't give a shit. And so, yeah, no, I mean, you would hope that they would protect that stuff. But again, I have zero faith in the Russians. So there's that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sean. I mean, we saw priceless artifacts in Syria, destroyed by the Russians. So not wrong. John, please go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. I was just going to mention I had seen this come across my feed about a day or so ago, that apparently some kind of ceramic pot, or portion of a ceramic pot, engraved in it with a Ukrainian trizub, was apparently found in an excavation near Minsk in Belarus.
I heard that too, John, and I think the article I read, they were worried that that artifact would be destroyed, because remember, the whole deal with Belarus, and well, not Belarus, but that lunatic Lukashenko, because he's of Putin's tuchus, is Ukraine doesn't really exist as a separate culture. They're really Russians that forgot they're Russian. So hopefully those artifacts aren't destroyed. and I know that that's one of the fears from a lot of Ukrainian archaeologists and historians, that the Russians will destroy like ancient texts and manuscripts, especially in those monasteries and churches.
John, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Do you know what happened in Tripoli in 2018 and what the Wagner Group, what sort of a role the Wagner Group played there?
I'm about the least knowledgeable person you could ask in terms of events in Africa.
Too bad, too bad. I'm trying to find sources and I'm struggling a little bit. But I will continue digging. Meanwhile, oh, Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to drop down, but just wanted to quickly thank everybody. This space is something special. Much love to everybody out there. Keep up the good work, and Slava Ukraini.
Here I'm Slav. I have to say it, Ben. Do you feel compelled to say it?
No, I actually don't like to say it.
It's like I don't know. In music school, people used to go and they'd play all the notes to a scale except the last one, and someone would have to run over the piano and play the last note. To me, it's like that. It's like you have to say it.
Well, I'm probably not a very musical person. That explains it.
Got to resolve, Ben.
Well, yeah. Ole, can I ask you something? Over the past, when was it, 2 or 3 days ago, President Zelensky mentioned Ghana, and if I'm not wrong in my slides, the PRC, Congo. And can you tell us what he said and how was it received in Ghana?
Hey Ben, yeah, that's a very, very good question. And yeah, I mean, the whole problem right now is things are very, very tough, and the whole issue of the war in Ukraine. You have people in support of Ukraine and they just don't like what's going on, but they are just very, very little, like they are few. And a very, very big chunk of the population is just trying to survive because of inflation, and things are so hard and everything is tough right now. So they just don't care because they just want to survive. But you have this very good number who feel good about it, but it's not very spoken about in the media. And you go through the comments when Zelensky spoke about Ghana, and you see comments like, we are hoping for a Ukrainian embassy in Ghana, like stuff like that. There are people who really care, but they don't want to come out. They are just hidden. And for myself, I even find it hard to find people like that who care for Ukraine, but they are just hidden in Ghana. So I know of this Ukrainian Ghanaian family, and she's from her mom is from Ukraine and her dad is from Ghana, but she was born in Ukraine, but she lives here. And I've been trying to get her to come on here to speak, give a kind of perspective, because she says she sometimes has arguments with her classmates about the war, trying to explain, and people just not wanting to listen. Some people just want to spew the old trash, the Russian propaganda. But yeah, that's how it is. It's like that. Things are kind of tough, so people have not really focused their mind. They just want to survive. People are finding it hard to get 3 square meals. People are eating maybe roughly once a day. So they don't care, they just want to survive. But there's also a good number who care and they are hidden, because Twitter is a good place. You go and you see they're actually Ghanaians in support of Ukraine, but they are just hidden. You just can't find them because that's how it is.
One question: how does the Russian propaganda reaches Ghana? Is it are there Ghanaian relays, or do they go straight to the English language RT or something like that?
No, none. Okay, it's going to be long, but I'll try to keep it short. None of our cable TVs or our satellite TVs down here stream RT. So the only way you're going to get it is on YouTube, and they have been taken off YouTube. So people don't get it on YouTube unless they go to their website. But it's deep-rooted, as I'm saying. I could explain from I'm taking a full course in this issue, and the title of the course is Politics in Ghana. From after after independence. So like there have been explanations on why there's Russian influence in Ghana. So when Ghana gained independence, our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, I'm sure some of you know him. He was a dictator. He was brutal to his political opposition. He imprisoned them, but he was loved by the people. And Ghana's foreign policy during his time was not to side with anyone. And unfortunately, when Ghana gained independence during this period, the Cold War was in its peak, and Ghana's soul was at stake. Ghana had to choose between freedom or totalitarianism. So it was a whole mess. And Kwame Nkrumah, he promised not to align with either the West or the East, but he started preaching about communism in Ghana, and he started aligning with the East badly. He was their kind of darling boy. They loved him because he was preaching their stuff here. So it's happened a long time. It's deep rooted. It's been there a long time ago, and you could talk of his security detail and basic stuff like I overheard some students arguing in school the other time on how they think the Russian military is so powerful and they could crush the American military, and explaining the whole concept of warfare and military power and air force. You need air superiority to people who don't appreciate it. So I don't like to explain that. I just allow them to go. But
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to redirect you very quickly. Where do you hear actually today pro-Russian propaganda? Is it on TV? Do you hear this on TV, or do people just?
No, it's not on TV. So it's basically, as I was saying, the Soviet Union. The people got scholarships to go study in the Soviet Union during this first president's tenure. So you see that kind of sense of the Russian people are what I keep on saying. The Russians present themselves to Ghanaians as their liberators. Like they claim that they helped us to get our independence. So you never hear Russian propaganda on TV. No, it doesn't happen. But it's just to the few educated people who got their education in the Soviet Union. And WhatsApp. WhatsApp is notorious for spreading Russian propaganda. I remember when the war started, the same thing that you hear every Russian say of Donbass. There was a whole video, there was a whole kind of WhatsApp message going around trying to justify why Russia is in Ukraine, of Nazis, that bullshit. You get it, but you never hear Russian propaganda on TV. No, it doesn't happen. It all boils down to what I keep on saying. The reason why countries like China has so much influence in African countries. Like the sense of abandonment. African countries used to have good relationships with the West, but some got abandoned. I could talk of Ghana because for Ghana, for instance, I could say when I was growing up, I think our relationship with America was the best, one of the very best. I remember very well when Obama came to Ghana. Those kind of things, basic stuff like you have American volunteers come into your school. I remember that very well. And they don't come and preach to us that they are liberators and they are freedom fighters. They come to instill values, teach about like respecting ourselves, those kind of stuff. But right now with what these kids are learning and the influence from China is very, very scary. And like after 2010, I could say 2010, yeah, like the relationships as we when I was growing up, everything changed. I think, was it Obama came to Ghana? Which other American president came to Ghana in the past 20 years? If Joseph, if you could remind me, I've forgotten the other American presidents. Sorry.
I don't know. I mean, Bush had a couple initiatives in Africa. I know he kind of increased it, but I don't know if he actually visited Ghana or not.
Yeah, I think it was no, I didn't see Bush. But yeah, there was a good relationship and it was steady. And when we were abandoned, so I'm not saying we are abandoned, but some countries have been abandoned and they feel very, very abandoned. So that's when the East came to fill up the space and they kind of claim that they are liberators. They lie about things they've done, and the
Yeah, and
issue.
Ollie, as someone who knows about the history of your country, I mean, did Russia really have? As far as I know, Russia didn't have any role in helping Ghana achieve liberation from their colonizers. Like Ghana did that themselves, right?
No, they absolutely had no role. They didn't do anything. But that's what they do. They behave and they project themselves as liberators. They lie to people, and people just spread it. It's very, very
Yeah,
fast.
it's
That's the
really a
problem.
patronizing idea, right? The idea that you needed their help in any way. Go ahead.
Yes, I agree with you. It's true. They behave and they tell people they were liberators. They fought for our freedom. They helped us fight for our freedom. And the whole issue is illiteracy. People not wanting to read. I find myself not certain. I say I want to set up spaces where I post in school and people come on. But these are people who just don't want to learn about international stuff. And that's why I find myself spending odd times and odd hours staying up late, listening to spaces like this, Miria. It's amazing. I learn always. Any single time I come on here, I learn something new. And people just don't want to learn. So they find themselves falling for this kind of lies that the Russians and I mean Ben could be a witness of that. What the Ugandan president posted when the Russian foreign minister, that Bozo, went to his country about how Russians never did anything to them, and the people who did something to them, they're working with them. Like, just utter nonsense. I think supporting Ukraine is a moral duty. You can't see injustice and you kind of say, no, they should do what they are doing. It's absolutely wrong. So we should, as you guys are doing an amazing job, sometimes I ask myself like questions like, does Axel get any rest? Anytime I come on here, I see him, you, Joseph, you run the show from a long time. I wake up early in the morning, I see you around 6 a.m. Ghana time. Like, it's just amazing. Yeah.
Honestly,
Ben,
I don't work as hard as Axel, man. Axel, you're right. Like, he doesn't sleep that much. He basically doesn't believe in sleep. He's always telling, like, Ben can confirm this. He's always telling us, like, you sleep too much. Like, you should stop sleeping so much. He believes in, like, less sleep is, I don't know, healthy for you, Ben. Do you understand Axel's obsession with not sleeping?
I think Axel is happy not to hear me too often, so he's happy when I'm sleeping. So he never told me to not sleep.
Ben would love to sleep, I'm sure. He just can't because of baby, right, Ben?
It's more of my wife, but that's another issue. We'll keep it private. Yeah, no, I think the position of Russia and Ghana is a little bit more complex than Oli makes it to be, as far as I understand it. Is that back in the 60s, Ghana was indeed the darling of the Soviet camp, and they expended quite a lot of money on what they call white elephants. Oli, can you explain to us what a white elephant is?
sorry, Ben. I think you need to enlighten me. I have not really read about that, but I know they were investing money into propaganda here.
Yeah, white elephants are, well, basically, what you need to always keep in mind, because that is something we tend to forget. But the Soviet Union was considered as the great development success of the 20th century up until the 70s and even early 80s. They were considered as a peasant country which had managed to, through sheer pure will, to become an industrial power of at a world level. And so a lot of people were craving for this model that would allow them in 10 or 20 years to turn their, at least that's the way they perceived it, backward country, poor country, into a rich, powerful industrial power. And Ghana was no exception. And they basically designed a plan which was to industrialize Ghana. I think there's a famous aluminium plant that was designed in Ghana, and as you probably know, aluminium requires massive amounts of electricity. So there was a giant dam that was built, and the giant plant. And I think the dam never produced a single kilowatt of electricity, and the aluminium plant never worked. And those massive projects are called white elephants. But I guess finance knows a lot more than me about these sort of things. So you can join the conversation or bring it somewhere else.
Ghanaian aluminum is a bit outside of even my obscure knowledge pool, so I would have to kick that one to Ali if we wanted to hear about that.
I mean, I'm so impressed by Ben's knowledge about all of this with the dam and the industrialization plan that the Soviets put in place. I think Ben you should come down here. You have a Ghanaian passport waiting for you. I'm very, very impressed. It's hard to see Westerners being knowledgeable about Ghana like that. I mean, it's true. You could, like, there are factories that Ben is talking about that they set up and they are still there. Like, they are non-operational since the 60s that they were built. They haven't produced a single. So you could talk about the the factory that Kwame Nkrumah, the aluminium factory that Ben is talking about, yes, they've not produced anything. So yes, I agree with you, Ben.
Okay, I think we can continue with the menagerie, but finance, you wanted to contribute to something, and then I've got a question for you.
Well, I came to hear what your question was.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, you have a website, right? I'll take it as a yes. And I wanted to pitch you an article for your website if you're interested. And it was about Kuleba. Are you interested in an article about Kuleba?
Okay, I'm already one article behind. Why not two? Why should I write about this?
Okay, so quick pitch. Kuleba is in the neighborhood of Moscow, southeast. As the name indicates, it used to be a Muslim majority region, it's not anymore. And it was also a rather poor area because during the Soviet time, it was considered that as non-strategic, as the heavy industry tended to be more either in Moscow or a bit further east in Tatarstan. So Kuleba was a bit forgotten, an entity, if you wish. And in the early 2000s, a new governor was elected. Antonovich, if I remember well, but I might be wrong, something along those lines. And he came up, and unlike all the others, he's the person he was rooting for, his historical model was the first president of Singapore, who developed Singapore into what it is today. And he tried to the best of his ability to make Kuleba an attractive region for foreign investment. And he's a governor. He's quite a powerful guy. So what he tried to do was to cut on corruption as much as possible. There's been a lot of interviews of industrialists, and they say indeed that they don't see much of a difference between Kuleba and any Western country in terms of local threats to investors. And he also cut on red tape. Apparently, Kuleba was possible to get your building license accepted in record times, about less than a tenth faster than in many other provinces across Russia. So he built this thing really business friendly, and it works. He busts his ass off, and he gets tons of foreign companies to invest right in his province, mostly automotive. So I think Peugeot had a plant there, Volkswagen, Mercedes, BMW, and I'm forgetting probably many, but I haven't had time to read more about this. And so these guys became the symbol of what Russia could look like if it was not ruled by genocidal maniacs and mafia types. But what's really interesting is what happened after, because if you think about it, the region like Tatarstan and Moscow, which have those heavy industry, the old stuff that are still inherited from the Soviet time, they have not been completely directly hit by the what our friend Mikhail calls the Russian retreat or the Russian withdrawal of Western companies. Kuleba, on the other hand, is in a terrible, terrible situation because all those plants that made the the model that made the wealth of the local economy have closed. And this is tantalizing, I think, to think in those terms, because that means that the most efficient, I would say, and the most open, probably the most democratic, even though I don't want to go too far either, parts of Russia are those that have collapsed under the weight of sanction. And what we have now are unadulterated Putinism, mafia types, and all the rest has gone away. And I thought that was an interesting take, but for like sort of the political economy of the sanctions on the ground in Russia, and how those regions that were the most advanced and the ones that could have saved Russia have gone, and how it might impact the future of the country. So that's my pitch.
So another approach to this would be what our good friend Camille Kazani has already written about how Russia centralizes their nation around the metropole, and the centralization moves of the Putinist regime towards bringing to heel all of the different forms of taxation and even corrupt payments, so that they would all flow to Moscow in the center, and that the regional governors would be left with bubkiss at the same time as they decentralized costs, schools, welfare, etc., to impoverish all of the locales. The fact that Kuleba finally got hit by this, as did pretty much everything that wasn't closest to the center of power, is sort of not shocking. We also saw this in the exact same threads by the same author, who discussed how, because Russia's a mafia state, what is most economically controlled is the least complicated businesses to run, which is to say gas and oil extraction, and that those are the ones that are taken over by the state itself, because it's very easy to run them, and it's thus very easy to be the Sopranos when you are doing so, right? A thuggish group that is just a murderous mafia. And that as you go further from the center of power, say extraction of minerals, which requires a little bit more technology, those are the older oligarchs that he didn't push out. Then when you get to like machine parts, yes, Russia still has some of that it produces internally, but that's made by the nerds, as Kazani puts it. But those guys have been the most hosed by the sanctions regime, and they are purposefully pushed down, because if they were to be enriched in that regime, they also become a political bloc. So that's one of the reasons why import substitution and autarky never really work in Russia, because if you do it correctly, you have to empower all your engineers and nerds. And why in the world would you do that when all the thugs are in control? Right? Like, the other side of this is, if these guys are empowered, what you get is trillionaire Jeff Bezos and Sergey Brin and Elon Musk, who, look, you may not like how any of them does business, but they're nerds. They didn't get there. All you can say all of them are ruthless, and I won't argue, but they didn't get there by murdering their way to the top and running businesses based on theft and thuggery. They got there because they competed ruthlessly, and they built something complicated, right? The kind of people that can do that, they don't wish to empower, and that is harder to bring to heel, and doesn't really work well with the Russian style of government. It is a political liability to allow that to occur, so it doesn't. So I'd say that's currently written, and it's written by somebody who does it better than I can. Though I do like the story, I do like the angle. Not saying it isn't useful. I'm just saying it's been done better.
Okay. I see your point, but allow me to, to push it one last time. Give me one more chance. So what's quite interesting for me is that as I was going on Twitter, I was looking for Kuleba. After all the announcements that all those plants were closing, one thing kept popping up. Kuleba became apparently one of the main destinations for Ukrainian deportees. There are a lot of extremely cringing, and thank goodness they're nothing else than cringe for the moment. Pictures of children or families, Ukrainian families that have been deported to Kuleba and forced to make it look like everything is going okay and they're well treated and what's not. But it seemed like the local government is has lost the plot, has lost its power because all the companies are, or the foreign companies are gone, and now it has to become the, can I put it, the slave of the Kremlin and do all the bidding and all the things that maybe other governors may not want to advertise too loudly or may not want to do at all, and drag their feet what's not. In Kuleba, they don't. They do everything the government is telling them to do. It's really sickening. I did not look through every single other province, as you can guess. I just had a look at Ivanovo and a few others of the same region, and I did not see the same level of really pathetic acceptation of the Kremlin's all whims. So that is something that could be the conclusion of for my pitch. So there you are. But this is not fully. We're in full political realm now, and not in economics anymore. Did I sway you?
You swayed me that it's absolutely fascinating, the exact kind of thing that we would expect from the dynamics going on in Russia today, and absolutely outside the scope of where I am most useful to our audience.
I got confused when you said finance has a website, and since then I've been confused, basically.
Oh yeah, no, you've never seen the Perception Money website. If you go click on my Twitter, you can click on perceptionmoney.com. It's actually linked on my little Twitter profile. Has a few articles, including Econ 101, Genocide Doesn't Fight Inflation. If you notice, you cannot donate any money to me on my website. But if you click the little button on the side, Help Ukraine Fight, you can donate to MryiaAid.com. So if you would like to donate some money to Maria Aid, you're welcome to. If you'd like to read my few thoughts on finance that I post irregularly about the fight, currently I have one on that. I had one on This Is Not a Deal. I have to go update for the current state of the ridiculous grain heist going on, but I need to write an update for that. That's one article. And I need to write on sort of the economic situation of Ukraine and why we need to hand them some cashish and what we should do about all these frozen Russian funds. So yes, I actually have a website. I will take article requests when things come up regularly from our speakers or sort of the most broad topics I hear about the most often, because I think it is relevant. And I'm sitting here trying to bridge the gap between the guys who really do a ton of research and are writing this and actually explain what the hell is going on, because my experience is that media does an absolute crap job of explaining anything financial to anybody. And it's even worse when it comes to this war.
Yeah, and I'd like to dispel a myth that I've heard repeated quite a few times on Twitter. There are only very, very few pictures of finance half naked on this website. Very, very few.
If you do find a picture of me half naked on this website, one, I'm really curious how, because those don't generally exist. And two, just consider it an Only Fellas post and please donate some money to Maria Aid or Come Back Alive or your other favorite Ukrainian charity, just not the Red Cross, because those guys are a bunch of inefficient schmucks and their actions in Russia are really gross. But if you wish to actually somehow come across a picture of me, let alone a picture of me half naked, consider it an Only Fellas post, and please use this time to become totally inspired. Consider it a donation to get me to send them, and then tell me about it, and I'll go buy myself a shirt, because I promise you probably don't want to see that. With that, I'll pass it back to the hosts.
Thanks, Vince.
Yeah, I offered to run a fundraiser at one point. I was figured, it'd be $20 for pictures of me without my shirt on, and then $40 to make sure that when I sent a picture, it would have my shirt on.
I've seen you in real life. You're not so bad looking.
Honey, not in public.
Oh, so I got lucky. Okay. I'd like to take the opportunity to relay something that we talked about potentially ad nauseum this morning, but which our American audience may not be aware of. So while I was looking at Kuleba, there one tweet popped out. It was a tweet from the Chamber of Commerce of Belgium in Russia. Yeah, sounds random. Which was celebrating the opening of a new brewery in Kuleba, precisely. And the tweet was dated August 4th, 2022. And I was like, this is very strange. A Belgian brewery opening in Russia right now, this month, cannot be true. So I went to Domin, and Domin said, that's weird, please dig. So I went to do a bit of digging, and hold and behold, there were quite a lot of information. So it turns out that a company called InBev in Belgium, and which is also an American company, which has a name. Finance, can you help me on this one? Finance is gone. I think it's something like that. In Germany, in the US, apparently potentially one of the most famous American breweries. So InBev, anyway, in Belgium, used to have a lot of investment in Russia, and early April pulled back. But he didn't just close the factory doors. They actually sold their assets to their partner in their joint venture. So they had a joint venture with Turkish, of all things, a Turkish company, and they sold it to that partner. And that Turkish company is called Efes. Again, a very large brewery in Turkey, potentially the most famous over there, which had investment in Russia in participation with InBev. And why I'm telling you this, because when I kept digging, it turns out that actually Efes is in great part owned by InBev. So what you have is a Belgian company sharing an investment with a Turkish company, which it actually owns in parts. So it is just a sort of financial juggling that has allowed them to look pretty on paper, but actually to not actually really divest from Russia. Those guys have found a loophole, exploited it, and are now still selling a number of mostly Belgian beers in Russia at the moment. The most famous is probably Leffe, and maybe you've heard of this one. And so Leffe is being sold at the moment in Russia, and the company that owns it has invested over the past month probably millions of rubles to build a new factory to develop their production of beer in Russia, and to benefit and support the economy of a country which is waging a war of genocide in another country. So if you're as outraged as I am by this, and you direct your attention to the nest, there's a post. It's the seventh. It's the seventh post in the nest, and where I call out Lefa and InBev. If you want to retweet it, if you want to call out Lefa and InBev on your own, you're most welcome. We'd love for them to have a rude awakening tomorrow when they open the computers, and to take action as fast as possible. Our friends from the Yale University who have looked at all this are also on the case. They're digging, trying to see if it's a one-off or if it's a common pattern among European brands. Yeah, so it's time to take action if you care to take action. So there, Joseph, do you have something to add on the subject or on another subject?
I don't think so.
Okay, Oli, your hand is up.
Hey, I just wanted to say hello to Finance, but I realized he dropped. Hey, Yehuda, how are you doing? I hope you're good. And basically, the reason why I raised my hand, I do a little bit of digging. It's relating to a little bit of what Ben you were just talking about, but it's a little bit different. I wanted to find out whether the sanctions are really hitting the Russians. And one thing I realized about the rich in Russia, they like German cars. So you find them with cars like BMWs and Mercedes Benz and G-Wagons. So sometimes I just go on Twitter, on Instagram, and like I try to find Russian accounts, and yet you find them with very, very modern cars. And like I'm wondering, like, are there not sanctions? How are they getting their hands on these cars? Like, do you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it's unfortunate that finance is not here anymore because we talked about it recently. So first of all, cars are a special beast because they're very heavy and they tend to be developed in country. So most of the quote unquote German cars that you will see in Russia are built actually in Russia by German companies. So when you close those factories, that's pretty much game over. So there's still some import for extremely high-end cars, the most expensive ones, those that can bear the sort of cost that are associated with transporting such a car, especially a luxury German car can weigh several tons. So this is not trivial to transport. This costs a lot of money, so they only the really really high end are affected. Taking stock, the factories are closed and they're really really closed. It's one of those, or we're leaving them in the hands of our local partners, of one of those things. No, when Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen said we're closing, they're closed, finished. So in that respect, the availability of those cars is extremely limited. There's still some stock, but we've seen the numbers. The drop in sales of German cars in Russia is of the order of 80%. So they're working through the stocks, and that's about it. But as you cleverly remarked, the Russians are crazy about their cars. They really, really love them. It's part of the gangster life that is so important for their culture, and they tend to require them. And there have been recently a study that, an inquiry that was made by, I don't remember whom, but I can find it for those who are interested, that showed that the Indian subsidiaries of, I think it was Mercedes, What they did was that they sent a car to Dubai. From Dubai, it was sent to northern Iran. From northern Iran, it was sent somewhere else. I don't remember. I think potentially Georgia. I might be wrong. And then finally, it arrived in Russia. So they were like 4 or 5 stops, but they did carry this luxury German car all the way to Russia. So there are ways around sanctions, but I don't want to imagine the price of a car that had to be potentially built in India, but I'm not even sure those cars are built in India. So potentially built somewhere, maybe in China, maybe in Germany, shipped to India, which is already extremely expensive, and then shipped to Dubai, and then shipped to Iran, and then shipped to Russia. This is crazy from a logistical point of view, and I wouldn't be surprised if the cost of the car had doubled or tripled just in the actual cost. And on this, the guys doing this must have gotten the premium of the century, made a killing, and so then you're probably looking at a car which is 5 to 10 times the price of the original car that you would find in Germany. The other thing that was interesting is that I'm pretty certain that there are BMW and Mercedes retailers in Dubai itself, but it was not a Dubai retailer that sent that. It was an Indian retailer. So they really had to go really far to find this car, which must have made it even more expensive. So you're right. Some people do manage to skirt the sanctions, but we're starting to look at extremely fringe, rare, and pricey exceptions that should not really affect the overall level. It's not 2 or 3 cars that are going to change the picture. The sanctions on the automotive sector are working. They're working really well, and I wouldn't be surprised if the automotive sector was one of the most affected by the sanction. That being said, guess who comes to the rescue? Mr. Finance.
Yeah, hi. With thanks to George, our regular listener, we have a nice little graphic for the latest in Belgian beer that I have posted to the Nest. I think this explains everything we need to know about the Anheuser-Busch InBev company. But as to the specific sanctions things, yes. They're able to sell foreign-made cars via basically first importing them through places like India and Turkey and other places where they're legally sold. Russian basically, car places, clothing places, etc., go buy from there and then import from there to Russia in the gray market. The prices have gone up by 20-30% often for these things to deal with the extra cost of shipping and the illicit way in which they're getting goods. But I mean, they're getting the latest Apple. The Apple store in Moscow thinks it will get the latest model within a month of it coming out here in the States. So they are able to get the consumer products. It is costing them more though. I'm a little less concerned about consumer products than I am about the industrial machinery and machine parts, because that's the stuff that makes war machines. And I'm also more concerned about cheap, crappy light trucks than I am about BMWs, because that's the stuff that moved troops from A to B. So that's where we're looking more at the massive increase in Turkish exports to Russia at the same time as Turkey has increased imports from the machine tool making parts of Europe, like Northern Italy and Germany and Czechoslovakia, etc., that we should be concerned about.
Sorry, I was retweeting the what's in the nest. Yeah, there's of course PMs are not the main issue. Although if we wanted to be a bit negative, we could say that it's usually the most expensive items that forge the way. And once the route is well trotted, the contacts have been made, that people know how to do it, who to pay, what to avoid, etc. You can start sending less expensive stuff, or potentially more important stuff that you really don't want to get to see seized. So that's something that needs to be taken into consideration, I would say. But overall, would you say that the sanctions are still mostly working? No, rather, there are two narratives. One narrative is that the Russians are learning and they're finding new ways of skirting the sanctions, going through Turkey, going through Iran, going through China, or even to I'm sure your great delight, the Afghan trade minister just arrived in Moscow. So Afghanistan is also an ocean. So they're learning. They're more and more able to avoid the sanctions by relying on new and different partners. On the other hand, you could also say that the people enforcing the sanctions are learning. There is the case of the Indian banks, which initially were quite happy to try to continue working with the Russian banks and to do some good business, etc. And then gradually, when they saw the backlash there was, all the problems, they started to withdraw. And at the moment, the Indian financial sector is shutting down to its Russian contacts and becoming more and more difficult for Russia to go around sanctions through India. So, which one of those two narratives do you think is the most correct?
The truth is somewhere in the middle of the extremes of both ends. It is definitely worse than the 4% number that we have seen reported for the last second quarter for Russia. But that number in one quarter itself is still pretty bad. Like that is a terrible print for an economy in a quarter. But there isn't a way to get around the fact that 1,300 businesses just left Russia, and the level of disinvestment of foreign direct investment negative is 30 years of foreign direct investment undone in months. There's not a way to fix that. It is true that it's also true that the amount of problems that they're having from the sanctions on imports is really bad. It's also true that they are slowly ameliorating some of them because they're corrupt and they're good at figuring out corrupt ways to solve things. But I would say it's much closer to sadly, we're not getting the 30% immediate destruction that could have been possible in their economy. But their factories that make higher end things that aren't based in the military are hosed. Their internal inflation is really high. Their budget, like the Ukrainian budget, has a massive hole blown in it. And a lot of their things are breaking down in ways that are not going to be repaired, fixed, or helped. So their economy is still doing worse than they're reporting. It is not doing as badly as it could be doing because they are able to get some stuff in, and staunching the bleeding does matter here. But it is definitely still true that their economy is massively hurting, and it's more than just that already very bad 4% down print that we've seen. Down 4%, if we got that here in the US as a surprise number instead of whatever we got a negative number. But if we got a negative 4% number for a quarter, you would expect the stock market's down 30%, 40% somewhere nearby that. You would expect bond markets to be moving heavily one way or the other. You would expect some companies to be bankrupt. In Russia, many companies have, in fact, gone bankrupt. Massive numbers of foreign subsidiaries have pulled out. They are having huge problems, and in ways that will last long after this war ends, especially in their very key energy sector. Also had a massive immediate brain drain, and that's not easily fixable, where a lot of their wealthier, higher educated middle class people just voted with their feet and left.
Okay, yeah, sanctions, but at least the direct sanctions are not everything. There's they're facing a multi-layered cake of problems. So yeah, we should not forget that, and this is going to be positive. Finance, did you get to listen to the interview about the drones today?
Sorry, was that to me, Ben?
It was to Finance, but if you've heard it, it
sorry.
also works for you.
Go ahead, Finance. Sorry.
Okay, he's probably in a delicate situation right now. Joseph, did you get to hear the drone the conversation?
Sorry, my mic button got stuck. No, Ben, I did not. That's the sad part about working the night shift. I seem to miss like all the interviews, which sucks. But I promoted it. I promoted the crap out of it, Ben.
Okay, so I was hoping if someone has heard it, Ricardo, have you heard the interview about the drones? Riccardo, carissimo amico, hai sentito l'intervista sotto i drone? Okay, I don't know how to say drone in Italian. Riccardo? No. Okay,
How many languages do you speak, Ben?
Correctly? None.
I don't believe.
But if the
I
girl
don't
is pretty,
believe that.
if the girl is pretty, really pretty, I can speak quite a few.
So you speak Chinese, you speak French, you speak Italian.
I don't speak Chinese. Okay, it's not the band show, so I think we'll show it for the next time we have a beer together. Okay, I guess that's the sort of moment when I call everyone, tell them that we are a bunch of very friendly guys. If they want to come and join us, they are more than welcome. We're happy to take any question. On the panel at the moment, there is Oli from Ghana, who's very good at oily stuff and Ghanaian stuff. There's Ricardo, who doesn't speak Italian or doesn't like me, doesn't want to answer me, either way. And there's Joseph. Joseph knows a bit of everything about everything, but he's particularly good about anything that relates to Central Asia. So if you have any interest in this respect, I think he also knows quite a few things about religion. And since tomorrow is the Day of the Virgin, that's maybe a line of inquiry you'd like to explore. And there's Mei, if you want to know more about comics, French comics or Belgian comics, not the American crap, you can come and ask me. And yeah, that's about it. But I'll be delighted to hear any question about anything and then tell you that we have other guys who can help you on those subjects. Meanwhile, we've got a friend of the show, Portuguese super lady who is joining us, very probably with a question, and she always has the most interesting ones because it's about geography, and we all love geography, don't we, guys? Yes, we do. Spring. Good night.
Hi, good night. I just had to drop by because I was up here because I was laughing like alone here with you're talking. Holly, don't be that impressed. He speaks the Latin language, so he can easily arrive to all the others. He can speak French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and I don't know if he speak anything of Romania, but they are all in the same family. So but he's very nice person. So, and it's actually right that the best comics are the Belgian and the French ones. That is completely true. But no, I haven't heard the drones. I have been a bit out today, so I can rest a bit. What were the big news about the drones? Can you explain me, Ben, or you haven't listened to it too?
No, precisely. I've not had the occasion to listen to it. Actually, it was the second time they came. They were here, I think, the day before yesterday. There was yet another conversation, and I did not get to listen to it. So it was very frustrating. I know it's soon going to be on Spotify, so I'm biding my time and will listen to them at this occasion. But I was hoping that we could rekindle the conversation. But George has joined us. I assume he wants to talk about Belgian comics.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Ben. You phrased that.
It's okay. I assume you want to speak about Belgian comics. Which one is your favorite? Do you think that the Belgian school is finished now, or is the spirit still continuing? And who is your current favorite author of Belgian comics?
I have no idea. I'm in complete loss right now. So I'm speechless, and I'm going to stay that way.
Please don't. Did you hear the conversation about the drones?
No. I'm sorry. I was having connection. I was having Twitter pox.
Damn it, Twitter. Well, never gonna get someone.
You lost your co-host?
Yes. Well, I fired him. I was like, yeah, I can do it alone. No problem. We don't need the Americans. Do we need the Americans, Spring? We don't need the American. George, do we need the Americans?
For this, no. Is Axel on here, or is he taking a nap now?
If you say his word 3 times, he should appear. But you need to be you need to be willing to face an Axel.
Meine Freunde, where are you?
I think it's 2:38 in Estonia, probably sleeping.
Yes, I that's right. But I see him. He's on here though. I see him. I see Axel Speaker, right?
Yeah. I think he was talking all the way up to roughly till midnight. He was here till midnight, and he usually wakes up around 3:30 in the morning. So yeah, there's no real reason for him to drop off, considering that he barely left. He's always there.
I see. So he's the Energizer Bunny of the site.
George, don't encourage him. Sleeping 8 hours a night is perfectly fine. There are a lot of nice people who sleep 8 hours a night. We don't all have to be like Axel, who barely sleeps and, I'm being told, never eats. this is one of those things.
The other thing about X is he's always doing something, right? He's like always like going to a meeting, or like, I don't know, like it's on top of everything he's doing on the space. He's like in the middle of doing other things, right, Ben?
Yeah, there I'm not quite sure, because whenever he's hot mic'd, and he's often hot mic'd, all he's doing is playing with his dogs and getting scolded by his wife. So I would put the fact that Axel is working as one of those possible facts, but not confirmed. Finance, go ahead. Okay, I really think finance doesn't like me today. Cynthia, welcome
I think
on
you
board.
need to stop taking the technical issues personally, Ben, and telling other people that they don't like other people because they can't connect. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, and of course I'm taking things personally. Otherwise, it's not fun. Cynthia, I don't think I've had the pleasure of hearing you, but I see that you've been befriended by a bunch of really cool fellows. So I'm expecting a lot from you.
Oh my, yeah, don't put that pressure on me. Hi Ben, I've listened to you before and you're a great host. So you hang in there, you're doing okay. You're doing okay. It's Sunday evening here, around a little after 7. I'm on the East Coast in the US. I did listen to the drone conversation today, but I'm not military, so I'm not going to be any good at trying to enlighten anybody on that, but it was very interesting. I was going to ask though about I see where the Independence Day for Ukraine is upcoming on August 24th. I know here in Washington, D.C., they're having something on that Saturday afterwards, a celebration. But I just wondered if there's been any like updates or discussion about one, either, what's being planned in Ukraine, or two, are we nervous about Russia and anything that date represents to them and things that they may be thinking about doing? So I hadn't really heard anybody talk about that in the past few days. I just wondered if people had some ideas on that.
They'll definitely try to ruin it somehow. I mean, probably through various terror attacks, Ben.
I don't know. We've been burned before. We've been there before, and we've been burned. The sort of date stuff. The Russians. We thought that they cared about it. We thought that Putin was trying to attack on the 21st, and the 21st was such an important date, or February was such an important date for him because, I don't know, it's the birthday of his dog or something like this. And well, didn't work. Then we thought that they were trying to do something for some special date in March. Didn't work either. Then there was May 9th. We talked about it a lot, and that didn't work. So they might do something a bit silly. They might do something a bit spoily. They might be the usual terrorist self. But what are they going to do? Send 6 missiles on Mykolaiv instead of 4 as they do on a daily basis? I don't think it's going to change much. They're doing their worst already, and I don't see them being able to do much worse. On the other hand, you know what else will be on the 24th?
No, I don't.
It's going to be an anniversary, isn't it? Isn't it going to be the 6th month
Oh,
of
yeah. Mm-hmm.
of the attack? Yeah, so it's going to be an occasion to look back and realize that yeah, they made fools of themselves. So if I were them, I would try not to attract too much attention on the date.
Good point. Good point. Very good point. Yes. I just recently read today the article by Ben Wallace on how poorly they're doing. The Russians are doing. I was very happy to read that. Thank you, Ben. Keep it up. You're doing good.
Kinja, I'm sorry. I was hoping you'd speak a little bit longer about the article. So I was taking a glass of water. Well, I don't know what article you're talking about. What were they saying?
Oh, no, we're good, Ben. She just said you made a good point, and we'll move on to Prince. Prince, go ahead.
Ben may regret this. He said that we could ask any question we wanted, So I thought I'd ask, what's the meaning of life?
Isn't it 420?
Oh, that's a good answer. That is a very good answer. But then you said something about tomorrow being the day of the Virgin. Is that a sale, or what is that all about?
A sale? Spring, help me out. You're better Catholic than I am.
Yes, in the Catholic countries, and I also find out in the last days that also in the Orthodox Church, it's the Assumption of the Holy Virgin, Holy Mother, or whatever. So it's a public holiday in all Catholic countries, I think, and in the also in the Orthodox ones. So it's considered a very important day in terms of religious calendar. But I have to explain that I'm not such a very good Catholic. I tried my best. My parents put me in Irish school with sisters, nuns, but it didn't cause any effect on me because I became a revolutionary. So, and the religion classes, I don't think I learned much, but it's the Assumption Day.
Okay, I understand that a little bit more. I was gonna get how to get rid of a certain kind of spam, but I'll let it go for now. We were talking about inflatables that we might be able to donate, and I would really like to see a Russian general trying to cross the Dnipro in a unicorn inflatable. That was part of a topic yesterday. I think that would be a little bit hilarious. And I guess that's my comic relief for the moment.
Thank you, Prince. And with that, we'll go to JJ. JJ, go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. I've been out walking for most of the day, so I haven't caught the news, but I did hear something about the Wagner Group. Can you give a little update on that if you haven't done that recently?
Yeah, so there's a occupied area in Ukraine. There's a city called Popasna, which was kind of a big news a while back. If anyone remembers, there's a battle in Popasna for quite some time. Eventually, Russia captured it. And Wagner Group recently set up like a little HQ there, basically. And they took a picture and like posted it on Telegram, a series of pictures, really. And like based on that series of pictures kind of coming out on the internet, Ukraine was able to figure out like the address. Well, ultimately, the address was like in the picture, basically, the actual like street address. So they were able to very quickly geolocate that image and figure out where the headquarters was and launch a HIMARS strike against it. And they wiped out a pretty big contingent of Wagner Group at that HQ. So pretty good news about Wagner Group. Yeah. Any extra information on that, Ben? That's all I know about it.
No, but it's usual Sunday. Sunday is always slow when it comes to HIMARS. I've hosted a few Sunday nights, and the previous nights, the guys were having every 10 minutes a new place has been hit, and it's exploding, and that's a bridge, and what is the consequence of that bridge exploding? And then it's an ammo depot, and then it's this, and then it's that. It's only good stuff, and but not on Sunday. Apparently, they're good Catholics, and they don't work on Sunday, so they're
Ben, I hate to tell you, but they had a little schism back in when was the schism? One of the Orthodox schism was when
1052.
1052. Thank you, Ben. I don't think they're good Catholics. They're maybe good Orthodox.
Actually, a sizable proportion of Ukrainians are from the Greek Catholic Church, which is okay. I propose you look it up because honestly, I could speak about the Greek Catholic Church for way too long, and you're gonna all hate me.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that, Ben. That's a good fact. It's maybe an overgeneralization I made. So thank you for that correction.
Yes, Ben is right. It's mainly in the western part of Ukraine. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like sort of Poland, famously kind of Catholic, and then there's kind of like a borderland in Eastern Europe, so it makes sense that there would be some Catholics in Ukraine.
Yeah, I think it was part of the part that was the most heavily influenced by Poland, and when they came under, yeah, and then it got complicated. Actually, I don't know exactly the story of they're also known as Uniats, the Uniat Church in Ukraine, but that would be an interesting one to learn about. I was sure you knew everything about it. That's your wheelhouse, not mine.
Just a little, like just about like I'm not a big expert on Eastern Europe, but like Poland, Lithuanian Commonwealth, and all that, and that there was a lot of Polish influence in that region before the Russian Empire kind of moved in. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Max can help us. Max, please go. Or sorry, Mux. Mux, please go ahead.
No, I have a follow-up questions on the Wagner Group headquarters in that. Do we know when they posted the pictures and the time that how many hours it takes for your team to prepare and launch the attack?
Sorry, you got a lot of wind, Mux. Could you just? I heard you how long it takes for X to happen, but could you say again one more time and maybe cover your phone from the wind?
Sorry, I'm cycling at the moment, so you guys join me whenever I'm cycling. My question is, do we know when the Wagner posted the pictures and how many hours it takes for Ukraine to launch the attack? Because kind of quick for them to do all kinds of preparations, and they have to travel the HIMARS and launch an attack.
Yeah, great question. I don't personally know. Hopefully, I'll get a DM from someone. But yeah, that's a great question. We've known famously that Ukraine's been pretty quick on these, and as you said, it's a pretty big organizational achievement, we might say, to be able to bring that kind of firepower down on a target quickly. And the lower lag time you have between a target being declared and the decision made to fire and bring the resources to bear on it is, that's a real achievement organizationally. Go ahead, Max.
Hey, thanks, Joseph. And another questions I have regarding Igor Girkin. I know there was a picture of him captured yesterday, but I saw some posts that was just a hoax. It's a Photoshop. Do we have any update on that one?
Sorry, update on what, Max? Sorry.
For Igor Girkin, the war crime that was captured yesterday using a fake
Right.
passport.
Yeah. So supposedly he was arrested, but I haven't heard any specific updates since then. If anyone has, please come up and let us know.
Yeah, because I saw a post that was a hoax, and it was a Photoshop picture of him. I'm not sure how true it was.
Yeah, I don't know. Like a lot of pretty reliable people were declaring it, but I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any information since, so it's a good question. If anyone has any info, so I got a couple hands. Maybe someone can answer your questions, Max. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna drop now. I'm continuing on the road. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Be careful. Obey all bicycle safety laws and whatnot. Yeah, Spring. If you had anything you wanted to add, go ahead.
No, it's not about this. It's about the Catholic Church in Ukraine. I will wait.
Okay, Mockers. Yeah, did you have any just quick info for Mux's questions?
Yeah, I believe the photos were published on Telegram on Wednesday, so that gives you an idea of how long it took to sort it all out. They were deleted though after the place had blown up. I can't imagine why.
Yeah, so maybe a few days is maybe a good indication of the lag time.
Yeah, carry on. I'm supposed to be asleep.
Yeah, thank you for that information, Mockers. Spring, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was reading, it's actually the biggest Eastern Catholic Church in Europe with 4.1 million. What?
The
Yes,
biggest
the
Catholic church in
Ukraine.
Eastern Europe?
Yes, it's the biggest
What about
Catholic church. Say it.
what about Poland?
No, but it's probably the site that I'm speaking about. It's in the non Catholic majority country that they are referring. It's so outside of the so-called Catholic countries is the biggest one. The not so-called Catholic countries, and it's mainly in the three western oblasts of Ukraine, including the majority of the population of Lviv. But it's a small minority in the other parts of the country. It was just what I wanted to add because I remember that we have a place in Portugal that is Fatima, that is a place to worship. Suppose for the believers, the Holy Mary appeared there, and people go there. And the image when the war started in Ukraine went to Ukraine to so they could so it could protect the country from the Russian invasion. That's why I knew that they had Catholics.
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks. That's very good information, Spring. Yeah, I wasn't aware of the. It hadn't occurred to me that there would be a Catholic community in Ukraine, but it makes perfect sense. And yeah, so it's a community of about 4.5 million people, something in that range. And yeah, as Spring said, they have a kind of a historical and you know they have a historical they have a history, we'll say, and also they're still active and present in Ukraine and still practicing their faith. So thanks for that information. And yeah, if anyone does have any questions or comments, you want to come up and contribute to the panel or ask a question, please feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Also, please do feel free to retweet the space. It does help us out quite a bit. It helps us get our message out to people who might not have heard about us before. It helps, optimize us in search results. It helps just put us in like the popular trending things, and all that. And of course, if you guys could just directly reach out to people, let other people know about the Walter Report. Oh my God, I did it! I finally did it about the Maria Report. Geez. Anyway, yeah. So at the Maria Report, we support MryiaAid.org. And Jesus Christ, I've been sleep deprived, you guys. Grampy had a fall, and it's been my deal to deal with it, and been a little stressful. So anyway, yeah, we support MryiaAid.org. At MryiaAid.org, they are an all-volunteer group just like us, and they support sending non-lethal aid to Ukraine, or they actually do it, I should say. God, these announcements, this is becoming a train wreck, these announcements. So yeah, please do go to MryiaAid.org. Check it out. They send tourniquets, bandages, night vision, thermal vision, body armor, mine disposal equipment, firefighting equipment, all sorts of things that Ukrainian soldiers and civilians need on the front lines right now. And they're completely dedicated. There's no administrative costs, no overhead costs. 100% of everything goes directly to procuring the equipment and sending it to Ukraine. So yeah, thanks everybody for checking out MryiaAid.org, going to the website, seeing what they do. And if you're so inclined and you're so able, we do definitely recommend you guys contribute to them. We don't monetize anything at the Maria Report. That's what we are, the Maria Report. Say it one more time, Maria Report. And please follow the Maria Report account. Yeah, nobody monetizes anything here. There's no buy Ben a cup of coffee, even though he needs it because he's sleep deprived because he has a baby. There's no, get Joseph,
a new car because he's got an old Honda Accord. It's all just, goes directly to helping Ukraine. That's all we care about. That's all we're dedicated to. And we never solicit for money privately. Nobody ever will. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, if you guys have anything you want to say or contribute, please do feel free to come on up, press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And I'm going to stop now. Good Lord. Andrew, please save me. Go ahead.
Joseph, 1 second.
Ben, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like everyone to say goodbye to Joseph. He will be escorted out of the premises and promptly shot in the back of his foot. I'm sorry, Joseph. It had to be done. You were the best of us, and it always comes from there. Anyway, as Joseph said, Andrew, welcome on board.
Hi guys. Sorry, Joseph, I don't think I can save you, but I can give you the chance to redeem yourself, I think, because I have a question for you. I heard you were the Central Asia expert, so I wanted to ask, around the time sanctions were getting really serious on Russia, a lot of them were talking about avoiding sanctions by having a lot of their imports rerouted to some Central Asian countries, namely Kazakhstan, who has a somewhat more friendly relationship with Russia than most countries do now. So I wanted to ask you, these Central Asian countries, do they have the logistical footprint and infrastructure to really support Russian import needs to any consequential level? I don't know much about Kazakhstan, but I don't really think it's a very industrialized nation from what I understand. So do they have the kind of infrastructure needed to seriously have any impact on Russia's logistical and import needs? Or is that just another pipe dream of theirs?
Yeah, so a great question, Andrew. And honestly, I consider myself sort of Madi Kaparov's understudy. Madi's a guy from Kazakhstan. He's studying at the London Business School. So he's also a fluent Russian speaker. Finance and him work together a lot to sort of try to read the tea leaves of the Russian economy. But sometimes Madi comes on and whenever he does, we sort of pick his brain about Central Asia. I myself studied Tajikistan, which is kind of a very specific region. So my knowledge is kind of specialized and limited. But I will say this just as what my knowledge is. So based on what Madi said and what I know is, so there's kind of two things. There's sort of Kazakhstan and everyone else, right? As far as everyone else, to your question of do they have the infrastructure or the financial capacity to help basically launder Russian sanctions or get around Russian sanctions? I don't think they do. There's really just not a banking sector that's been developed there since the fall of the Soviet Union. There's not really if Uzbekistan started ordering high level industrial equipment all of a sudden, it would raise so many red flags that I just don't think it's feasible. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, as you said absolutely correctly, is a little bit more capable. It has more capacity if it wanted to help Russia. The sort of good news, I guess we want to call it that, is that Russia has decided that Kazakhstan is sort of their next target, it seems, because they've been engaged in a very active information warfare campaign against Kazakhstan. And they've been basically saying the same stuff about Kazakhstan that they've said about Ukraine, which is, it's full of Nazis. It's, they're oppressing the ethnic Russians there and all that stuff. There seems to be a real concerted effort at this point by the Kazakh government to basically distance themselves from Russia and strategically realign themselves against Russia even, or at least away from Russia. So we've seen them basically declare that first off, they've been very cooperative with the sanctions. As far as I know, we haven't seen any major breach of the sanctions. They've been nothing but cooperative. And then we've seen a real effort on their part to try to reroute their main exports. They're sort of very similar to Russia. They're like a mini Russia in terms of what they export. They export oil and steel and things like that. And so they've been doing a lot of work to try to get those exports rerouted. Mainly, there's a pipeline that goes through Azerbaijan, I think, that they're trying to get oil out of because their pipeline goes to Russia, and as a result of their efforts to distance themselves from Russia, Russia sort of attempted to cut that pipeline. They said, there's some problems with it. Like, we can't guarantee the safe passage of this. It's a nice pipeline you got here. Shame if something were to happen to it, kind of stuff, right? So yeah, like Kazakhstan would be able to help them circumvent the sanctions, at least to some degree, but like they're not going to, because as far as we know, and as far as we've seen so far, Russia has been very hostile to Kazakhstan, like in an information warfare kind of way. And Kazakhstan has sort of responded or like started to really strategically distance itself from Russia. They've made partnerships with basically everyone in the region they can that's not Russia, China, Iran, and so forth. And they seem pretty like ready to. They're not interested in like capitulating or like putting up with this like, you know, Ukraine type scenario in Kazakhstan. So hopefully that answers your question, Andrew. Did you have any follow-up? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say thanks. I know about a year ago, the Russians helped put down, I guess what was almost a revolt in Kazakhstan. So I thought the Kazakhis might be a little bit friendlier to them, but I didn't realize that, this development had occurred. So thanks for the insight. That's all.
Yeah, thanks. And I think like, as far as I can tell, Mahdi's like a little bit vague on that. He's basically, he'll kind of say, this is like a hill he'll die on, is like, we don't really know what happened like back then. But that said, I think that like maybe Russia misread or like, I think maybe we see something like that and we think, oh, like that means Russia's like controlling Kazakhstan now. I think maybe the more accurate answer is Russia doesn't want an unstable Central Asia, right? That's definitely true in general. They don't want like a Muslim country next to them becoming unstable, because that could cause problems for them. And then also like we got to think about these countries, and Tokarev, I think Mahdi would tell you, is like sort of like a mafia boss or something like that, right? It's not like a leader in the sense of a Western country. So even though like Russia helped him once, like it's sort of a personal, and it's not completely personal. There's obviously like there is government and sort of interests of others to take into account, don't get me wrong, but a lot of this comes down to like, does Tokarev make a decision? And he seems to have decided like, I'm going to distance myself from Russia. I'm done with this guy. They've made a terrible strategic blunder. They're coming to us, asking us to help fix this awful mistake they've made, and to like, help them circumvent the sanctions, which could cause a lot of problems for us. Like, we're not interested in that. We're going to go a different direction. So I think it's a combination of that stuff, like that, that Russia has shown a lot of weakness and they've become a less viable strategic partner in the first place. And then they've also been sort of scheming in a lot of ways to like engage in some form of hybrid warfare in Kazakhstan. I don't think we've seen any evidence of like actual, little green men in Kazakhstan or anything, but they've been definitely like talking about it like Ukraine. They've been saying the same terminology. All of a sudden there's Nazis in Kazakhstan, which is like the most absurd thing. But to them, they really, if you ask a Russian, can a Nazi run around in Kazakhstan? They'd tell you yes, absolutely. So, it's just that's just how it is, I guess. But Ben, any like follow up? I mean, we talked to Mahdi about this stuff quite a bit. Anything I maybe forgot?
No, you are quite correct. He also covered the question of would the Kazakh army be able to repel a Russian intervention, and him and Axel were pretty much adamant on the fact that if the Russian army was in full force and able to attack, they would be able to take Kazakhstan relatively rapidly. But at the moment, considering the fact that most of the Russian army is held up in Ukraine, they would probably not be able to face the Kazakh army, however small and under-equipped it is. So there is not too much to fear on that level. And the other thing is that it's quite interesting that they're accusing the Kazakhs to be Nazis, because precisely a lot of Kazakhs did participate into World War II. And if you watch any Russian film about World War II, there's always one Kazakh guy. And it became also a very important element for the future of Kazakhstan, because there was this strange dynamic where the bulk of the interesting jobs and the powerful jobs in Kazakhstan in the 30s were actually occupied by Russians. Engineers were ethnic Russians, and the people in charge of the local administrations were ethnic Russian. But what happened is that as ethnic Kazakhs went to fight on the front line, they came back with expectations and the sort of power that comes with victorious veterans. And this was World War II was actually a turning point of Kazakh history, and also explains to a certain extent why to this day the fight against Nazi Germany is considered as a how can I put it, a foundational block of Kazakh identity. I hope I haven't said something completely stupid. It's a book I read a while ago. Oh, Andrew dropped. Joseph, do you have something to add to this?
Oh yeah, I mean those were great points, Ben. And I would just add like maybe one last thing, which is like kind of in this surreal Russian worldview, right? Anyone who's against Russia is a Nazi, right? So I mean that means like we're Nazis, Ben, right, to the Russians because like we're against Russia. So like it makes sense in their mind, but like to a Central Asian at least, like a Tajik, I don't know, there's not as many migrant laborers who go to Russia, but who are from Kazakhstan, but like a Tajik migrant laborer, right? They're subjected to like neo-Nazi violence like on the regular in Russia, like racist, beatings and, discrimination. And, like a lot of Russians have very like almost subhuman attitudes towards them. So just this idea that like, I don't know, that there's like Nazis in Tajikistan when there are, actual neo-Nazis in Russia, like beating Tajiks to death. It's just, that's how like backward and like new speak this all is, it's like, Russians can't be Nazis, so a guy wearing a swastika kicking a Central Asian to death because he wants to like the white race is supreme, like that's not a Nazi to a Russian. The Tajik on the ground getting kicked by the bald guy with the swastika, he's the Nazi, right? I mean that's the world we're in.
Well, you can accuse them of not being agile in their thinking.
Darn tootin'. And with that, we'll go to Dry Fly.
That was a great segue, because that's what I was going to ask you about. You and Mati ought to comment a little more about the recent developments in Tajikistan and Kazakhstan, because I know they're increasingly getting in the news, and I have this feeling it's very much tied to the activities in Ukraine. Specifically, I would be interested to know more about the reports that there's going to be drills or exercises with the U.S. involved with Tajikistan. That was reported, I think, maybe 3-4 days ago, maybe as far as a week ago. That fell on the media kind of like deaf ears. I mean, nothing came of it. But to me, there seemed like that's a significant story. And I would just like to know more. And you and Marty seem to have your finger on the pulse a little better than the rest of us. And yeah, and I know you guys maybe aren't 100% experts, but hey, my sister did Latin American studies before she went to law school. And she, even though she wasn't a specialist in every single country, she was kind of a specialist in Costa Rica, but she knew more about the other countries around it than any of the rest of us would ever know. So we always went to her for like, what's with this? And so I would just very much like to know, because I think I think the pressures that it's putting on Russia is going to spill over into what's going on in Ukraine. And I would like to just be aware of it, listen.
Yeah, thanks, Dryfly. So as far as these specific drills, I don't know the specifics. I actually should like check the news, but I will tell you this. I've seen some Russian sources about it. They're freaked out about it. They hate it. They don't like it at all. But as far as like our history of military cooperation with Tajikistan, it was a pretty important supply area for our military. They like, their airport helped our military, like their infrastructure helped us, supply our troops in Afghanistan, basically. We also built like a bridge from Tajikistan to Afghanistan, and they really like that bridge. Like I don't know, it's a useful bridge beyond its military applications. So like overall, I would say the reputation of the U.S. military in Tajikistan is like reasonably good. They're not considered like, you know, a bad. I've never heard of any like real problems with U.S. soldiers in Tajikistan. Now that said, there aren't many there. The ones that I did know were either like at the embassy. There is a base, but it's very isolated, so it's not like Americans are, you know, just like on leave, like in Dushanbe, like hanging out at like tourists or something. There's just not that many of them there. And then the only other place I was with a lot of military who were there, like doing Project Go, which is like basically, from what I could tell, they were like college kids who were in ROTC programs, and they got to live in college and be military. But during the summer, their commanding officer said like, hey, like either you go on one of these project things or like your booty's mine for the summer. So they all kind of went on this. And so that involved them like usually learning the language and like living with a family and then like digging wells and stuff. So like I was with them just as like a State Department program. But so that's like their interaction with the US military. It's pretty positive overall, I would say. And I would have to imagine that the exercises with the US have a lot to do with what's going on in Afghanistan right now. Tajikistan's very nervous. They have kind of a weird like love-hate relationship with the Tajiks in the Pamir Valley, because the Tajiks in the Pamir Valley, like, or sorry, not the Pamir Valley, the Panjshir Valley, which is in Afghanistan. The Northern Alliance like backed the people that went against the government in the civil war. It's like a kind of complicated story, but they are ethnic Tajiks, so they don't want them to be like killed by the Taliban, but they also don't know if they can fully support the Northern Alliance. So they're in a very confusing and difficult security situation that's compounded by their economic situation, which is Russia. You know, it's dependent on migrant labor to Russia and then them sending back money. And that system is no longer sustainable or viable for them. So that's like 1/7, that's like 1/7 of their population, like almost like put out of work basically. And then like there's just broader like security concerns that like Russia was a security guarantor in the region. They had a military base in Tajikistan on the Afghan border. And it's been a sort of a problem of mismanagement and corruption. It's been functional and non-functional basically over the last decade or so because of corruption issues. And because of that, like there's like a security vacuum in the region basically. So the US is going there to fill the security vacuum as best it can. I don't think they'll be very successful. I don't think there's a lot the US can do, but they're going to do what they can to help assist the Tajiks against the Taliban doing any kind of encroachment that they can, I would imagine. And overall, the Tajik government's been, I will say this, they've been pretty receptive of the Northern Alliance. As far as I know, they've like hosted like delegations and stuff from them. So like it's a kind of a complicated thing. We don't quite know how all the sides are going to turn out yet, but I think basically the U.S. doing some military drills in Tajikistan is not as crazy as it sounds, and I don't think it's really that big of a threat to Russia. But try telling that to the Russians, because if you go to Russian social media right now, they're freaked out. They're like, they're either freaked out or they see a big advantage in like playing it as propaganda. Sorry, go ahead, Dryfly.
Yeah, I expected that. I mean, that was why I was going to ask you two guys. I thought of you guys immediately when I read that article. And, oh my! And I have a little bit of understanding. I've never been there. I mean, you guys have, but I did a startup with a guy who was Pakistani, and he was from Karachi. And even though he was from Pakistan, ethnically he wasn't Pakistan. I mean, he was Kurdish. His family, like 300 years prior, had immigrated from Kurdistan to Pakistan to escape the persecution of the Ottomans. Okay, but he living in Pakistan living in India under the British Raj, and then Pakistan for years, he had a real good feel for what was going on, and he told me straight up. He said the Tajiks and the Pashtun. He says forget the whole talk about Taliban versus Northern Alliance. He says this is a straight up ethnic thing. And he says it's the Pashtun versus the Tajiks. And he says that one is not going to be settled quickly. And the other part about it, he said, is that um, uh, he said he said, yeah, Russia's never going to be comfortable, never going to be comfortable with anything that happens there that they don't have 100% control in. So yeah, with that background, this is years ago. I was fed this way before this war. Back about the time 9/11 was happening. Um, I just think that this is going to be a very big story, and it's going to impact on Russia's ability to clamp down on Ukraine. And I don't think they're going to be able to, because they're going to have problems with their back door. And I just think you and Maddie ought to keep that one alive, or keep an eye on it, because I think it's going to be relevant to the story that we're all talking about here and the efforts that we're all trying to work on. And so I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I think you're right. I know Marty's been a little busy with school. It was great. I really do miss our segments. They were really enjoyable when we had Marty on, and I always do love having Marty on. I know, like, also my schedule's changed around a little bit. I think we used to do stuff around 11 p.m. 11 a.m. my time. So maybe I should maybe DM Marty and see if we can work something out. That might help. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll do our best to try to get more coverage of that. I think for me, and I wish Marty was here to like check me a little bit, but I think for me, what's really significant to some degree is like the equation has now flipped. Like, Russia used to benefit from security and stability in Central Asia. That was like their goal, and now their goal seems to be chaos. Just not quite for its own sake, but almost for its own sake. And that's like, I don't know. It's like too equally alarming and stupid, but I don't know. Like, that is a little bit, to me, that seems to be the strategic direction shift that Russia has undertaken. Is they've gone from wanting some level of stability in the region for their own like interests in being able to control it, and then also just because they are genuinely afraid of like Islamic, extremism, at least to some degree. And part of that is just fomented by the state, but if you tell your own population for years and years and years, watch out, Islamic extremists are coming to kill you and your children, like, that starts to have a real effect on the population. So for a long time, they've wanted, I think that there's been an effort to try to keep stability. And again, our idea of stability and the Russian idea of stability are way different. But I think that now they've kind of, like all things, they've decided that the short-term gains and long-term gains are completely, like, short-term gains are way more important than long-term gains now. And that means that if a little chaos can get Kazakhstan back in line or Uzbekistan back in line, then if that's what it takes, then Russia's more than willing to accept that. And, we've seen this strategy in other regions, right? Russia loves playing spoiler to US or other bilateral or multilateral efforts in order to gain concessions. And that seems to be the strategy here, just spoil the punch, poo in the punch bowl, and then everyone's got to negotiate with you to get a new punch bowl. Or I don't know what I'm going for with an analogy here, but I think you get the idea. Spoil everything, and then at some point, because everyone's sitting in a mess, they're going to have to like negotiate a solution. So that seems to be the idea. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you for that, because you guys, I think this is going to play a story. This is going to be part of the story as the months go ahead with what's going on in Ukraine. We're working so hard to get Russia to back out of Ukraine and to try to keep the whole European / North Atlantic effort intact. And I just have a feeling that this is going to play a very, very big role in kind of, like I said, making Russia worry about their back door. And so if you guys could keep a finger on the pulse and keep us informed, I would appreciate it. And with that, I will slide down and let others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Drefla. Yeah. If anyone does have any stuff, we'll try to keep it more on Ukraine. But I do completely agree with Drefla, of course, as someone who's interested in Central Asia. I think it is related. And as he said, it's kind of it's part of like drawing Russia's strategic attention away, right? That's like that's why this is significant strategically, right? Russia probably doesn't, because of their because they have to now project so much force into Ukraine in order to sustain what they're doing, they're not able to project their capabilities into other regions that they've had a lot of influence over. And we've seen this over and over, right? We've seen them withdraw military forces from Syria, and we've seen them withdraw forces from elsewhere. And slowly over time, that's caused kind of a reaction from these places that the vacuum has occurred. And that is going to have some pretty significant implications for Russia strategically moving forward, and thus it will have implications for the Russian war in Ukraine. So there is like, there is a direct relationship there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll try to maybe make it a little more about Ukraine. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, talking about stories that are unfolding, I'd like to thank Becky, who sent me a DM information about the fact that tomorrow it's the start of Russia's biggest international military expo, called Army 2022. Well, need to give it to them. Our journalists is their forte. So Army 2022, which is apparently a giant military show where a lot of exposed military hardware for people who can come and see it, etc., etc., and of course a lot of deals being made with businessmen from the world over who are trying to buy new tanks, new robots, new whatever. Probably not entirely by chance, Minister Shoigu has made a visit to a factory producing T-90 tanks, even though the comments about those T-90s from the French analyst Cédric Masse was that those T-90s are probably not able to be sent to combat because they are lacking the sort of equipment that allow the shooter to shoot and to target an enemy. But so anyway, Army 2022, the Russians are bracing themselves, and I think it's going to be interesting to follow for us because, what is going to happen? Is India going to order some more hardware? Are new countries going to order hardware, or are the Russians going to end up having to pack up everything because everyone has seen that most of their stuff is not very good, and whatever is potentially better, they cannot build it anymore. So yeah, there's going to be something to follow, and of course, if you go to the article by Samuel Bennett about it, the Twitter thread that he wrote about it, the best comment at the end is by a friend of the show, frequent contributor, Raver, who says, okay, cool, we've seen the robots, we've seen the tanks, but what about the air defense? So that was I think that's going to be something which our friends who are more military inclined are going to follow carefully.
My question, Ben, would be: does the Russian military hardware come with the little inflator already? Does it come with it, or do you have to buy it separately to inflate your Russian military hardware?
Well, I think that it doesn't come with it, but there's a random thing which every X hardware you buy, it's an inflatable. It's not a real one. So they show you that if they can trick you, you can trick anyone.
And I believe we said intercontinental ballistic missile 3 times in a mirror, and John appeared. So, John, did you have anything you wanted to add about the weapons expo, the big weapons show coming up?
Oh yeah, the Armia, Army, but Armia in Russian expos. Yeah, they hold those every year. It's essentially supposed to be an exposition of Russia's latest, heavy military equipment. Everything from vehicles, down to small arms and other personal equipment. It kind of serves multiple purposes. On the one hand, it's kind of PR for domestic consumption, but on the other hand, probably arguably more significantly for the Russian economy, anyways, it also serves as an expo for foreign military sales. So yeah, you'll see a lot of the images. Like for example, if you go on Wikipedia, look at images of of a lot of the at least for the newer Russian equipment that isn't really that isn't really in service at an appreciable scale. For example, a lot of the images of those are taken from this expo or the expos in years past. Um, this year it doesn't really seem significant. I suspect they'll just have the same old. They'll parade some T-14s around, some T-15s. Maybe a Terminator or two. Some of their other stuff. Maybe they'll fly some Su-57s overhead. They're gonna show off some of their newer kit that they have. A grand total of 10 units of each. And yeah, that's going to be about the end of it. It might be interesting to see, what we don't see. I suspect there's a decent chance that we might not see that many of the more modernized T-72s and T-80s. And if there's any T9, I don't think we'll see any of the. We might see some of the T90Ms, but I'm not sure about the T90As. Because they've historically made a big deal out of them modernizing various pieces of older kit, but those pieces of modernized equipment again, the T-72 like B3Ms, the T-80 BVMs, those were the equipment that they suffered the most horrific losses of thus far in the war, mainly during the first few months. So yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this is gonna have an appreciable impact on their foreign weapons sales because, quite frankly, I don't know what weapons Russia still has the capacity to produce. India can try and buy all the S-400s it likes, assuming they haven't decided to ditch the system after this. But I don't think Russia can produce new ones, so it's a moot point.
I don't know, John. You get it catered really nicely, and you get some really nice displays. You might make a sale or two, but no, I think you're right. I think the Russian arms industry is dead. Who is what's the guest list? Do we know? I mean, is it going to be such prestigious guests as the Taliban and North Korea and Iran, or is anyone else going to go? Do you think?
That is a good question. I mean, they might get the Belarusians. I mean, let me
That'd be a big get, huh?
I know, right? They're about the only people the Russians could sell weapons to. I'm diving into some Russian military websites right now. I can already feel an aneurysm developing in the back of my skull. Let's see here. Who have they invited? According to Industrial Enterprises, have 129 foreign countries have already been invited to participate in the forum. To date, oh, we're gonna love this list. Belarus, India, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan have already expressed their intention to form national expositions. Also, invitations for the foreign aerobatic groups have been sent to China, the UAE, and South Korea.
Now, when you say expositions, they want to sell military hardware at the show?
So essentially, I believe what they do is they also have expositions like of military equipment from other countries that are invited. And I guess it's kind of supposed. I think the whole idea is it's supposed to be a forum not just for Russia to market its military hardware, although that's kind of the main purpose, but also for some of the countries that are invited to have like expositions there to also be able to market their military hardware. So they've managed to get Belarus, India, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan.
Gotcha. Wow, that's worse than I thought. If you're allowed to sell your own weapons at the show and that's all they can get, that's pretty bad.
To be fair, I don't think any of those countries are particularly known for their arms industry. I'm going to be honest, if they can't even get the Chinese, that will be extremely funny.
John, I'm sure the Uzbeks make fantastic modern military hardware. No, they don't.
The only doubly landlocked nation on Earth.
John is correct with that geographic fact. Spring, go ahead.
Well, I read in an article that I think it was Malaysia that was thinking in buying Russian military weapons that decided to not go ahead, being afraid that it couldn't be delivered at all. And at the same time, I'm wondering what is the capability of Russia in building new material when they have lack of ships and stuff like that.
Yeah, they haven't demonstrated any ability to produce any meaningful military equipment beyond dumb artillery shells, to my knowledge. They did like sort of fake make like 30 Terminators, and these Terminators are supposed to be very modern, like anti-infantry tracked vehicles, basically. That was the idea behind them. But from what we can tell, they basically already had the turret part done, and then they were just slapping it onto a T-72 track frame, or chassis, I guess it'd be called. So that really wasn't like, they weren't building stuff from scratch. They were kind of slapping together stuff they already had. And that's like the last we've seen of like a real Russian, like new stuff rolling off assembly lines, as far as I know. They might have been able to get a few. I think that part of that is probably that a lot of the tank industry in Russia, quote unquote, is dedicated to like refurbishing old tanks, not to necessarily make new ones. Like they've got to refurbish that stuff. But maybe John has some better information. John, go ahead.
So yeah, a listener was kind enough to send me an article from TASS. If sending somebody an article from TASS could be called a kindness. So let me just briefly just read out this part. So according to, oh God, so I'm going to read this out as a direct quote because it's funnier that way. Quote, military delegations of 72 states have confirmed their participation in events of the Army 2020 International Military Technical Forum. As of today, 72 states have confirmed the participation of their official military delegations in the forum's events. About 1,500 enterprises and organizations, including foreign companies, are planning to demonstrate their output. Aside from a broad range of thematic expositions, an intense scientific and business program that includes 289 events. Foreign partners will be offered a dynamic show of the capabilities of armaments, military, and special hardware, blah, 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 from I believe from a Russian deputy minister of defense, General Pavel Popov. There's also this little propaganda tidbit in here of, quote, the first international anti-fascist congress will be held as part of the Army Forum with the aim of countering the falsification of history and the glorification of fascism. Lovely. Lovely.
Maybe they can ask the Kazakhs about all the Nazis while they're there selling weapons, right?
Maybe. I was reading some things. I think I want to say in previous years they've gotten around 120 countries to come. So it looks like they've taken a net loss about 50 countries this year around.
Honestly, I kind of want the U.S. to go just because I'm curious, like what it's like, right? We should just go just to scope it out.
I'm pretty sure that must violate some federal statute.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. We shouldn't really go. Andrew, I saw you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Hi guys. I heard someone say that the Russian military manufacturing industry is dead. I wanted to ask, has it ever really been alive since the collapse of the Soviet Union? And what I mean by that is when their military industrial complex was on life support for like those 20 years after the collapse, I feel like since then they haven't really been able to produce like in large quantities any of the modern platforms that they tout. I think there's like 9 operational Su-57s, only 5 of which are even flight worthy. There's like 12 T-14s, and then the rest is just like the rest of their modern stuff is mostly just like vaporware.
Andrew, I think we're losing you. I'm going to bump you
Has
down,
Russia
but I think you got.
mass produced any modern?
Yeah. So yeah, we got your question, Andrew. You were cutting out a bit, but yeah. So it's a Yeah, no worries. So has Russia produced any modern equipment in numbers? We'll say. So I think you point out a couple of great examples, right? It seems like basically since the fall of the Soviet Union, basically, of course, there was maybe a decade where they really weren't that busy researching new equipment. But once Putin kind of had solidified his regime, this became, and especially after the failures of Georgia, in my understanding, there were very significant military failures by Russia in Georgia. Putin sort of had a very significant like modernization program of the Russian military. And from what we can tell, as you correctly pointed out, all of it seems like it kind of turned out to be vaporware. They did produce like, you know, a few prototypes of various models of modern equipment like the T-14, but nothing was produced in numbers. So I guess maybe I'll turn it over to John. John, I mean, can we think of an example of anything that Russia successfully, quote unquote, modernized that they were able to produce in numbers? Something that's not like the T-90 or the T-14 or any of these new missiles that they have. They're confined to old Soviet stuff for the most part, right? Caliber missiles, T-72s. They've been able to modernize some of it, but I mean, it's the baseline is that it's Soviet stuff, right?
So for the most part, yes, they have been able to manufacture some stuff. So they were able to manufacture a couple hundred T-90s. Now I need to be careful. I need to qualify that statement. By T-90, I mean all of the T-90 variants and derivatives. The T-90 is more or less a rebranded T-72. It came out of a Soviet project to develop essentially a unified main battle tank because the Soviet Union was operating the T-64, the T-72, and the T-80, three different main battle tanks, whereas NATO, you know, with each member state was just essentially operating one. So essentially, kind of what they decided to do is they took the chassis, the engine, and the transmission, most of the internals from a T-72, and that would be the basis of a new tank to replace all the others. That would become the T-90, and they basically just stuck the T-80's fire control system in it, which was more advanced than the T-72s, and that was supposed to be the T-90. It was supposed to replace all the others in service, and they were supposed to standardize around that. But that never really ended up happening, so obviously the Soviet Union collapsed in the middle of that. So they were able to manufacture like 300 or 350 of those, somewhere in that ballpark. But most of those were the T-90 or the T-90A, which again are basically rebranded T-72s. The more substantially different is the T-90M, but I want to say the production run on that is like less than 100. It's like 50 or something like that. It's pretty small and inconsequential. I want to say they actually produced like 100 T-14s, but they were like pre-production prototypes, and I think they all had massive issues. They produced like a surprisingly large number for a prototype for like field testing, but they had like, you know, catastrophic issues, and so I don't think those are, you know, combat, or those are not useful in the field as far as I'm aware.
Had a bad day at the parade, and we never saw him again, John.
Oh yeah, that because they had the parking brake on. It was the funniest thing. Anyways, they were able to manufacture a decent number of tornado gas, which were essentially supposed to be an upgrade of the BM-21 Grad. They were able to manufacture a number of those. They were able to manufacture a number of Tiger, Russian for Tiger, IMVs, infantry mobility vehicles. They were able to manufacture a number of, I believe, Tornado and Typhoon MRAPs and armored trucks. What else? The AK-12, that never really, beyond equipping, you know, the VDV, Spetsnaz, you know, their SSO, you know, and FSB, GRU Spetsnaz, that never really went into wide services. Mainly remains the AK-74 or the AK-74M. What else?
What about missiles, John?
Really that much. The Caliber is new. The Caliber that was developed after the fall of the Soviet Union. So the Caliber is actually new, and they were able to produce a number of them, as we've seen. However, they've since expended what seems to be a large portion of their arsenal.
Right, and now they're using those those KH-32s.
Yeah, the KH-22/32s. They've also modernized the KH-55 to get the KH-101, and we've seen some of those used as well. A mixture of the modernized KH-101s and the original KH-55s. I'm really scratching my head for what they produced in numbers. They have some UAVs. They have quite a number of Orlan 10s. They also have a number of what are known as four posts, which are essentially the original four-post, I believe it's a licensed copy of the IAI, Israeli Aerospace Industries Searcher, which is an ISR UAV essentially, developed in the early 90s. I believe the Russians were able to get they were able to get an export for the underlying technology sometime shortly after the Russo-Georgian War in 2008, and they set up licensed production in Russia. And then they developed the four-post R, which is a derivative of it, which converts it to a UCAV, unmanned combat aerial vehicle, carrying ATGMs, anti-tank guided missiles. What else? I'm really struggling here. There's not that many things that they produce in appreciable quantities.
Yeah, I think the caliber is
Submarines?
probably the biggest story. Oh, sorry, Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Didn't they produce new submarines, or are they just better at using the old ones?
They've produced a couple of new ones. A number of them have had varying issues. Keep in mind, they've also lost they lost the Kursk, that one accident. So, they kind of really stalled out in the naval aspect. They built a number of new corvettes and patrol boats. The Admiral Grigorovich is, I believe, for example. But in terms of their larger vessels, they don't really have the capacity to manufacture them because guess where the Soviet Union's primary shipyard was? Take a wild guess, anybody? Nikolaev.
I was about to say Alaska.
And John, where did all the tanks get designed in the Soviet Union?
Oh, so it varies. So the T-64 was designed and produced in Kharkiv at the Kharkiv tractor factory. It's now under a different name. I don't remember what it is. I think it's the MryiaReport. I'm probably mispronouncing that horrifically. Something to that effect. Which that factory remains in Kharkiv, and that's the reason why the Ukrainians chose to standardize on the T-64, even though it's an older platform than, say, the T-72 or the T-80, because they had the domestic, technology and production capacity for it, and it was also just cheaper. The T-72 was designed, I believe the T-72 and the T-90 originated in Vagonzavod, which is a factory out in God knows where, Siberia. And the T-80, I think it was designed at some institute in Leningrad. Well, now St. Petersburg, but then Leningrad. I'm not sure where it's produced. It was also a factory in Leningrad or not. I'd have to go and double check that. But they had different production sites for the different types of tanks.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think maybe I'm torturing the point a bit, but I think my general point is just that one of the main reasons the Soviet Union had such maybe a fearsome reputation for weapons that is maybe been falsely carried over to Russia is just because they had countries like Ukraine that had these major tank design firms. They also had countries like East Germany that could produce optics for tanks. So that, I mean, it seems crazy to us that, Russia can't produce it. I don't think they have the capacity to produce a T-64 anymore. But I think it's true. They can't make East German optics from the 60s. They don't have the equipment sophisticated enough. Is that right, John?
I don't know for certain on that point.
But yeah, so I mean, just generally speaking, right? That's the reason that the Soviet Union had, I think, better military equipment, and that maybe we overestimate Russia's ability to design and produce equipment is because a lot of it was designed not in Russia but in other parts of the Soviet Union by people with I don't know, more design talent, for lack of a better term. But anyway. Yeah, but thanks for that very extremely comprehensive answer to your question, John. The guy who asked it is long gone, but hopefully that answers his question. But yeah, I think it was a good overview of what Russia's been up to since the collapse of the Soviet Union, what they prioritized designing and trying to modernize. And the only thing I think that we could really say was a quote unquote success, not from our perspective, but from theirs, would be, I think, the caliber, right? That's something that they designed from the ground up after the Soviet Union. And it's, I mean, as gruesome as it is, it's been largely successful insofar as it can hit, a population center within 50 meters of where they want to point it. So yeah, I think that's maybe the only real quote unquote success story. And I think, as John will tell you, as far as missiles go, the caliber is not very impressive, is it, John?
It's not. So I mean, it's claimed CEP, circular error probably is only 50 meters. That's the official claim by the Russian government, which is quite bad compared to, say, Tomahawk or TLAN Tomahawk land attack missile, which my memory serves as a CEP with the more recent variants over the past 10 or so years. I believe it has a CEP of like 5 meters or less. It's extremely accurate. So 50-meter CEP for a cruise missile in 2022 is quite poor. That being said, obviously the observed CEP has seemed to be a lot larger than 50 meters. There's an argument to be made. Well, there's two different arguments to be made there. On the one hand, they could be having some quality control issues. That's a definite possibility. But I believe, as one fellow and researcher at RUSI, I believe, had pointed out, who had worked with a large number of Russian and Soviet weapon systems, that most likely what we're seeing in regards to the calibers as well as the other air-launched cruise missiles is they're missing, not necessarily because of extremely poor quality control, although that probably does contribute to some extent. They're likely missing because of how slow the Russians' kill chain is in terms of identifying the location of potential targets, meaning the cruise missiles are being supplied with the wrong targets. Take, for example, the Russians, using these out-of-date maps. For example, that one strike in Venezia that killed a very large number of civilians, it was against a building that is known as the officer's house. Well, the reason why it is known as the officer's house was because 40 years ago, when Ukraine took part of the Soviet Union, it was quite literally an officer's house. It was the residence of a number of military officers that lived in the city. However, after the dissolution of the USSR and the birth of independent Ukraine, it had since been converted from that. It had no military role whatsoever. It had been converted, I think, to some civilian function, purely civilian structure at that point. And it's very likely the Russians struck it because they were using maps from 1980 that still showed it as an officer's residence. The other issue is because of all the electronic warfare that's going on, as well as the fact they're using, a lot of analog launch platforms. There's likely a lot of EW fratricide going on there, to use an exact quote. And as a result, they're probably not only supplying the wrong coordinates for these GPS guided cruise missiles in a lot of cases, they're probably also getting the wrong coordinates for the launch platform as well. Because they have to use a lot of radio navigation techniques. And obviously, an intense EW environment is going to make that more problematic for them. So, in addition to potential quality control issues, there's also just practical integration issues of integrating the weapon system with a launch platform, and then integrating both those together with your kill chain and all this various other organizational things.
Yeah, thanks, John. It's always important to talk about, right? It's not just about the specs on equipment. It's about how that equipment's used, the system of organization that processes the information and then uses the information and acts on it. So, excellent points as always. And I don't know if anyone does have any questions. Please do feel free to press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and we will do our best to answer. But so, John, I guess, I haven't been able to touch base with you in a little while. There's been a couple of strikes that I'm aware of. There was one on the Novokhovka Dam. I don't know if we've gotten a ton of info about it, but I mean, it sounds like the bridge is inoperable at this point. I mean, do we have like solid confirmation of that, or is it just kind of satellite photos, or what?
So I believe there had been another round of strikes against the Antonovsky Bridge. The video and images that we'd seen were released, I think, from last night local time, that showed attempted interceptions by local Russian air defenses of the oncoming, presumably, Gimlers, and appearing to fail. Those were strikes against the Antonovsky Bridge, as best we can tell. I assume the Russians were trying to repair it once more, and the Ukrainians didn't like that, so they struck the bridge again. Excuse me. Sorry, a bit of cough there. I'm becoming finance. Regarding the bridges at Novokhovka, there was a strike against as of 3 or 4 days ago, I think 4 days ago, the rail bridge had been struck and appeared to be out of commission. The road bridge also had been struck, but appeared passable to light civilian vehicles. There have been subsequent strikes in the vicinity of the dam. I haven't seen any additional images or video released then of either of those since the more recent strikes over the past 48 to 72 hours. I presume they're against both of those bridges because multiple sources have reported those as both inoperable, as all four bridges across the Dnipro being inoperable in Kherson. So I presume they're still out of operation for now.
And John, we're hearing stories about the command staff, like basically abandoning their soldiers at Kherson. Is there like any meat on those bones, or is it just kind of a rumor at this point?
So it was originally reported by the Mykolaiv State Military Administration by Vitaly Kim, who was the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast. I'd seen some other reporting that Russian occupation officials for Kherson Oblast had set up shop in Melitopol, which is obviously in occupied Zaporizhia Oblast. What I'm not sure about, though, the subsequent reports regarding Melitopol, if they were just referring to, the officials of the occupation administration that the Russians had attempted to set up in Kherson, or if they were also referring to, the military headquarters of the actual, relevant units for Kherson, such as the 49th Combined Arms Army or the 22nd Army Corps, 20th Motor Rifle Division, and the other, higher echelon HQs that were, in the area.
Gotcha. Thanks, John. And yeah, please retweet the space if you can, folks. And again, if you do have any questions for John, myself, or Ben, please do feel free to come up, press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Back to you, Ben.
Thanks a lot. John, we're talking a lot about Kherson and Zaporizhia over the past few days. And we're not paying a lot of attention to the rest of the front. I think I understood that in Kharkiv, the Russians are regularly attacking and regularly being repelled without much success. On the majority of on some points of the Donbass front line, they're pushing forward and probably taking 20 meters a week while losing 3 BTGs in the process. So that's the general picture I have, but there's one place I really don't see what's going on, and it's Izium. So I've got two questions for you. Is the general picture I gave for the Donbass and Kharkiv roughly correct? And secondly, what's going on in Izium?
Can you repeat? Okay, can you repeat the first part? As for the second part, I have no idea what's going on in Izium, unfortunately.
Okay, this first part was what's going on in Kharkiv. Are the Russians attacking and being repelled? And in the Donbass, are they snailing forward?
So in Kharkiv, north and northeast of Kharkiv city, as far as I'm aware, the front line has remained essentially static. I don't think there have been any Russian assaults beyond, some, very small scale probing attacks and, just shelling, by either side against the other. That is kind of the status quo there has kind of continued on as is for some time. In Donbass, east of Seversk and Bakhmut, my understanding is the front line there remains mostly static compared to the past few days. The Russians had made some incremental gains towards Bakhmut. They had captured Pokrovsk, which is the town immediately to the, directly east of Bakhmut. And between there, it's just, open fields. I assume the Ukrainians are probably dug in, but between Pokrovsk and Bakhmut, there's no other settlements. That being said, just directly attempting to assault the city of Bakhmut from Pokrovsk, probably not advisable for the Russians. and it looks like they're attempting to continue their attacks to the north and the south of Pokrovsk, trying to move to the north and the south of the city respectively. Their attacks against Bakhmutsky and Soledar, they continue. I'm not sure that I don't believe they made any appreciable progress in the past couple days. But that's kind of the current state of things. I understand them, and I haven't really seen much movement up further north around Seversk.
Brilliant, thank you. I mean, your analysis was decent, but the one of Mr. Freckles behind you was great. Okay, John, I've got a personal question for you.
Shoot.
What got you interested in rockets, and what got you interested in Ukraine? Like, what are you doing here?
Okay, so the first question, I've always kind of been like a space nerd to varying extents. What really kind of got me back into really into rocketry was mainly stuff involving like SpaceX, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Starship, the development program for that. Like when they started like doing all the test flights down in Boca Chica, just outside Brownsville in Texas, here in Texas. I watched all that stuff live. It was just really fantastic and amazing, and reminded me that I'm like really into space stuff. And I discovered that I was just like uber into rocketry. I was already, physics was already kind of my thing. I already knew that was what I was going to major in. So, it wasn't much of a stretch to get, from just general physics to rocketry. And in terms of.
And then to Ukraine.
So, I mean, I was already kind of cognizant of events in Ukraine because my closest friend throughout middle school and high school, she's Ukrainian. She's from Donetsk. She's adopted, but she's originally from Donetsk, and that's one of the things that that I remember viscerally her talking about. When she would talk, because she had been back to Ukraine, I think a few times, and that was one thing that she frequently talked about was the place where she was born being under Russian occupation. So I was very much cognizant of kind of the war that one was happening, and that the Russians have it out for the Ukrainians in a big way. So I was already kind of cognizant of that before February 24th. And so I originally got on Twitter mainly to follow like space related news and space and rocketry related developments and stuff like that. And around January, I started getting a bunch of OSINT stuff on my Twitter feed, and from there it kind of just spiraled out of control.
And you're still in a tailspin.
Say again? Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, Joe, you're the one laughing. Although I think in your case, I know what happened. You were into Iran, and then you had a breakup with a girl that didn't end up well. So you went walking into the mountains and ended up being interested in Tajikistan, right? That's how it happened.
Yeah, like I was studying Iran. So I right after I was going to college and I was going to sign up for Arabic because it's like I was just like, oh, there's all this terrorism stuff. Like I wanted to help the U.S. government. That was like my big dream. So I was like, okay, I'll take Arabic, and they were like, Arabic's
sorry, just to you're we know that you're fairly old, right? So we're talking 82, 83, right?
No. Well, yeah. So I was born in '88. So what?
Wait, I thought you were a
early
boomer.
high school, early 2000s. No. I sometimes joke because I don't understand technology that I'm a boomer, but I'm not really an actual baby boomer. Ben, you're such a boomer if you think boomer means boomer. I mean, geez. Anyway, so yeah, I was in college. Like late 2000s. And yeah, Arabic was full, so they were like, you could take this other language, Farsi, and I was like, okay. So yeah, I did that. Farsi program's pretty developed in Arizona. We've had it for a fair bit of time, but it's pretty new at my university. So I was like the first graduate of it. And then basically I wanted to go to Iran. Like I had completed all the coursework in Farsi, and they were like, "No way, Jose! Like you can't just go to one does not simply walk into Iran, right, Ben?" There are certain schools in the U.S. that do have like actual studying arrangements in Iran, but it kind of requires political connections. Basically, like there's some schools in California that have this capacity and so forth. But little old me, it'd be pretty difficult to get me over to Iran, and especially to get funding. They don't like to fund places where you could get kidnapped or blown up or stuff like that. So anyway, so I was trying to find like a way to get to Iran, and then someone went, "Psst, come over here, come here." And I said, "What?" And they said, "You want to go to Tajikistan?" And I was like, "Where's that?" And they were like, they speak Iranian, but they're not Iranian." And I was like, "What?" And I'd like vaguely heard of this place, like it's been spoken of in poetry. And actually, it's kind of funny. Like the guy who wrote the national anthem of Tajikistan, like during the Soviet time, like their little, like the Ukrainian one, um, he was a Iranian and he was a communist, and he got like exiled from Iran for being a communist. And when he got there, there was like a Tajik delegation with like a sign waiting for him. And he was like, "I don't know who any of these people are." So they like took him to Tajikistan, and he was like, "What? There's like a version of my country that's communist." Like, I don't know. Even he didn't know about it, right? You'd expect him of all people to be aware of it. So yeah, it's just like not a very well-known thing, even to Persian speakers. It's sort of vaguely talked about. Like if you look up like an Encyclopedia Britannica article on Persian language, it'll say Persian is a language spoken in Afghanistan, Iran, and Tajikistan. But yeah, it's just not something that's like on people's minds. So I was just like, what is this place? So at first I was studying Farsi in Tajikistan, which was kind of weird, but it's doable. They use Cyrillic alphabet. They don't use Arabic alphabet or Abjad script, I should say, modified Abjad, which is what Persians use. They use modified Cyrillic. But overall, like the languages are basically mutually intelligible. There's a weird vowel shift. So like to say, "How are you doing?" in Persian, you'd say Hale shoma chetore, which is like your health. How is it? But in Tajik, it would be Holi shumo chitori, right? So like all the vowels shift. So there's like a weird part of my brain that can do that. So I had to like shift the vowels in my head to learn Persian from Tajik, but overall, pretty simple. So I was there studying, and just over time, kind of fell in love with the country. I was there for like one summer. I decided to go back for another summer, and yeah, it's a great country, really welcoming people. They were really kind to me. Like I lived with host families both times. They're very, very welcoming, very warm. All the people there, very like, kind and generous and nice. So yeah, I had a really great time and learned a lot about like what Russians do, destroy ecology, colonize, just generally oppress their neighbors. And yeah, so that's kind of like, that was like my first introduction to like Russian, I don't know, not my first introduction, but my first direct encounter with the effects of Russian colonialism, I guess. And then from there, I started studying like Soviet Union, history of the Soviet Union, because I wanted to understand Tajikistan better. So I started taking courses in like Soviet studies and things like that. And so eventually that was kind of became my focus, was like Islam in Tajikistan during the Soviet time and after the Soviet time. It's like my actual like specialization. And I got my MA and I got all the way up to my dissertation. I was working on my dissertation and then I just bailed out. I ran out of money, Ben. So yep, there I am. I'm a PhD ABD dropout.
Okay, and when did you move in Langley?
When did I've never been to Langley. I did though. When did I visit Langley? Yeah, I visited in high school. So in the United States, we have something called the National Youth Leadership Forum. I would be shocked if John didn't go. And they select people from all the different states. Okay, but you know about it, eh, John? Did they try to get you?
I don't. I went to a tiny high school, and so I don't believe so.
Yeah, but it's like career day. So they pick like I think 2 people from each state each year, and they say, okay, you guys can come and like tour tour all the government buildings. So you can go to the CIA, you can go to the State Department, you can go to FBI, and then also like as part of it, there's like like a war game, or yeah, I mean a war game for lack of a better term. We all played, you know, different parts of the, you know, one guy was the president, one guy was the secretary of defense, and so forth. And everyone, there was like a scenario in Nigeria where we had to, you know, act everything out. So yeah, it was kind of an interesting experience. A lot of like, I don't know, I was very interested. I really wanted to be part of government at the time. And like, so overall, like the more I got interested in academia, I thought I should stay there. But yeah, so like when I was younger, that was in high school. I was maybe what, 17? Yeah, I must have been 17 then.
Wow, impressive. I think you would have been terrible in government. You're way too nice, way too smart. John,
Yeah. I was just going to say real quick, Ben, I saw the diplomatic mission to Tajikistan, like the U.S. diplomats there. They looked so like bored and isolated, and like they didn't know what they were doing there. Like that really like killed my motivation, was like seeing those guys at the end of the earth, just wondering what they were doing there. That really like got to me. But I shouldn't have. What really, this really jarred me awake. You know, I should have done something. I should have tried to help, I think, but. Oh, well, here we are. I'll do what I can now, right? Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Don't worry. You can always walk into Langley and they'll take you. John, you had your hand open.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Joseph, so do you read both Farsi and Abjad as well as in Cyrillic?
Yep. Yes, I do, John.
George, do you have a cringy question about Joseph's biography, or?
No, actually I wanted to know. Did you guys talk about the fact that the Wagner headquarters in Popsana got obliterated today?
Popasna, yes, we did. We're in great spirits. Yeah, big attack. These Wagner guys, they posted on social media where their HQ was. It actually had the address like in there in the photo, and they used that for a HIMARS strike and killed a bunch of Wagner, killed an HQ. Big news. So yeah, we're very excited about it, George.
Yeah, I love the fact I saw a couple of pictures. I think I sent you guys the links. It's absolute rubble.
It really is a pretty impressive explosion, like as far as they go. Like if we compare it to the very first video of a HIMARS strike we saw on an HQ, definitely you could see evidence of a strike and things were on fire and there were holes in vehicles and things, but it didn't have that same, like, you know, like you said, the building is just leveled almost, or it's quite a, I don't know, it's quite a spectacle, that particular strike, for whatever reason. So interesting. But yeah, thank you, George. Go ahead.
I was going to say it was probably they probably emptied one of the launchers. Probably they got hit probably with about six Gimler's rockets, because anything less than 6 for them would be a pity.
Gurney, do you have something you want to add or something else? Go ahead.
Yeah, are we going back to the cringy Joseph questions? Am I allowed?
Yeah, sure.
I jest here. Joseph, who did you upset to get sent to the backwoods of Tajikistan? Did anyone ask you that yet?
You know, I will say Iran was very competitive for funding. You know, there's a lot of people from really good schools in California like doing that. But I could get a lot of funding for Tajikistan. And I would encourage, if there are younger people listening, I doubt we have any younger people in our audience, but if you want to study a language, consider a critical language. It doesn't have to be a post-Soviet language, but most post-Soviet languages are considered critical languages. But yeah, if you really like want to and I would say rarer post-Soviet or rarer critical languages are going to be much more valuable to different organizations, be they government, even, you know, hospitals and things need translators. So if, you know, a lot of people do have to, or they wind up taking a language in university, I would recommend taking a critical language, either a common one or a less common one, depending on kind of the track you want to go. So that would be like my general advice. Any follow-up, Ernie?
Yeah, that was a really smooth cover, Joseph. I was sort of trying to imply that you upset somebody down in Virginia, and
you got a posting to Tajikistan.
I really wish I was a spy. I mean, you guys probably understand at this point. I'm not that organized or like together to be a spy. I don't even get up very early. But maybe that's part of my cover, right, Gurney? I guess that's all part of the cover. I bought a phone I don't even know how to use. I don't know how to use Twitter.
We never said you would make a good spy. We only said you are probably a spy. I was wondering, what's a critical language?
They're just languages designated by the U.S. government as important to have, like people in who know how to speak it, basically.
Yeah, Ben, ask him how he knows that.
I'm a Title VIII State Department funding recipient, and we're totally not spies. Totally not 100% not spies.
Yeah, you're just doing some commerce travel, right?
Yeah, I mean, Title VIII Title VIII has always insisted and will continue to insist that no spies are sent to the Title VIII program, and that's the official statement of Title VIII. And yeah, no spies here, nothing to see.
Just cultural attaches.
That's right. But yeah, really, I'm really not a spy. I know that no one will believe me, or that me saying I'm not isn't like gonna work. But yeah, I'm genuine. I've just been an academic. I feel like I would be able to talk to Gurney a lot less dumb if I was a spy. But I would know things that Gurney knows. But anyway.
Gurney is not a spy, he's in counterintelligence. It has nothing to do. He never leaves his hothouse, and he just says, this guy, take them, and we never see them again.
I need to laugh here to convey to the audience how, we're jesting, if that's not clear.
Well, I don't know. Gurney accused me of being a spy a lot. I don't know. I don't know if he's jesting. I think he is jesting, but at the same time, I think it's a jest designed to probe a little bit, Gurney. I don't know.
You have a good cover, though. That's good.
Well, look, at the Maria Report, we recruit the best here. So, Joseph, we're very happy to have your cultural attaché services.
Yeah, we have dropouts from old kinds of PhD programs.
That's right. Stay in school, John, and finish quick. All right. Funding doesn't last forever. Okay. All right. Well, on that note, I'm on 5% battery. I better go back to my phone charger. Yeah. So if anyone does have any news about Ukraine, we could maybe make this not about me, because it's definitely not about me. It's about Ukraine. We want to promote, the Ukrainian voices on the space. Always, we want to talk about the Russian genocide against Ukrainians, the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's what we're all here to do. And quite frankly, I don't feel like I'm the most, competent person to do it. But quite frankly, it looks like there was a need. I do my best. I try to come up here. I try to, stay informed. I try to follow the news and participate in the discussion, and anything we can do to raise awareness of it. And my limited kind of secondhand knowledge of Russia, if it can be of any assistance, and if the fact that I have a 4G phone connection that can and enough free time because of my work to continue the project and continue the mission of MryiaReport. If I'll stop talking about myself now, because it's starting to be really embarrassing. But I'll just say,
No, it's okay, Joseph.
if you guys value me here, I'll stay here and work and promote what we're doing as long as it takes. So back to you, Ben.
Yeah, no, you enlightened us a lot, and the Good Samaritan explains a lot of things, because who says Good Samaritan says Samaritan, who says Samaritan says Judea, who says Judea says Israel, who said Israel says Mossad. So you are not from Langley or bad. Gurney, go ahead.
Did my funding line request come through, or did my mic cut out?
No, we didn't hear you speak about money.
Oh, well, it wasn't money. It was just I was plugging away here and after plugging away for Joseph here, I said, well, I've been trying to plug away every night for our friend John. So every night for the next week, I'm going to at least try to get in edgewise nuclear thermal rockets so that we can get our rocketry friends some funding line opportunities, Joseph, some internship opportunities. So I'll keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. We need Tajikistan funding line opportunities for our friend here, and nuclear thermal rockets. No, I jest. Audience, I'm jesting here. Please don't send me nasty messages.
Well, I will say, Gertie, like if we want to get real here for a second, like in terms of, I was in religious studies, which is sort of a bastard child of all the social sciences, but ultimately most of my instructors were anthropologists, cultural anthropologists. And like, to be honest, like looking back on it, the vast majority of our funding came from military. So there was a program that for Indonesia, basically, like to very briefly summarize it, it was the DoD would go to our professors and say, are they like radical in Indonesia? And they would be like, no, they're not radicalized. And they go, okay, good. And then the other project I was part of was mapping villages in North Africa that like aren't on maps, that can't be found through satellite. And that was also a DoD project. So like 2 programs I was part of, like their bread and butter for funding came from military projects. So it's definitely like a thing. There's definitely a lot of, projects shared between academia and the military. But yeah, I've never actually like directly been a part of it. Yeah.
Well, if we just click our heels 3 times here and say Tajikistan, 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 and do it again and say nuclear thermal rockets, nuclear thermal rockets, nuclear thermal rockets. And if I could do that in my best Major Giroux repetition voice, I'll keep working on that a little bit, but maybe we can get some fun help for these guys now. Again, jesting, but George, I see a hand there.
Yes. Has anybody heard any progress on the visa bans for Russians? What's our tally on countries that have decided to do it?
Well,
go ahead, Ben. You probably know more than I, and then John. We'll go Ben, John.
That sounds okay. Never mind. The big news of the day is that a lot of information leaked from Poland, implying that Poland was going to declare the ban probably in the middle of the week. Some people were more cautious, but everyone sort of agreed that Poland would be the first large European country to declare a ban on Russian visas. Other than that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Latvia and Estonia.
Yep, that's all I know about specifically, or like that I can confirm. Latvia and Estonia. John, and any more information than Ben?
Other than the broad overview of that, in addition to those, I want to say I thought there might be 1 or 2 other Eastern European countries moving to support it, but yeah, there definitely seems to be an ongoing trend among particularly countries of the former Warsaw Pact, shall we say, that really don't want any more Russians on their territory.
What? Okay. What about Finland? I thought I had heard that their prime minister, that she had expressed, that the idea that Finland may do it.
I know Finland's been considering it. It's been a kind of a hotly discussed topic in the Finnish media, especially, but I don't know of any like official movement. Does anyone on the panel know?
No. I'll raise the question, or you'll raise the question a bit later when the Finns come up. They're still sleeping right now. We have a question.
I actually was going to talk about the visa bans. Is it okay? Am I good? Good to go?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
If you tell us what's the sound we're hearing from behind, then you can go.
Oh, you're hearing
I'm
a
hearing a
song
bird.
behind me? Those are my parakeets. I have birds. I have a lot of birds. So
Are you related to Major Jiru or in any way?
no, not at all. Is that somebody else with birds? No,
He has
I'm just,
birds issues, but he has birds, yeah.
yeah, no. That's interesting. You can hear them. That my mic must be really good because they're quite far away. So, but anyway, I was going to say, we were talking in the Maggie space. Maggie, who was here, right before I left, about the visa bans, and we were all agreeing how important they are, and that they should all be implemented. Especially just the idea of the Russians going on vacation. It's just disgusting. Getting to have their kicks while they're killing Ukrainians. And I posited right before I left, and I actually haven't seen this suggested by anyone anywhere, that you can do a ban in stages. And I believe that this might have been done in the UK with German British people to start with. I'm not sure if I'm remembering this correctly, but you can force them to register themselves, and when they register, they have to take an oath renouncing Russian government and renouncing Putin, and admitting that Ukraine is, a sovereign territory, and et cetera, et cetera. And that's one way just to start the pressure on them and to start the process of a ban, if a ban hasn't taken place already. That's just something that kind of came to my head right at the end of the last discussion. And I would love to see that suggested somewhere by somebody, because the ban is just like just jumping to the ban, right? That might not be palatable to some countries. I'm not sure, but you could definitely ramp up the pressure in stages. And yeah, I'd love to see that. And I'd also like that would potentially provide an avenue for some Russians to come in who, could be actual refugees, and I actually didn't know this. I just learned that even if you were to renounce your Russian citizenship, burn your passport in a live video or whatever, it's actually really, really hard. Like, Russia really operates like a cult. They do not let you stop being a Russian citizen, like at all. It's like you have to like petition them to remove you from their lists. They're like the freaking Mormon church like that, apparently. So that's interesting. I did not know that. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Just I'd love to see them forced to, like, in order to come into a country, to like take a piss on a photo of Putin or something like that. Anyway, that's all. Thanks.
Family show, so we support a lot of things, but nothing dirty. Donnie, you raise your hand when the question of was brought up.
The Kiev Independent reported on the 5th that the Bulgarian consular services in Moscow has temporarily suspended the acceptance of visa documents for Russian tourists and real estate owners due to, quote, extraordinary circumstances. So that was already happening. And as for, citizenship, it's pretty standard where, you no matter how much you renounce a citizenship, if you're born somewhere, you retain that citizenship. Doesn't matter how many passports you burn or blah 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 blah. It's it's a birthright. So, yeah, that is all.
Yeah, I know in the US too, there's like a lot of tax reasons. Like if you want to renounce your citizenship, there's basically like a 10-year period or something where they can investigate your finances for tax reasons, so they can make sure they taxed you appropriately. And then they basically tell you when you do renounce your citizenship, you're on the hook for any tax stuff like forever. So there's a big concern there. So it's typically very difficult to renounce citizenship of a country, or at least, or for example, like in Iran, right? Iran doesn't really recognize the renouncement or exclusive citizenship of, like, let's say, an Iranian American. So there are examples of them going back and getting maybe drafted into the Iranian army or things like that. So yeah, definitely kind of an issue in the global system, right? The concept of citizenship. But I guess maybe my question would be to Ben. Ben, are you just broadly speaking, are you a ban all Russian tourist visas type of guy, or are you a make the Russian tourist visas cost money that goes to Ukraine type of guy?
Well, I'm biased because I've got skin in that game. I live in central Paris, and there's a lot of Russian tourists, and I have to bear with them. And if they could be gone, I would be extremely happy. So on a purely selfish way, I would be for as hard a ban as possible. Then if we can ban and take money, I'm also good with this.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of Ukraine. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ben. I didn't know you.
No, go ahead.
All I was going to say is, like, I've heard a lot of Ukrainians say this on Twitter, and just, talking to Ukrainians that I know, that this visa ban does really seem to have bothered the Russians in a fundamental way that, like, other things that, for example, war crimes against Ukrainians haven't, right? I think for the Russian liberal, the idea of being exiled from, like, the European community in this way, like, that really is significant for them. And they really are freaking out to an extent that I don't think we've seen on other issues. I think obviously, like, maybe really early during the invasion, like maybe the first few days when there were those thousands of protests and then they all got arrested. But since that kind of settled, I think this is the most I've seen Russian liberals really question, like, oh my God, do we have some responsibility in what's happening? Go ahead.
No, yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. No, I don't agree with you, actually. I live in a country which has not only a history of a very savage imperial past, but also a position today in Africa, mostly West Africa, which is how can I put it? At best, can be described as problematic, and while it does not at all resemble what Russia is doing at the moment, I would say the position of most of the French people, and I include myself in it, is very similar. We don't want to hear about it. We don't rightly care about it. We know nothing about it. And please, let's move on. Let's move on the conversation to something that's more amusing. And in that respect, I sort of can put myself in the shoes of the Russian public at the moment. It doesn't affect them. They have plans. They don't care, and they don't want to know. And I see how easy it is, because in Paris, no one cares about Africa, and we can live perfectly well knowing that the French army is over there doing God knows what, maybe good things, maybe bad things. The TV says it's good, but we're and in that respect, I sort of understand where the Russians are coming from, but in a way that also makes the ban more important, because it forces a realization. It's a little bit like the world having an intervention and telling everyone, wake up. It's the moment. You need to be aware of the fact that what is going on is not okay, and that the world is considering it as absolutely despicable, and it needs to stop, and you cannot stay in your bubble. So if I was to be a little bit more verbose, that's what I would say. And also, I hope that after this there will be a ban on French tourists in the rest of the world, but that's another issue.
Yeah, I think
It's not a joke.
Good
It
point.
is not a joke. I'm actually serious.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think, but you bring up some good points, right? I think you're not drawing like a direct comparison. You're not saying that what the French are doing in Africa is what Russia's doing in Ukraine. But obviously, as you said, there's some problematic thing. Let's put it this way: Ben strongly disagrees with French policy in Africa, and I think that's understandable. And I think you're just sort of putting your in your understanding as like your individual conscious yourself as an individual in the Russian situation, right? That's kind of your understanding of it. And I understand that position as well. And as you said, I think it's maybe a wake up call, and I think it would be effective, as you said, if all of a sudden Western companies pulled out of France and tourists were banned, so the French couldn't, go overseas at all to do any kind of tourism. That presumably would have a real like fundamental effect on the national perception of what was going on. So yeah, I think it's like it's not a direct comparison. It's more of an analogy, and I think it's like an interesting and good analogy. So thank you, Ben.
Picasso has had his hand up for a while, and yeah. So first of all, sir, I'm a big fan of your art. I wanted to tell you.
Well, thank you, Ben. Good to join you guys again. Hi, Joseph. So I wanted to give a quick update. George asked about Finland, and I live in the UP of Michigan. We're called Upers up here, and so we have actually the largest population of Finnish Americans in the United States, and so we kind of follow all things Finland pretty close up here. But Nexta reported that Finland is going to consider entry restrictions for Russians on August 16. And so they've got a meeting scheduled, and on that August 16, the agenda includes the issue of restricting the issuance of tourist visas for Russian citizens. So I thought I would pass that along. And just a side note, I'm old enough, almost 60, that I met my great grandmother who came over from Finland here. She was born in the 1890s, and she didn't speak very good English, but I did ask her when I was young, why did you leave Finland? And she gave me two reasons, and one of them was poverty, and the other was the Russians. And second interesting side note was that my cousin, who was brought up with me, we're about the same age here in Michigan. He went over to visit our relatives in Finland and met, this was in the 1980s, and met one of our older relatives there. And the guy got talking about Russians and lifted up his shirt and showed my cousin a bullet wound that he had received in the Winter War from the Russians. So needless to say, the Finns are not big fans of Russians. So thank you, and I'll drop down.
Thanks a lot, Pablo. Yeah, the problem of the Finns with the Russians is has been mentioned on this platform quite a few times, actually. Whiskey Tango. I don't think we directly spoke to one another yet, but based on what you just sent me, I'm going to call you my friend, and I'm going to beg you to tell us exactly what you DM'd me, because that was brilliant.
Thanks, Ben. No, I thought it was a bit hypocritical of Russian to be reacting to these visa bans, because back in early April, they did basically the same thing. Any country that was unfriendly to Russia, they banned visas. I thought, given the current conversation, you'd enjoy that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd completely forgotten about this, but that's really amazing if the Russians have themselves banned the citizens of quote unquote unfriendly countries. So that includes all the countries of the EU from entering Russia, and now they're upset because the Europeans are just sending back paying them back in kind. That's absolutely delicious. That's wonderful start. I'm not sure if the ban is complete, because I remember a few weeks back in the metro. I had in front of me a guy who was literally organizing a trip to Russia. He had paper in front of spread in front of him, so I took a few pictures to see what the papers were saying. I was hoping that it was going to be, something really, really interesting, and it turned out to be only his Russian lesson. But yeah, no, the guy was organizing a trip to Russia as if, oh, I'm terribly sorry, as if it was a perfectly normal thing. Yeah, that was actually painful to watch. Again, thank you, Whiskey Tango. That was fantastic. I'd just like to acknowledge our friend Constantine who has come up. And Andrew, you have your hand up.
Hi, I had a question for Joseph, just asking for some clarification on a comment he made. I think it was him. He mentioned about having this possible visa ban make Russian liberals perhaps open their eyes more and consider that they might have some responsibility in this war. I wanted to ask if he could clarify on what he means by Russian liberals. I'm imagining like middle class Russians who are somewhat educated and might not wholeheartedly support the idea of the Russian invasion, but don't really say anything, and not really Russians who have Hillary Clinton stickers on the back of their cars. So just wanted to ask what they are and what role they play in Russian society.
Yeah, so a great question, Andrew. Of course, I'm not an expert on Russian liberals, but yeah, I'll try to give like a brief. So the basic thing is, I think in the media in the West, we've constructed this idea that like there's this genuine, resistance to Putin, or there's this genuine movement against Putin, and that it's been, like brutally suppressed, and that the Russians sort of yearn to be free, but Putin's got them under their thumb. And at the very least, there's this idea that there are these, Russians who kind of oppose the war and are against Putin. And most importantly, that this is Putin's war, that like this will somehow end with Putin shooting himself. And then all the Russians will come out and go, oh, like we never wanted to invade Ukraine. Like that was never part of the plan. I think the reality is, and I think the consensus on the space is the reality is a lot deeper than that, right? This is a deeply held cultural belief in Russia that the Russian Empire is a good thing, that it needs to exist, and that Russian imperialism in itself is like, a good, important practice. And their real problem with Putin isn't that he's an imperialist. Their problem with Putin is that he is maybe corrupt, or he's not Western enough in terms of his, practices or the way he runs the government, and that at its heart, the Russian Empire, they still want it to exist. They just don't like the way that Putin runs the Russian Empire, and that's sort of been the kind of general premise of the Russian state, in history, right? It was first the Russian Empire, and then the Soviet Union was like another attempt to continue the Russian Empire, like under a different label, a different ideological label. But so I think that's kind of Russian liberals have this problematic thinking. If you look at someone like Navalny, right, who's supposedly, and if you read about Navalny in Western media, he's supposed to be this great anti-Putin, this person who's supposed to save us all from Putin and be this leader that can take Russia to a new era of peace. And the truth is, he's an imperialist like the rest of them. He has on his social media accounts called Georgians rats. He has, or vermin. He has said that Crimea will never be given up, that it's Russian land, that it's not to be something traded like a ham sandwich. That these are the so-called Russian liberals. So it's not that I don't think there are any Russians who like can't possibly be completely opposed to what's going on. It's just that the underpinnings of what this war is run pretty deep in Russian culture. And
Joseph? Donnie, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, so we've lost Joseph. I cannot do much about it. It's unfortunate. It's getting very interesting. Do you think he's going to remark me? I don't think so. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. You dropped. Okay, I'm going to take the opportunity to talk about. No, I'm not going to take the opportunity to talk about this because it's very silly. I'm going to take the opportunity to pass on the mic to Constantine and at the same time say hello to my friends, Finance and Maddie and Finance. Constantine, go ahead.
Can you hear me well? Because I have a phone that I was not able to connect to it. It's a new phone. Well, it's an old phone, but it's new to me. Can you hear me well?
Perfectly.
Okay, so I wanted to add the thing about the Russians and the Russian Empire and Russian liberals, and that it's all Russians or not Russians. People may not like it, but I don't think that all Russians are bad. I don't think that it's all Russians who are guilty. I do think that their civil society holds lots of responsibility for this war, for genocide, but I cannot say that every one of them is guilty, because I will give you concrete examples where I have Russian friends who are actually giving tons of money to the effort of helping Ukrainian military, buying, and not only buying socks and some medical stuff, but also to buying drones and helping spot the artillery. So not every Russian person is part of it. Some of them are really scared. And if people think that it's so easy, to go outside and just protest and get everything done, it's not as simple as that. Even in free societies, it's not as simple as that. So just have some. I'm not saying respect, just keep this in mind, and don't think that absolutely like Russian is a stamp on your face that you're like a bad person that support genocide. No, there are good people. There are people who understand that this is brainwashing, and they are fighting against it. They have different ways of fighting. Maybe it's not that viral. And the critical mass, unfortunately, on other side. But you must also remember that in the United States, for example, you also have some conspiracy theorists. You also have, populist movements that some radical right or radical left that essentially, have the same ideas as the Russian mainstream propaganda has. So and every society is susceptible to that. It's just a matter of having a critical mass. So right now in Russia internally, unfortunately, there is a critical mass for that, and that's the problem. And I see so many hands up.
Yeah, very sorry, guys. I dropped just to very briefly conclude my thought. I think there's a construction in Western media of quote unquote the Russian liberal that's problematic. I think Konstantin laid out the reality that's absolutely appropriate. But I think that in the West and in the United States in particular, because we have a very shallow understanding of Russia, there is this kind of a construct of the Russian liberal, and I think it's used sometimes to sort of to detract from Ukrainian voices, if that makes sense, right? We start talking about Russian people suffering and how we need to do things to engage with Russia to minimize their suffering and to make them change their thinking and their beliefs. And then we start kind of ignoring Ukrainians. And I think that's kind of where my problem with the idea of the Russian liberal comes from. It tends to distract from the Ukrainian side of things. But that's just my brief take. So I know we have a lot of hands. So I'll turn it over to Ben. Ben, go ahead.
No, I don't have much to say. I just wanted to say how admirable Constantine cool-headedness and sense of fairness is perfectly right. He's the thing with the Russians is that to a large extent any organized opposition has been crushed, and as a result, only a few individuals are managing to make their voice sound, and contradict other people. I'm sorry, it's about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm starting to sound even more stupid than usual. So anyway, thanks a lot, Constantine. This was most needed. Okay, as you mentioned, a lot of hands have been raised, but our favorite skateboard fanatic, Maddie, has joined, and I'm sure we'll all be very happy to hear what he has to say.
I think finance was first.
Yeah, finance spoke already a lot.
Oh, all right. But yeah, everything that Joseph mentioned and is absolutely correct. There's a huge problem with the perception of the Russian liberal Western media. Of course, Navalny is one of the most vivid examples out there. He's been everything you've mentioned is true. He called the Georgians rodents. He promoted for a more aggressive Russian invasion of Georgia back in 2008. He actually called for the use of cruise missiles to bomb Tbilisi, which is the capital of Georgia. He actually called for the entire capture of the country, which is absolutely insane. But something that should not be forgotten is where his political career started. It started with memberships in little-known parties or unpopular parties, but then he gradually shifted over into Russian ethnocentric policies or ethnocentric views. He started attending far-right rallies, the so-called Russian marches, where people would wave that old imperial flag, black, yellow, and white. The same flag that is currently used by the Russian imperial movement, which is a recognized terrorist organization by the United States and Canada. Is to briefly describe it, I view this organization as kind of an unholy mix of ISIS and the German Nazi Party. If that is at all possible, then the Russians made it. Their central policies are basically on ethnocentrism, on Russian ethnocentrism, supported by their strong beliefs in their version of Christianity, which is Russian Orthodoxy. Anyway, there are also other examples of the so-called Russian liberals, starting from the politicians all the way to the pop culture people. In the past, we have Solzhenitsyn, who was hailed as a powerful dissident from the Soviet Union. But when the Soviet Union collapsed, guess what happened? He wrote a piece describing how the Russian Empire should look, which included all of the territory of Ukraine, all of Belarus, and pretty much all of Kazakhstan. So was he a dissident? Sure, he didn't like the Soviet authorities, but was he a Russian imperialist? Yes, absolutely. We've also got other examples, such as a somewhat famous, at least in the Russian-speaking world, Oleg Tinkov. He's a banker. He's not a politician. He's a banker. He's been quite successful in his enterprises. I can't say that he's got close ties with the Kremlin. That kind of accusation is kind of difficult to throw around because I haven't seen anything to support that. But at the same time, he's the one who proclaimed that Putin should be made Tsar. I know some people might say right now that I'm taking things out of context, but given that it was in an interview with a popular Russian YouTube blogger, Dud, I can't remember his first name, and the conversation went along the lines of, "Hey, nothing really changes in Russia. How about we just make it formal and declare Putin as Tsar?" While on its own, as an isolated incident, it might seem benign, but when you consider other things that he posted on Twitter back in 2014 and 2015, calling the Ukrainians hochos and calling for a more aggressive Russian invasion, you kind of start to realize that even though he's not a politician and he's supposed to be a heavily westernized Russian who's a very successful businessman, or actually even a banker, he shouldn't have such strong ethnocentric imperialist views, but he does. And yeah, I'm not going to give you any examples that are just glaring fascists, for example, Malafeев and so on and so forth, or even Rogozin. Well, we all know who Rogozin is. There's just way too many. And while I do partially agree with Konstantin that not all Russians are terrible, but at the same time, right now, some people in the West have this, I think, an unhealthy obsession of looking for those good Russians as fast as possible. I think it's a waste of time. Back in the late 1930s and early 1940s. Sorry, Axel, but nobody was looking for the good German. Nobody. When Dresden happens, it just happens. They just bombed the shit out of the city. Pardon my French. And it's even now when we're dealing with, well, we're not dealing with Russia. Ukraine is dealing with Russia. We're just outside observers for now. We are dealing with a country that is not much different from the ethnocentric Third Reich that we saw back in the 1930s or early 1940s. They still want to promote the same concept of Lebensraum, which is just poorly imitated by the Russians in the Ruski Mir. And yeah, it's just, I understand that people want to find those good Russians because they want to see a way out of this, and later on, they hope that those people will take over and fix the country. But I think in this space, we've discussed ad nauseum that Russia doesn't change. Russia just does the same things over and over for the past few centuries. So the only way, at least from my personal perspective, is the way to fix the situation and stop Russia from being a persistent colonial aggressor is just to get rid of it, decolonize it. There will be a Russia afterwards, of course. It'll just be a much smaller Russia without all of those colonies, such as the countries in the Northern Caucasus, the countries in the Russian Far East, or even the countries like Tatarstan and Bashkortostan, which are not that far away from Moscow. Excuse me. And while there are good Russians, it's not our problem to look for them. They got to sit in their country. They got to take active measures and active steps to fix their country. Konstantin did mention the concept of critical mass. Yes, it does exist. When the Russians want change, they do take decisive actions. We've seen those decisive actions back in August of 1991 when the communist hardliners tried to topple the authorities and ensure that the Soviet Empire survives. And guess what happened? 500,000 Muscovites took the streets and ensured that the communist hardliner coup doesn't actually succeed. So unarmed civilians came out in numbers and ensured that the tanks do not, and the Soviet military doesn't actually oust the government. Something like the same happened a lot. And keep in mind that August coup, the protest during the August coup in 91 happened as the Soviet Union was collapsing. So those people did not know what it means to be free. Those people did not know what to have access to the information from the outside. There was no internet. There was some free press, kind of, given Gorbachev glasnost policies, and even those were kind of a wishy-washy attempts of ensuring that the Soviet Union stays. And another example of large collective action by the Russians was the constitutional crisis of '93. Even though the protests back then did not succeed, Yeltsin managed to ensure that his constitutional reforms do go through. They still took to the streets in very large numbers. And there's an expression in the Russian language that I like, but that the Russians kind of use it sometimes, but don't really. It's всех не пересажают, which means they can't imprison everyone. It's just the truth. There's not enough prison space for the people out there. They do go out and take collective actions in large numbers. Sure, some people might get shot, but look at what the Ukrainians did back in 2014, or during the Maidan protests. They were getting shot. The people didn't disperse. It only pissed them off. So I don't know what the Russians are afraid of. The only conclusion that I personally come to is that they're perfectly fine with everything. As a larger group, as a nation. I'm not talking about specific individuals. All right, end of tirade.
No, thanks, Marty. I appreciate it. We'll let Constantine follow up there. Go ahead, Constantine. And one thing I will say, I mean, Constantine's been shot at by Russians. So, I mean, you know, I think his perspective is very important, obviously. So go ahead, Constantine.
Yeah, I agree on the most parts, and just there is a lot of talk of revoking visas from Russians, and my idea is just keep an open door, because if you want Russians to and I do that like that's the target for me at least. That's my dream, that Russia would get decolonized, and all those states would break free, the ones that you named. But for that to happen, I think there should be like an open door for. And as an example, I mean, like denying all the visas for everyone, for example, as I see, is a bad idea. It's like like getting a refugee status, getting an asylum status in other countries. For me, it just the process has to be different. Is that when a person wants to travel outside, he has to I would say prove it that he's not a part of this regime. He does not want to be anywhere close to it. But at the same time, the idea behind this is, for me at least, is just to keep this door open, because they need to travel outside. People have to see what's happening outside, because North Korea, for example, right now a closed state. It's not, nothing is happening there. It's not going to be liberated. It's not going to be. There will be no revolt inside it that will change everything. And they don't know how external world lives. And for me, there are some limits on of what you can do. And when someone says, let's find good Russians, my approach here is just, no, let's not. It's not us who should find the good Russians. It's them who should, who should show that they're good Russians. Because a time for looking for good Russians have passed as soon as they cross the border with Ukraine. That's now their liability, their how you say this, responsibility to show that they oppose that. And we just have to. That's my opinion. We have to provide them mechanisms that would, allow them to prove that they actually don't want to be part of that, and give them the ways of not being part of it. That's my whole point, in saying that not all Russians are bad, because in general, when I pick, if you would pick random Russian inside Russia, he would be probably the bad guy right now, and it's up to him. If it's 75%, it's up to them to distinguish them from other part. How are they gonna do it? Well, that's where I think the free world can step in, by providing them the means of of communication, and keeping at least some channels open. I don't know how exactly to do it, but it's just a thought and a way of looking into it. And I'm not saying that okay, let's do this or let's do that. I think that has to smart people who know social engineering, who understand how propaganda works, how everything works. Lots of smart people have to sit around and in a course of couple of months come up with a program that would be centralized and allow to keep that door open. I hope that makes sense. So I'm gonna end my speech here. Thank you.
No, thank you, Constantine. I think it made sense. Yeah, just kind of maybe two slightly different paths to the same objective. I think you guys both made great points. So yeah, we got a couple of hands. I know, Andrew, that was kind of your original question. So I mean, did that kind of answer it? Do you have any maybe follow-up question?
No, I think my question has been thoroughly wined and dined and tucked into bed. It's been laid to rest. Thank you. Very insightful.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a good topic. It's definitely like an interesting issue. Does someone want to add something real quick? No. Okay. So yeah, we'll go to the next hand. So Bertrand Russell's puppy, who Joe renamed to Italian Bob. Please go ahead.
So it's 4 a.m. here where I am, so just don't expect too much coherence. But I just needed to come up to say the following. I do think that Konstantin right now is the most important voice in this space, and I thank him endlessly for what he's saying. He is the most moral voice. We have most likely in this space, I would say a vast majority of the people here, some type of connection with Ukraine. And it is easy and justified to some extent to, get just have the temptation to hate all Russians that are currently committing genocide towards the people that we have, connection with. So it's very, very easy to just hate them all. And the fact that someone like Konstantin comes here and is reminding us that this is frankly not the right and not the most practical thing to do is such a breath of fresh air that makes me just feel better. It's very difficult for a non-Ukrainian to say what he just said, because it feels to some extent that you might be apologizing for a country that is frankly collectively, not just like the top, but collectively committing genocide. If I were Ukrainian myself, I frankly would probably not resist the temptation of just say, Russians are all evil, just kill them all. Konstantin is better than me. And I am happy that there is someone like Konstantin who is able to be, despite the circumstances, able to being a voice of reasons and make sure that we keep a critical thinking on the topic. I would just want to add one quick thing. I disagree. I agree with Madi most of the time, frankly, and I admire his breadth of knowledge and his ability to take a broad view on historical events. I disagree on one thing, which is the fact that nobody was looking for a good German during World War II. I would say that this is not consistent with the historical record, and it's not consistent, frankly, with Thomas Mann. There was a guy called Thomas Mann and a few others, not many Germans, frankly, not many, has to be said, but a few guys, not Jewish, not necessarily persecuted, not having direct reasons to be, directly in clash with the Nazi regime. Yeah, he was welcome in the Western world, and he was, recording anti-Nazi statements that were broadcast in Europe by the BBC. So I think that we should keep in mind that even during, the Holocaust, we had some Thomas Manns, and we don't want to lose the sight right now on the fact that in order to win this battle, there are probably some Russians that we should keep in mind that might be like the Thomas Manns, so that can help the free world, defeat the genocidal regime and to a large extent the genocidal country. So I'm not saying that a vast majority of Russians are not guilty. They are, They are. They are. But Constantine is reminding us that we should not have, the idea that all of them, no matter what, are guilty. That's all I want to say. It's 4:10 a.m. So I hope that it made some sense despite the time right now. Thank you.
Yeah, all you Europeans are really staying up late. You go to bed. This is your mom. Go to bed. But yeah, we'll give Madi maybe a brief opportunity to respond there, and then we'll go to Jonathan. Madi, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. Yeah, Bertrand, you're right. There were some good Germans and some propaganda efforts and some intelligence efforts were taken to find them to ensure that the Nazi regime could be more efficiently undermined. But when we're talking about the modern times, the reason I say the things I'm saying is because Western media is obsessed with finding the good Russians. And when that happens, they immediately platform them more than the Ukrainians, which I find to be absolutely mind-boggling and insane. That's why I'm saying those things. So, are there good Russians? Sure, maybe they are. But should Western media actually go actively try to look for them and find every single one of them? No, it's a waste of time right now. So that's it.
Yeah, I think like we're maybe talking about two separate issues to some extent here, right? There's the question of whether or not we should elevate the voices of sort of the Russian liberals or the Russian opposition, as it were. And then we're just maybe Constantine's talking about a broader strategy of like the West. But I guess originally we were talking about this visa ban, but I kind of brought in the Russian liberal angle. So I think, I think both can be true in a sense. But so thank you, Madi. That was, I guess, a great follow-up. I'm going to let Jonathan go because he's been very patient. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hello, good evening from Washington, D.C. Not really a question, just a statement. I know there's lots of people who are older than me. Certainly remember in the 1980s, everyone was looking for a good Russian. Everyone was looking for defectors. And guess what? They were all Ukrainian. Yeah, Smirnov, Natan Sharansky, and probably a million more I can't remember off the top of my head, but they were Ukrainians, pretty much. But the only difference I see historically from when I was a kid in the 80s and now is there isn't quite as much restriction on movement in Russia. So the good Russians left. They voted with their feet and they left the country en masse. I was just talking to this guy from Moscow and he was in Tbilisi. So I said, "Oh, you're from Tbilisi?" He's like, "No, I'm from Moscow. I had to get the hell out of there. It was too much." So if you want to look for good Russians, they left the country. If they're, I'm not one to decide who's a good Russian or if there are, and I agree we should not be looking and they should be seeking to help Ukraine. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Next, let's go to Constantine. Constantine, go ahead.
So I do believe that Russia should be hit hard with sanctions, and those who, all the Russians who stay over there, who choose, to support the regime, to pay taxes over there, should be hit as hard as it possibly can be done. And if we're talking about military, for example, someone mentioned, I think Mari mentioned Germany, and the Second World War, when Germans, no one cared about if you're good or bad. That's what I think as well. I mean, let's not think, oh, there are good Russians. Let's not try. Let's make sure that our sanctions don't touch them. No, it should not be like that, because then you're basically saying that we don't care about sanctions at all. Let's just sanction 3 people around Putin, and it will have absolutely zero effect. Because trust me, I will have my friend buying whatever I want for me and not myself. So it's stupid. It's not working. that approach does not work. But what I'm just saying is just keep the venue for those who are like. I'm sorry, Jonathan just said. I mean, most of them left the country, but trust me, not all of them. It's hard, to pick up your things and leave, especially when you have family, especially when you have elderly people like your parents that are over 70, 75 years old, that have no means to exist, and they, some have people who are sick, and trust me, healthcare system in Russia is not that perfect as the right wing, far right in the United States try to portray it. So it's not that easy. People are leaving; they will keep leaving. And what I'm just, what I want to, keep this open venue for those people who want to leave, but when they do, when they get those visas, you have to that's what I think you have to keep make sure that those are not just Putin supporters and genocide supporters or Russian imperialists that are leaving the country and just cheering and keeping their fists together, hoping that Ukraine will lose and be absorbed by Russia right now. How you do that, I don't know. It's not that straightforward. It's not that easy, especially with the laws in the West that say with the freedom of speech. I mean, you don't want to. Let's be honest. It's a thin line between saying you don't have the right to say this. Bad things between just denying freedom of speech to everyone. So you just have to find that silver lining. It's pretty complex, and that's why I'm saying that smart people who know how this works should focus and derive some strategy that will work, not just some sloppy bureaucracy that will just make this non-existent and just or right now, like Schultz is saying, just keep the visas and let them come in. It's not their war. Let them come in, and we must also remember that we want to brain drain Russia. We want smart people to leave. We want smart people to leave Russia and never come back.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And real quick, just a housekeeping note. Just a Bunny, I see you down there requesting. I've approved your request, but it's not working. So try rejoining. That happens sometimes. If you guys ever have trouble joining, it's usually just a technical problem. Sometimes I see you trying to join, sometimes you don't. So if you're having trouble, maybe just rejoin, clear your cache if that's a thing. Do some stuff. Restart the app. Blah blah blah. You guys get the idea. If you ever have trouble. And with that, we'll go to finance. Finance, go ahead. Going once.
Everything I was going to say has just been said. I have some questions for Madi on the Azeri proposed Azeri Kazakh pipeline, but that's a huge change in topic, so I will wait.
Well, I think let's let Madi close this out, and then actually Andrew asked a question earlier about Central Asia, so maybe it's maybe a good time. Like I said, Madi's like a great resource on that, so we can go to that topic. So Madi, if you want to maybe close this out, we can go to that topic. Go ahead.
Sure. So yeah, Konstantin is definitely a better man than I am, given that he has to deal with the Russians, and I don't. But I fully support the tourist visa ban because it's a privilege that the Russians simply do not deserve. It's not a basic human right. If they want to travel to Europe and spew their propaganda there, they really shouldn't. Draining Russia is definitely a thing that needs to happen, but it's been happening for the past 30 years anyway, because opportunities in Russia are generally not great. Most Muscovites who actually make a decent living and have decent education have been leaving Moscow. And the reason I'm bringing up Moscow, because it is the only viable city. I've been leaving Moscow for quite a while. I've got countless examples from my own personal experiences. And if they want to leave Russia on a refugee visa or as a defector, that's fine. But something to keep in mind for all the Western countries is to conduct thorough checks, because even though the Russian military is somewhat incapable. Their intelligence services should not be underestimated. They're quite good at subterfuge. They're quite good at masquerading as someone else, presenting themselves as not what they are. There's been a pretty good research back in the 1950s by Harvard. It's actually public. If you Google Harvard's Soviet defector study, you'll quickly find out that all those good Russians, those defectors who left the Soviet Union, responded only in a way that they expected the Americans to like. So, but in reality, what the conclusion that the American researchers came to was that they were still supporting the Stalin's regime. They were still in support of communism. The only reason they left is the only reason they said the things they said because they wanted to remain in the United States. So we're dealing with a country, with a nation that has a deeply ingrained imperialist mindset. It's deep in their culture and their history. It starts from the very early childhood, where they're taught their own version of history, where they're taught their own version of classic literature, where they just denigrate and annul the right for existence for all of the former colonies, and at the same time promote their greatness. And I recently had a gander at a history book that is used in the Russian high schools where they teach history. They never mention any single genocide that the Russian Empire or the Soviet Union perpetrated against the former colonies. They never mention any wars of conquest. They always on the defensive. They're always joining territories. The word conquest is not mentioned a single time. They only mention territories that were either developed or joined into the empire. So when you have this kind of schooling system that's been in place for generations, you've got the Russian culture and the Russian literature that promotes the same imperial narrative. You quickly start to understand that it's not just propaganda. Propaganda is there in place, giving that final nudge, that final push to perpetrate what they're doing right now. The rest of the stuff is already there in their mindset. I'm not saying that it's infecting every single one of them. Maybe some of them are smart enough to realize what's happening, but it's most definitely a vast majority of them.
I want to say how much you're right here, and it's just Will, I don't know, Mari, how old are you? I don't know which education you went through, but in Ukraine, when I was I was born in Soviet Union, and I was, I think, around 6 or 7 when Soviet Union have fallen apart. But even since then, like all the books, all the teachers, from the first time I remember myself in the kindergarten, you would be told that Russia has never lost a war. Russia never went to any country. It always was invaded by others, and it was just pushed on our minds since like really early childhood, and it's really hard to resist. It's just at some point, and for me it was surprisingly. I started asking these questions myself when I was pretty young, but I was wondering why is it so big if you have never attacked anyone, only you have never went on someone else's soil. But that's all a different story how to counter that mentality. But you're totally right, it comes from the childhood. You're being told that the Russians are superior, and they literally teach you that it is a superior nation, and it's like Nazism in its absolute form, that it says that Russian race is better than everyone else. And then you have jokes. All the jokes in Soviet Union, they are about other nations. There are jokes about Ukrainians, how they, how greedy, how not friendly they are. They have jokes, and special word how to call them, and there are jokes about absolutely every nationality that was part of Soviet Union, except for Russians. Russians are always have to be the best of the best, and you cannot joke about those.
So just a very quick housekeeping note. We have a full panel, which is kind of a rare thing lately. So congratulations, us. I'm a little proud. But anyway, if you guys could, if you don't have an imminent question, just hop down. You can always just hop back up. We are having a couple of people having trouble connecting. So if you are having trouble hopping up, it might have been that, but it might just be you need to restart your phone and whatnot. If you do have a question for our panel, we got a nice full panel. It's one of the best we've had in a while. So please do feel free to come on up and raise your hand and ask your question. So thank you, Madi, for that little final note. I think there's a couple people who really kind of want to speak on this. I know the concept of the Russian liberal and sort of the American or Western media construct of the Russian liberal is kind of a topic that people feel strongly about. So we can continue that, but I think there are maybe a couple just general questions on Central Asia, and we don't get Madi in here a ton these days because he's busy with school. So Finance, why don't you go with your question, and if Andrew had any further questions on Central Asia, we can let him ask, and then we can maybe go back. Finance, go ahead.
Sure. Hey, Madi. Two questions, actually. You might know the first one. If you don't off the top of your head, I'll find someone else to ask. One, do you know if there is seasonality to Russian tax receipts?
Overall, or it's tied specifically to an industry? Overall, of course, there's a seasonality.
As in, is 2Q a particularly better or worse? For instance, the U.S. tax receipts are really big around March, right? So Q1 has a big pickup, and then Q2 has a seasonal drop off. Is there something similar in Russia, or is that big fat tax drop off? Okay, so that tax drop off can't be used as an indicator of overall economic activity then.
No, not just yet. Of course, this year's drop, I know what you're talking about. This year's drop is bigger than last year's. And I think the difference is explained by whatever sanctions are being imposed on them right now.
Yeah, I was curious if we could use that to have another estimate of, because taxes are actually a fun way to estimate economic pain when you have a country that is doing chicanery in their statistics, because no one ever pays taxes on business that isn't done. So that's always a fun one if the tax stats are decent. My second question is more robust. Can you talk about this Azeri-Kazakh pipeline? Is this a real deal? Do they have the investment to pull it off? And how would this affect and or be affected by the Russian neighbors?
All right, so there are two versions to the story, actually. There's a version coming from the Kazakh government, and there is a version coming from the rest of the world. According to the Kazakh government, nothing is happening. I think that is a lie. That is a lie that is told on purpose because they don't want to rock the boats domestically, because domestically, Kazakhstan does have a sizable chunk of the population that is actually supporting Russia. Why is that? 20% of the population of Kazakhstan are ethnic Russians, and of course there are ethnic Kazakhs who are idiots. So there's that. Is the pipeline feasible? I think so, but it requires additional investments. That information there are some details on it coming from third-party sources, but I don't really trust them. The Caspian Pipeline Consortium thing is actually not operating right now. The official version is that the Kazakh oil wells are actually not producing and pumping sufficient amounts to justify it being running. So I think that's a lie too. I think the Russians just shut it down again. So this Azeri-Kazakh deal is a thing of necessity. It has to happen sometime soon. It can actually partially satisfy the transportation demands as of now, but not to the full extent. Not because the pipeline isn't capable of carrying the full amount, but simply because I believe there are not enough tankers in the Caspian Sea to actually transport everything to Baku, which is the capital of Azerbaijan, where the pipeline starts.
Thanks, buddy. Any follow-up finance?
So if this deal gets done, which apparently the Kazakh government is denying is happening, does this have a long-term competitive impact on Russia? I know they'll probably go through the ceiling, but does it actually impact them long-term in any fashion, medium-term in any fashion, or is it just is? Or is it just beneficial to Kazakhstan for not relying on Russia so much?
Yes to everything. So one of the biggest things that is going to impact them is their ability to bypass sanctions. What they've been doing in Novorossiysk, where the Kazakh pipeline ends, is they've been trying to mix their own oil
Wait,
with
who is
Kazakh oil.
they? They is the Russians.
The Russian,
So,
as the
so
Russians.
this
sorry.
pipeline would help the Russians bypass sanctions?
No. The old pipeline, the CPC pipeline, going
Got
from
it.
Kazakhstan into Novorossiysk. Yeah. So they've been trying actively to mix Kazakh oil with their own oil and present it as Kazakh oil, and then just collect some of the payments from that oil. At the same time, they will be losing income from the pipeline running, because given that the pipeline is functioning, they do get to collect royalties, given that it passes through their territory. And at the same time, it eliminates another mechanism, another instrument of soft power that the Russians could use against Kazakhstan. So yeah, it just lines up with the most recent actions that the Kazakh government has been taken to distance itself from the Russian Federation, because the Russians have been aggressively ramping up their propaganda efforts against Kazakhstan. They've made some ridiculous claims over the past few months, claiming that they're Nazis in Kazakhstan. Apparently, I've never seen any, but they managed to find some. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, apart from that, is going to have a financial impact, is going to have a geopolitical impact, and it definitely provides a lot more options for the Kazakh governments to react to situations as they develop later on.
Thank you.
Fun, if I could ask her, in terms of taxes, were you referring to the thing I sent you about VATs dropping by 40-something%?
Yeah, I'd seen that already. So, but you sending it to me sparked something I'd forgotten you could use to analyze, because I remember when some finance guys I followed were using it to try to analyze China, who has been notorious for cooking their books since long before now. And one of the things that people would do in times of economic stress in China is they would analyze tax receipts year over year, period to period, because at the end of the day, nobody, they felt the tax data was good, and nobody pays taxes on business that isn't being done. The problem with tax receipts is how much that business can be pushed from one quarter to the other. So there's a lot of seasonality and like uness to the data. Like, it is not an ideal metric. There's a reason we don't use it, say, here in the US or in any country where your stats are good. But if your stats are bad, tax receipts are actually a pretty good choice if that data is good.
Understood. And can you very briefly explain, I know this is a complicated subject matter, for, perhaps many of our listeners who are in North America, specifically the United States, where we do not have VAT, can you give, a 2 or 3 sentence description of what that is?
It's a sales tax. That's the best way to understand VAT. It's a sales tax.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
Do we want to go to Justify then?
I'm sorry. Were you talking about tax that is in Russia or tax that is in Europe, in European Union?
I believe in Russia, right, France?
Yeah. So one of the things we know is going on is Russia's cooking the books, and we're trying to figure out, me, Madi, many people with higher pay grades than we have, just how much Russia's cooking the books and how bad or not bad their economy is at any given moment right now. We know they're paying a cost for this war at the current time. Skip that long term is bad too. We're trying to analyze how big that is. Russia is trying to regularly say, oh, look, not that big. West paying bigger. Quite frankly, Madi, myself, the guys who do the Yale report all think that's a big old crock of BS. But some of their stats are coming out better than expected. But some of their stat bureaus have been, let me phrase that, their statistics bureaucracy has been completely politicized. So I'm asking around statistics to get around the fact that their statistics bureaucracy is completely politicized, which is a really fancy way of saying they're cooking the books. Now they're only cooking a little, so they're not saying bad looks good. They haven't gone full Bernie Madoff here, but they are cooking it some every single time you see something. So for instance, they reported 80% down for auto manufacturing. Then we discovered that it was 90. Then it came out that they were actually 95 or 96% down for auto manufacturing. 80% down is real bad. Like, that's awful. But 95% down is way worse. So that's sort of the kind of thing you're seeing. So, when things are bad, when they're saying things are bad when they're bad. They're saying things are really bad, but it turns out things are even worse than they're saying it. But when you do that on the margins to every single statistic in every single way, it means that our information on the Russian economy went from decent to really, really bad. Is that a fair explanation, Madi?
Yeah, and it's not a unique occurrence that is happening only now. Them cooking the books is a historical tradition that started in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, that's if in Russia they say that things are bad, they are really bad. If they always exaggerate, and it's just lie build upon lie, and it's not only about the economy, it's about absolutely everything in the country. But I just heard you talking about the sales tax. And I wanted to add one thing, that it's I don't know how VAT works in European Union, but in Russia it's called NDS. That's like it's translated as VAT, value added tax, I think. But the idea is that each company that sells absolutely anything has this. For example, if you buy something for $50, then you sell it for $100. So the VAT would be paid only from the difference, from the 100 minus what you sell it minus what you bought it for. So you get like in Ukraine we have 20%, I think, in the tax rate now. I think it was lowered a bit, maybe, but not too much. But the idea, it's not like, for example, if you bought an item that costs $5 and you sold it for $5, you don't pay absolutely any VAT. You don't pay any taxes because you bought it for what you sold. I think that sales tax in the United States works a bit differently in most of the states, at least. Is that you just pay, if you sell something for $10 and sales taxes is 10%, you pay 1%, $1 of taxes, and that's it. It doesn't matter how much you paid it for, and this burden, it goes on the shoulder of the buyer. In Ukraine and Russia, the VAT tax, NDS we call it, once again, the seller, the business is responsible for paying it. So it's a bit different system, and because it varies so much, there are people who trade, VAT. There are companies, for example, has sufficient balance of VAT, and there are companies who have deficient balance, because if you export, for example, then the government would have to pay you this tax, because you, as an exporter, you pay it, but you never sell it internally. So no, but at the same time, you have paid this tax to the company from which you're buying to. But since you're selling your goods outside, this tax goes on your balance, and this like a weird, quite huge corruption problem that exists in almost all former states, former USSR states that managed to break out, and it's the same in Russia. So when someone is trying to talk about the collections of NDS or VAT in Russia, you must understand that there is so much manipulation in that it's it's like just lie and lie on top of it. So when they say things are bad, things are really terrible. And there is one more thing to this tax, is that they have their government tax agency asking to pay it upfront from the companies that to make sure that they keep statistics well in order. So it's like insane manipulation and lies.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. I believe Joe's having some connectivity difficulty, where I think we're getting him back up as we speak. Joseph, can you hear us?
Yeah. You talking to me?
Talking to Joe. We'll get to you in just a second, but I just wanted to make sure Joseph's audio is good.
Yep, I'm good. Thanks, guys. Sorry, everybody.
All right, wonderful. Bunny, in that case, go ahead.
Yeah, I almost hate to bring the topic up again now that we finally moved past it, but one thing I've noticed the last, call it about 2 weeks, I've been working a lot and coming home late, tune into spaces, and there's these long discussions about what about the good Russians? What about the beautiful Russia of the future and things like that? And when I hear that, I think back to what Jakhar Dudayev, the president of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, had to say in an interview, where he said, the West doesn't understand Russia. It's like they've caged this wild, crazed bear. They want me to get in the cage, shake its paw, and live peacefully. And, all these concerns about what about the good Russians? What about, all the innocent stuff? Like, these are really abstract questions at a time when, in reality, we need to get Russia out of Ukraine. So anything that helps that along, whether that means just simply making regular Russians angry because they can't enjoy certain privileges and things like that, maybe motivating them a little bit. Those are all good things as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I know you're trying to get up for a while, man. So I'm glad you were able to make it. It was a full panel. I was too dumb to realize for a little while, but then we switched some stuff around. So yep. Anyway, thank you very much. So yeah, I've actually turned over hosting responsibilities to John in finance. So I don't know why I'm talking at this point. I guess just it's sort of a muscular reflex, an involuntary reflex. So I'm going to turn it over to you, John. Go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. Marty, please go ahead.
Just quick clarification. I never answered Konstantin's question. I am 35. I was born in the Soviet Union. I went through the schooling system that was pretty much unchanged after the collapse of the Soviet Union. I was not born in Russia. I was born in Kazakhstan, fortunately. And yeah, for the first 8 or 9 grades of my schooling education, it was pretty much identical to what was taught back in the Soviet days. So yeah, I know them quite well.
Yeah, and that's like what you were saying is totally in line with that. We went through the same stuff. We're the same age. Like it doesn't matter how many years I'm younger or older. It's we're the same age, and it's the same system that in which you're being taught that imperialism and superiority of Russians.
Joseph, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess real quick, I guess Jonathan was before me, so I'll let Jonathan go ahead, then we can go to me.
Oh, understood, Jonathan. Sorry, I didn't see your hand
Oh,
down there.
sorry,
Please go.
my thumb was too busy. Am I on?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm a little bit older than you guys, and I remember back in the, these and until all of the Soviet Union, there were these enormous reach out programs, and it's reflected today in things like Voice of America. I've actually met some really talented and smart Ukrainians who work here in DC for Voice of America. My question, where I was going with this, was first a little background. This guy, early in the war, like the first week of the war, he was I think a teenager or early 20s. To make a long story short, he gets on the Telegram chat with all these Russian youth and tries to reach out to them and says to them, guys, you know what's happening here. Can you help us? Are you with us? And literally every single Russian teenager jumps on there. Goes back to what Mahdi and others were saying about the indoctrination and the teaching. They were using that ethnic slur against Ukrainians, which I shouldn't repeat, and just one after the other was just jumping on, saying that to him. We hope you all die. You're all scumbag, and it just blew him away. How there were a few dissenters saying no, we don't agree with that. These are psychopaths, but by and large, most people were jumping on to abuse him. Is there anything you guys think that can, after the war, going forward, is anything the West can do to try to reach out to these people again and try to enlighten them?
I think probably not. I think as of right now, like my view of it is, I don't wish anything bad on Russians. Like I don't really particularly like want to help them or feel any need to engage or interact with them. That's like kind of my view. Like I don't want anything bad specifically to happen to Russia, aside from, of course, they need to be decolonized. Like the people that they've colonized need to be their own countries for obvious reasons.
Agreed.
But I I think that's kind of my belief. But maybe other people in the space. Gurney, did you have anything you wanted to add here? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna quote our good friend Jerry McDonald here and say that the medium is the message, and perhaps to refine that into this statement or position I'm going to make is, the war right now is the message. The war is the communications. And whatever may happen afterwards, that's going to be dictated by a series of events, both now and in the future. And so I don't know if it's a futile effort to think about these things, because you have no idea that future state, whether there's going to be a conciliatory future state or not. And so trying to bend a brain around and waste precious mental power and precious bandwidth on the current that diverts from the current medium right now, which is the war. So that future state will come, and that future state will be a solvable it will not be an intractable issue. But I think asking it now sort of presents it as if it were an intractable issue, even though it may not be. But either way, the current communication, the current medium, the current message is the war, and that's simply all it takes at the moment.
Agreed, but the programs like Radio Free Europe during the Cold War had enormous propaganda effect.
Yeah, but the Cold War was not an overt and hot war, and this isn't the Cold War,
True.
even if there are Western powers here. So there is no parallel to the Cold War in this instance, relative to the propaganda here, right? Well, I mean, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thanks, Green. I think that was a really brilliant point. And let's go to Marty then, Bunny. Marty, go ahead.
Yeah, another concept that really gets a lot of pushback is collective punishments. And every time it's being brought up, people start talking about the good Russians or why every single Russian person should suffer. But the thing is, they're already undergoing collective punishment right now. Those are the sanctions that are being imposed on their country. And what I think is, when people say they don't want to wish anything ill upon Russia, sure, but I personally wish all the ills upon their economy. I hope it just falls apart and stops existing. Of course, it's just wishful thinking, because even if all of the sanctions are implemented upon them, there's still going to be an economy. They'll still be able to produce something. As long as there are people living there, there's going to be an economy. So that's why talking about their economy is so important, because if they do get tax collections, tax receipts, they still get money to pay off their corrupt local satraps and warlords throughout the empire. But as their income starts choking out, they'll be faced with a very difficult choice. They either have to maintain a nice standard of living that the Muscovites are used to in Moscow and St. Petersburg, or they have to dedicate some of the funds from the budget into the colonies that they're holding, for example, Chechnya or Tatarstan. I think the choice will be obvious for them. They will start redirecting the flow of funds from those colonies to maintain the cushy way of life in Moscow. Well, when I say cushy, I mean by Russian standards. And because losing Moscow would be absolutely insane for the Russian regime, they'll have to maintain control in the metropole. Otherwise, they're gonna get ousted quite quickly. But that leaves out all those colonies out there in the dry. So my thinking is that the Third Chechen War is simply unavoidable. I don't know if it's going to happen next year. I don't think so, but it's definitely going to happen at some point in the future. Maybe over the next 5 to 10 years. And when that happens, it could start a very interesting chain of events. Hopefully it does.
It would be especially interesting if in the post-war environment, there are a number of foreign volunteer formations, separate from the International Legion, such as the Belarusian Battalion, the Georgian Legion, and I believe there's at least 2 Chechen formations, the Sheikh Mansour, and then there's one other that the name escapes me. It would be very interesting if each of those formations makes it back to their home country, shall we say.
Thank you, John. I do see we've got Alona up, so please go ahead, Alona.
Hey guys, I know that Justin Bunny, he had his hand raised first, so I'll let him go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say the reason why that Jahar Dudayev quote is so potent, at least to me, is because what he's expressing there is he was very intimately familiar with Russians, the Russian culture, the way they are, the way they do war, what can and can't be done. In fact, he had a lot of really great analyses of Russian culture and what its problems are, what's going to keep it from developing, etc. And during that time that he was fighting a war against Russia, the West largely just spent time thinking about, like, just daydreaming about this wonderful Russia of the future. And seeing people like deeply concerned about that right now as there's a genocide going on is, for me, it's almost disturbingly reminiscent of that very same thing. So what I would say is that I think it's important to stay goal oriented. Whatever we might want for the future, these things are going to be chaotic and they're going to shake out how they shake out. But if there's one mistake that the West constantly keeps making, and I can't for the life of me understand exactly why, maybe it's just some sort of, I don't know, perception that Russia is this thing. It's this one singular country. It's not this multi-ethnic empire that crushed like thousands of nationalities beneath its heel. Maybe there's a perception like that needs to be broken. But like, all I'm gonna say is stop helping Russia.
Thank you very much, Just a Bunny. Alona, please go ahead.
Hey guys, just to kind of wanted to chime in on this conversation about the good Russians and collective punishment and so on. I've got two friends in Russia. They call themselves, both of them are like ethnic Russians, right? They call themselves now former Russians because they are embarrassed to be Russian. They both were extremely happy to hear about this initiative about visa bans for Russians. So I was like, I'm very confused. I think not many people realize that by fighting against that, and first of all, it's ridiculous this kind of debate in that's been happening over the last few days, that it even needs to be had. But the genuine good Russians that there are, well, a tiny fraction of them out there, they do exist, they're almost like unicorns, they are all in favor of visa bans for Russians, and they are in Russia because they think it's very unfair that Russians should be able to travel to Paris for the weekend, whilst Ukrainians are denied the right to their life. And those Russians that are upset and that are complaining about being discriminated against, that's I think they make a good case for something that I've been trying to communicate, like there are no good Russians that should not be held responsible. Like if someone doesn't feel responsible for what's happening, that's a testament to who they are as a person, as a Russian person. And so, yeah, I'm very upset that this kind of debate that's been happening in almost like every Twitter space, that it needs to be had. And the reason.
Mic check.
I think we lost Alona. Hold on, let me bump her back down and bring her back up.
Right, so.
Alona, very sorry we lost you, so we bumped you down. Please come back up.
She's requesting. We're bringing her back. Welcome back, Alona.
Hello,
Please
hello,
continue.
hello.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Russians are not used to be to any kind of restrictions or limitations because they've never been held accountable for anything, and that's the reason why they're so shocked right now. They're more appalled by the possibility of not being able to get a tourist visa than they were about more than they have been about the genocide that's happening right now. All right, that's what makes them mad. And if that's what if that is, I can see from their response that this is the kind of thing that will make it work. Like if we are thinking that we may make the same decision to not do anything, right, to not hold them accountable in any way, and we think that as a result of that we'll suddenly get a different outcome, it's a sign of insanity, right? To be doing the same action and thinking that you will get a different outcome for some reason all of a sudden. That's not how it works. If it doesn't, like every diplomatic, like nice way of resolution with them has been exhausted, they need to be ashamed. They need to get used to the thoughts that they are complicit. They are responsible for this genocide. Each and every of them is complicit. And if they don't feel complicit, if they don't feel guilty, because I am Ukrainian and I feel guilty every day that I didn't do more in the past to prevent this and to tell more people about what was about to happen, I feel guilty. It's not going to kill them to feel guilty for a little bit for the first time. And if we want to stop this and make sure that this genocide never happens again, which is something that should be everyone's priority above the feelings of Russians, then we need to make sure that they are finally, for the first time in their life, are held accountable for this. So pretty much that's about it. I also have a thread going on. It's about Russians in Europe. I can put it up in the nest if you want. It's quite long, but I think it's worth looking through what Russians in Europe do when they go there, either on holiday or the ones who live in Europe. I think it's quite insightful, so I'll put it up if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead, Alana.
Bloke, please go ahead.
Well, I mean, Alona said it all, but I just want to corroborate something Alona said, and that's that I know a Russian who lives in Canada right now, and last time he went to visit was 2012, and he made it really clear to me that there is such a refusal to take personal responsibility, and we've
Do we just lose Bloke or me?
We just lost Bloke.
Oh well, Maddie, go ahead until we get Bloke back.
I just wanted to quickly talk about what Justin Bunny mentioned. So Nikita Dadaev, he was the first president of Chechen Republic of Ichkeria back in between 1991 and 1995 until the very last day of his life, because he was assassinated by the Russians. The Russians famously lost the First Chechen War, but they perpetrated a massive genocide there nonetheless. So they managed to get a peace treaty. Well, not a peace treaty. They got a ceasefire, the Khasavyurt Accord, in August of 1996 because they were losing so badly. And they crawled back, licked their wounds, regenerated their forces, and came back in October of 1999. Despite the numerous peace treaties, well, the peace treaty and the ceasefire that they signed with the Chechens, so the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria was technically independent, and they've conducted a whole slew of false flag operations back in August of 1999 and September of 1999. The reason I'm bringing it up because treaties with the Russians are kind of pointless and useless. You sign a ceasefire agreement, you sign a peace treaty with them, they'll just use the time to their advantage. They will regenerate their forces. They will build up their propaganda efforts. They'll think of false flag operations, and they'll just go back in and try again. And the Second Chechen War went a lot better for them. They conducted more genocide, and overall, a country that had a population, and I'm talking about Ichkeria, of course, a country that had a population just above 1 million before the first Chechen War, ended up losing 300,000 people. So 30% of the population. That there was a genocide happening, and that was perpetrated by the Russians in the 90s and early 2000s, and the world just decided to ignore and look the other way in the hopes of integrating the Russian economy into the world. All of this was happening while the West was actively pumping money into the Russian Federation, first in the 90s in the form of development loans and outright humanitarian aid, and later on just simple investments into their oil and gas sectors and other resource extraction industries. But as we can see now, integration with them doesn't work. Treaties with them don't work. So hopefully people start realizing that now gradually.
Yeah, understand. All right, we're going to go to Bloke because he's having horrific connection problems, and hopefully he can get out his question before that kills him. Bloke, you're up.
All right. Where did you lose me? Was it about the Russian person who's living here now who said that he literally told me that Russians have to starve before they'll change, right? They need to take personal responsibility. And the other thing that I find a bit outrageous is Schultz, saying that, oh, we don't believe in collective punishment. Does he not understand that the prosperous Germany that he lives in right now only became that way because of an outright defeat? Okay? Germany had to be defeated before it could be turned into a democracy, a prosperous democracy. And likewise, the only thing we should be concentrating on now is ensuring that Russia is defeated in Ukraine. It's the only way that Russia will be able to have any chance of anything in the future, including reform. So we shouldn't think too much about anything else other than, and I don't care about collective punishment. I mean, you could argue that Germany was collectively punished for their responsibility in the Nazi regime. But it was through their defeat that they became a prosperous democracy. So I think we just have to keep laser focused on assisting Ukraine to defeat Russia. And that was my only point.
No argument from this party. Looks like I am our only co-host right now. Completely agreed with you, bloke. We're going to move on to some other hands. Jonathan has been waiting super patiently, as has Just the Bunny. So we're going to go to Jonathan first. Jonathan, you're up.
I just wanted to say, part of, I guess, parlaying on what Adi said, I very much worry about there being a second Ukraine war, because even if Russia is completely kicked out of Ukraine, the war will still be on for them. They will just use a truce or any kind of ceasefire to rearm and possibly do this again. And what I was saying earlier about, some kind of revival of the Cold War propaganda against Russia, I don't say that out of any kind of naivety of an American, actually half not American, but I don't say that out of naivety, as in, the good Russians, turn them to democracy. It's to cause an uprising. It's cause the youth to get the message, which I think they did in the Cold War one way or another, and that use that underpinning to destroy Russia, because this isn't going to be over when the cannons stop firing. This kind of war it could go on and on and on, and Russia could come back and try again after they rearm.
Yeah, no. Hopefully, one of the things that the both huge amount of destruction that this war is causing to their young men, I would say unfortunately for the young men, but their horrific level of atrocities, their committee makes me have absolutely no feelings of sorrow for them, because, well, their behavior is absolutely appalling and disgusting, and I don't have enough verbs and adjectives and nouns for the level of disgustingness it is. So yes, one, they're going to be out of people to fight another war in this scale in 5-10 years, and two, the economic sanctions aren't going to disappear anytime soon, and they're going to have some serious internal issues. So hopefully they will not be able to mount some sort of ridiculous offensive where they go try to genocide somebody and kill huge amounts of people. So with that, I think Just a Bunny has been waiting forever, and so I'd like to go to them.
Just a second. Yeah, so the thing that I was gonna add there was when Maddie was speaking, he mentioned the quote I had from Jakhar Dudayev, and another quote that he had that I think is worth sharing especially considering the fact that like there's a lot of people, like I said, daydreaming about wonderful Russias of the future and how they're going to be, how we're going to fix this, what's going to happen afterwards. The thing is, I think a lot of these kinds of opinions come from like a kind of unfamiliarity with Russia, its history, how it treats its neighbors, how it treats the people that it conquers. And his quote really summarizes it in a very concise way, where he said that Russia, throughout all her history, whenever she's faced difficulties, sought agreements that she from the outset intended to violate, to buy time, regroup, fix mistakes, and strike again.
Yeah, the solution to them not striking again, I believe, is a nice, strong Ukrainian win, which it looks like they are quickly heading towards. Doesn't seem like a lot of Russians are feeling that Crimean vacation right now that they used to be on. I'd like to go to Konstantin for a Ukrainian voice on this, whose hand just went up. So I'm assuming that's in reference to that. And then we're going to go back to our hand order.
I mean, you don't need Jahar Dudayev to understand that. But I just want to caution people when they address Jahar Dudayev quotes, there is so much manipulation and lies, not from him, but about his quotes, what he really said, and what he really did not. People tend to, make fake memes, make fake quotes, and I don't know if he really said this or not. I totally agree with that, but just be careful when you're quoting him. It's not related to discussion, but just be very careful with. He's been used for lots of things.
That quote in particular was from an interview he gave, so just thought I'd put that out there.
Yeah, great. That totally agree with it.
Yeah, thanks, Constantine. I think it's always good to, he's just giving, I think, a general word of caution when it comes to if you see a quote from this particular guy. So, as Justice Bunny said, he can vet that particular one. So, thanks.
Yeah, I know. I heard this one. Just saying that be very careful. There are so many lies with his quotes. People, especially Russian propaganda, tries to manipulate them. And in the end, you can look like a fool, posting something that has never been said by him. But this, I totally agree with this, and he did say that.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I totally don't know the order of hands. So there's so many. Finance, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. Huge numbers of hands. I think our order is Donnie, Alona, Gurney. Jonathan, you got a hot mic. For whatever reason, I cannot mute mics right now. Please un-hot mic it. If people hot mic, I'm gonna have to pull people down. We have too big a panel to deal with it. Donnie, you're up. Are you there? Donnie going once. Donnie going twice. Sold to Alona, you're up. Donnie.
Hey, hello again, guys. Yeah, just wanted to weigh in on kind of on the hope that like Russia will run out of people, it will run out of money in a few years. I don't see actually any indication of that happening, like any reason to believe that that's certain, because seeing that the European countries right now are pumping more money into Russia than they were before the full-scale invasion started, and seeing that we're still talking, like countries are still talking about, like we need to save Putin's face, and we cannot alienate a superpower. I don't see any indication of that happening, of Russia running out of money and sanctions not being relaxed. I don't think that justice is actually promised, and I think it's very dangerous to assume, seeing especially that we are even having a conversation about whether Russians should have tourist visas to Europe during a genocide. I think that's a very good indication of the extent of colonialism and unfairness that is happening. And Ukrainians are just seen as people that are not equal to Russians. And so our problems just don't concern the vast majority of the world. Unfortunately, I'm not saying that that's with everyone like that. Of course not. But due to this colonialism, problems of Ukrainians, the actual tragedy and genocide that's happening of Ukrainians as in Ukraine, it just bothers a lot of people a lot less than the ability of Russians to travel to Europe. And I feel like the very fact that this discussion is even happening is a testament to what I'm saying right now. So let's not assume that justice will be served just because it's happened last time, just because after the World War II, Germany was held accountable for its actions. During the World War II, Nazi Germans did not travel to Europe.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. I don't know why. I mean, no, I take that back. I do know why Schultz is saying that he wants to defend Russian short stay visas, because he likes to lick Putin's boots. He wakes up in the morning, he licks Putin's boots. When Putin comes home from work, he gives him a massage and cooks him dinner. That's why he's doing it. But other than that, yeah, I agree with you. It's absolutely ridiculous and 100% that shouldn't be happening. If Russians want to go to Europe, they can ask for asylum because they live in a disgusting, vile, murderous regime, and they should have to sign a statement that says they 100% disagree with the war and Putin, the kind of statement that would say make it relatively difficult for them politically to walk back in, or at least, it could be viewed that way. So yeah, I completely agree with you. I think I want to go back to Alona because she might have a follow-up, and then we're going to go to Donnie, who is back up here. We assume we can hear again.
Yeah, last quick comment, and I just put it up in the net, the tweet that I'm talking about. Like, when we are told about how hard it is in Russia to protest and to fight with the state, it's laughable for Ukrainians right now to be, and it's actually it's outrageous for us to be listening about this. The situation in Ukraine, thanks to Russia's influence again, was not that different just a few years ago, and Ukrainians had to pay a very, very high price for the consequences of Russia trying to instill a pro-Russian government in Ukraine. We had to fight, we had to lose some of our best people's lives that time, and now we are having to pay an even, to make an even larger sacrifice. Like, we are sacrificing our best people right now. And so for us to be told about the struggles that Russians have to go through in order to protest, I want to ask, and so then how is letting out more Russians of that, how is it going to help anything? Someone has to end this regime, right? So who's going to be cleaning up that mess? Like, why do we have to do this all the time and being blamed for it and called Nazis at the same time? And they can just get to get the hell out of that and have a latte in Vilnius or something. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's really baffling.
Yeah, I have a really great idea. I think that Russia should clean up their own mess for the first time ever. They could even start by taking home the bodies of all their dead soldiers that they just keep leaving in Ukraine. They could also, take back all their landmines, whether they walk over them or clean them up. I really don't care, but they should take it all back too. Will they do any of this? Probably not, because, when was the last time they actually took responsibility for the vile, murderous actions? I literally don't think it's happened since Ivan the Terrible. Completely agreed with you on absolutely everything you had to say, and you say it better than I do. I'm just pissed about it, as I'm sure you are. In fact, probably more than I am, because it is your home nation that you grew up in. Donnie has dropped and come back up, and he was before Alona. So Donnie, you're up.
Hey, thanks. I had a question for you, Finance, about Schultz is just announced that he's coming to Canada to visit with Trudeau and take a tour of our country. My question is, do you think it's in regards to their energy concerns, and whether it's number one, LNG, or number two, maybe getting some nuclear fuel for their older reactors back up and running? Question.
Wait, I actually lost you at the very first part. Are we asking about Russia or Kazakh?
No. Schultz. Schultz is meeting with Trudeau in the coming weeks. He's coming here to Canada and touring parts of Canada, and I'm guessing it's to safeguard some energy for the winter, and I'm wondering if it's going to be LNG or if it's going to be securing some nuclear fuel for reactors that they should get started.
I have no idea. I can't speculate at all. If Schultz actually figured out that he could turn on his nuclear power plants and fix his and a bunch of Europe's problems, that would be a really good thing. He has purposefully not been doing that so far because his best buddy Putin doesn't want him to. And, every time he licks Putin's boots, he's told he can't do that. And that's be really, really bad for his buddy Putin. But maybe, just maybe, he's realizing that he should, in fact, do that so that his countrymen don't freeze this winter. But I'm never one to go long on. I'm never one to go long on Olaf Scholz and pretty much anything on being the right side of history or anything on being against Russia. So who knows? Hopefully both. I really don't have anything. I don't want to pretend further. I believe we have Gurney up next, but even I've lost flow. Yes, Gurney, Constantine, Fargan, Daniel is our order. Gurney, you're up.
Thanks, Finance. I wanted to sort of address Jonathan directly. It looks like he dropped off there, unfortunately. But I wanted to address a few things in there directly, and I think he's being genuine. I can sort of understand some of his concerns, but there's sort of some fallacies in some of the arguments, and I'm sure it was just a coincidence. Some people state where they're from. It may be a little odd, not everyone does, but I'll just take it as a coincidence that it's the seat of American power. For whatever that's worth, there was whatever need to broadcast that. Just take it as a coincidence. But the real message here is, so there was the first question I had addressed earlier in terms of responding to potential future states when the current state is upon you, the current present tense, and that is the war in Ukraine. It kind of makes that effort not completely futile, but 99% futile. And so directly to that second, the second point there, Jonathan, talking about sort of, there was a statement made, I don't want to repeat it, but this may go on forever. Okay, I mean, if we get into circular reasoning on issues like this, well, this may go on forever, so why do anything? That sort of thinking, whether it breeds inaction from a common person, why do anything at all? Because this existential problem is there, and so it's it's in one form or another. You believe it's going to persist. There's sort of this wiggle room that some people believe that hey, I'll just throw my hands up, and why even deal with it? But we know that to not be true, because we know the solutions to be within grasp, and we know that the only thing you can do is act in the current state. And so, sort of doing all this circular reasoning to focus on end states, it's highly irrelevant, because you do not know what the end state is, but you know what you can do. You can control the present as best you can, and that is peace through victory. As simple as that. I'll take all the other points as coincidences. That the Kremlin likes to use talking points like this. It's because it's dangerous logic to do that. But I do share your concerns for the future state. I just think the fruits of worrying about that or belaboring that point are not only irrelevant, but they're potentially harmful.
Can I respond to that real quickly?
Yes, Jonathan.
I think you misunderstand me, sir. I'm an engineer. I'm not the best public speaker that there is. So I completely agree with you that nothing but Ukraine's victory that is the first and foremost thing. What I actually trying to convey, I guess, was this is something that can be done to cause the disintegration of Russia now in real time in the next year. I just wanted to add to that I have an Israeli perspective on this, and I know a lot of people have very strong opinions about Israel and the Palestinian conflict. So putting the Palestinian conflict of the current day aside for a moment, Israel had some horrible wars and had a lot of Russian weaponry aimed at them for many years, and they fought wars again and again and again, and the only thing that put a stop to it, Israel became a very powerful, skilled, albeit tiny military. And I think that is exactly what is going to be Ukraine's future. They already are one of the most experienced and adaptable militaries in the world right now. I think after this war, they are going to be arming themselves to the teeth with both material and intelligence.
No. I hear where you're going. I will say that we're going to quote President Zelensky here. We'll just go to the top, where he said, at one point, he did say that a possible future for Ukraine in the post-war scenario is that he expects Ukraine will turn into big Israel, by which he meant heavily militarized, but also heavily democratic. For those of you who don't like the Israel analogy, I know that's the one he used. You could also look to a similar approach in Switzerland or Finland. Finland, of course, bordering the genocidal aggressor Russia, so they really understand, right? Mandatory draft in all three countries, but they're also all democratic countries. These are countries where everybody votes. And Israel, they vote like 3 times a year right now because they can't get it together, but that's their issue. But these are countries where people vote. Switzerland votes, Finland votes, strong democratic norms, strong institutions, relatively strong societal cohesion, right? But
just wanted to add that.
So yeah, that's there. So that's there. Zelensky has said that is absolutely the kind of future he expects, because they need to be able to defend themselves against Russia, right? They're not going to rely on anyone else.
I just wanted to add, though, that I don't mean to make direct comparisons. Nothing Israel ever went through. I've been there for a few bombardments, and they weren't fun. 2014. What Ukraine is going through is infinitesimally more horrible and worse. The ability and the likelihood of Russia coming to agreements like Egypt and Jordan came to, it just isn't there. So Israel is a tiny country. The War of 67, my father was in. The War of 73, my father was in, and my family was in. It was very, very small compared to what Ukraine is going through. And what Ukraine is going is so much more horrible. And I do realize that.
In Jonathan, perhaps the misunderstanding, just to give you a perspective here, perhaps part of the consternation caused, at least in myself, is when you make that statement that seems very genuine, but you lead with the statement of, but what about the Russian people? See, I'm just saying, putting those two statements close together in time and in consecutive arguments, it sort of muddies. Well, your first question there, sir, was yes, actually, it was asking about the future state of the Russians, and are they all good or are they all bad? But again, look, we're splitting semantics here. I'm just saying, if that was a simple misunderstanding, absolutely, you've cleared that up for us. That Ukraine faces an existential threat here, and the only way through it is through victory. Thank you.
All right. I think that takes care of Gurney. I think we're agreed. I believe Constantine is next, but it might be Daniel. Not even sure. Which one of you wants to go next?
I'll go and I'll try to be brief. All the discussions about Russians, good Russians, bad Russians, visas, support or whatever, there is one simple solution. Like, if you want to keep the visas for Russians, if you're Scholz or anyone, if Ukraine wins this war, things gonna be figured out by themselves pretty quickly. So the key here, that's like the most and super important part. Make sure that Ukraine wins, and there is a way to do this, and those ways are cheap and straightforward. Giving Ukrainians weapons in large amounts and helping Ukrainians with the trainings. Well, and of course, keeping up the Ukrainian economy until until this is over. You can, for the combined free world, it's as cheap as buying I don't know a new refrigerator for middle class man in America. I mean, yeah, it's gonna pull out some cash from his pocket, but nothing more than that. It can be done. It can be done easily. So that should be the focus. The rest, I mean, when we come up and argue, those are just supplemental things like visas, like sanctions. I mean, they are important. They must be there, but the key is always helping Ukraine win the war. And winning the war is giving more weapons, helping with the training, and supporting the economy. And it's cheap, fast, and reliable. Do that, and you will have things, prices back to normal, people, economies back to normal, and everyone will be happy. Everyone, including Russians. You will be surprised, but including Russians, because they will. It's like a fast operation by getting your ass kicked. You get your ass kicked. You understand that you have to shut the fuck up. You step back, and you learn your lessons. It's good for everyone.
I have absolutely nothing to follow that up with. Does anybody else here wish to?
I would like to.
All right, Fargan.
First, I would just say to Jonathan that I don't share his worries at all about a second war. I assume that as soon as we kick Russia out of Ukraine, we're going to stack up F-35s or some kind of NATO forward exercises or whatever. So I think the solution is through engineering, and that is to continue to arm Ukraine with weapons. And as soon as we can, we will accept them into EU and NATO, and then Russia will never bother us again.
I would be a fan of that approach, but either way, I think that first Ukraine needs to beat the living daylights out of Russia, not because it's their preferred course of action, but well, at this point it is, but because they need to get their sovereign territory back and they need to get their citizens back, which is currently up to 500,000, if memory serves. We're over 500,000 children kidnapped and 2 to 3 million other adult civilians. Like, it's insanely high numbers. With that, our order is Daniel, Madi.
Okay, I just wanted to say, a second war is not a concern at all. We need to focus on hurting Russia until they retract. Yeah,
Russia has their own country. They can go back there and they can very nicely and politely send Ukraine her many citizens back. Daniel, Madi, Nancy is our order.
Okay, can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, finance is no place for me to explain to Jonathan. Israel never used Russian weapons, and their army is anything but tiny, and their existential wars were exactly like Ukraine. Exactly. When you are attacked by 5 countries and all Arab League in 47 was not funny at all. And Ukraine is just the blueprint to become the same thing, but a bigger scale. And we close this can of worms because usual people who like Palestinians will talk bad about Israel. I will never keep Hamas and Hezbollah in my hands and jihadi Islam. Okay. About visas. Visa talk there. So Bundeskanzler said he is not agree with to this visa ban, but he had a problem there are no direct planes from Moscow to Berlin or Frankfurt. For Russians, the problem is first Finland, second Baltics, easy access. Baltics already closed that door. Poland for their to go to Warsaw for any Russian at this moment is like going to hell. They know what does it mean to go to Poland. And any Russian who lives in Poland are very, very clearly anti-Putinist, anti-war, because you cannot survive in Poland talking bullshit like they do in Germany. Even if you ban the tourist visa, will be a problem because we have the golden passports of Hungary, Malta, and Cyprus. So they can take Turkish airline plane, go to Larnaca, and from Cyprus you can fly easy to Rome. And that golden visa or even golden passport for them is easy accessible anywhere they want to go, except maybe United States because the border police there is not so respectful with oligarchs. But for Russians, this is very, very bad because you read Kamil Galil explain to you what happens when you are interdicted to Europe. It's like don't get the Chanel purse and your newest iPhone. And Mehdi will confirm this because yesterday I saw the second time they get the papers for recruitment in St. Petersburg. This is very, very, very bad for the regime. If you go to St. Petersburg and call people, you know, he wants to leave for the motherland, they will not be happy. And if the borders is closed with Finland and Baltics, everyone which is not an oligarch but had some money and can spend, they will be pissed. With Turkey, even if you put visa ban, Turkey had the business. 88 asta. 88 la fereastră, 82 la margine.
Are you ordering enough for all of us, Daniel?
Can you say again?
I said, are you ordering enough food for all of us?
Oh, no, in train. In train, going to mountains. Okay, I think my points were obvious. Okay.
Thank you, Daniel. Marty, you're back up, then Nancy.
I'll try to be very quick. I just wanted to expand on what Konstantin said. There's people do talk about end states, and you probably know finance. I like speculating, but this is the kind of speculation that I really like thinking of because an outright victory by the Ukrainians could potentially mean a total collapse of the Russian Federation, of the latest iteration of the Russian Empire. And when I say total victory, I mean the Ukrainians take back everything, take back all of the currently occupied territories, including Crimea and whatever they occupied in the Donbas region before February 24th. For a few reasons. First off, we got the economic sanctions, which is a growing list every day, and hopefully those sanctions will just keep on expanding. That chokes their economy, and that will present the Russian authorities with the choices that we've discussed before, where they have to redirect their funds. But at the same time, an outright Ukrainian victory would mean a profound psychological shock to the Russian population. If they take back the Crimea, if they take the Crimean Peninsula, if they take back Donbas, they will know that they were defeated by someone who's they kept on thinking is inferior to them, because for generations they've been told that the Ukrainians are just either inferior Russians or just an outright inferior kind of second-class citizens or a second-class nation. This is supported by actual statistics. Back in 2014, when the Crimean Peninsula was occupied by the Russians, there's been a significant increase in the public support to the Russian government and to Putin himself as well. If I remember correctly, the Nevada Center conducted a poll of the general population in Russia and found out that the support for Putin skyrocketed from 60% to 87%. That 27% increase is just insane. And if the peninsula is taken back by the Ukrainians, I suspect that the opposite would happen. Well, I hope the opposite would happen, where the public support for the not just for the government, but also for Putin would just tank immediately. And when you combine that with the tough economic situation that the Russians are going to be facing with every single day, they will have to start thinking in terms of what's going on in their country. While I do think that someone brought up a point where the Russians are not going to be troubled with the political situation unless they're starving, while I do think that is certainly a possibility, I still think that, excuse me, I still think that an outright Ukrainian victory, along with the economic sanctions, would actually stir the pots and make the Russians actually start thinking long and hard and take some collective action. And yes, it's going to be a lot cheaper to provide the Ukrainians with all the arms and weapons rather than dealing with the Russian Federation as a persistent aggressor later on. The West had an opportunity to finish the job of decolonizing Russia back in '91, but yeah, we've already discussed what the West chose.
Thank you, Marty. Look, if even one or two ethnic republics breaks off, I'll call it a win after this war if they somehow gain independence. You know, I'm a little less serene on that front. I sadly have the view that horrific atrocities and oppression often work. So hopefully some people get some decentralization and some personal liberty, as it were, rather than the crap they get now out of Russia. But you can hear in the tone of my voice how optimistic I am for that. That said, let's go to Nancy.
Yeah, mic check, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Monty, you stole part of my thunder there. When I hear the discussions of, you know, what intrinsically sounds like what's next for Russia, you know, and the risk of, you know, what happens if there's a total collapse of Russia. Honestly, the world as a whole has had a chance since 1991. We've had decades to try and figure that out, and everyone's been so terrified of what the hell that means. But we've had decades to figure out a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, a plan E, and none of those plans should ever have needed to involve Russia invading other countries. And Ukraine is just the next in a slew of activities they've done like this. And when it comes to the question of visas, one of the things that I looked at is, you know, how many people, the question I have is, number one, how many people does that really impact? I think that the Eastern European countries were spot on by saying that traveling out of country is a privilege and not a right. And I actually, you know, of course, I couldn't get any good stats on Russia's travel, but I was able to find stats from 2019 in Forbes magazine on the United States and how many people have ever traveled outside of their country. And over at that point in time, and again, we've had a pandemic since then, so I doubt the numbers have gone up, but over half of the people surveyed had never even owned a passport. Now, of course, for years, U.S. didn't have to have a passport to get to Mexico, Canada, or cruises. We do now. But 11% of respondents said they'd never traveled outside of the state they were born. And the Russian oblasts are larger in many cases than American states. And I almost have to wonder when it's very interesting how talking about limiting Russian travel visas has hit such a nerve. And it is a privilege, not a right. But I question the people who are the privileged in Russia, the people who cannot afford toilets and running water in their homes are not the people who are impacted by this. It's the upper middle class in Russia who would be impacted by a travel visa. And those are the people that, honestly, the powers that be in Russia want to keep calm, want to keep sedated at this point in time. Why are breweries being opened back up there for multinational corporations? It's, to sedate the population. And I say just, let those chips fall. And initially I was very hesitant about that, but the more I looked at it, I'm like, nope, let those chips fall. Let them be impinged. We're not talking about life safety. We're not talking about health safety. Let them feel discomfort. Maybe it will, one, potentially give them a chance to understand that there's more outside of their privilege. And if it focuses them to look on, well, maybe I should travel within my country. Holy crap, my country's a mess. If it impacted the thoughts of even 1% of the population, it would be worth it. And in the meantime, just put up the walls, just separate them, and let us focus on Ukraine and the fight they need to have. But I think that the global politicians who were afraid of a total collapse of Russia in '91 need to have their shit together at this point, because I don't see any way that it doesn't happen now, unless everyone just bends to their will. And I certainly don't see the Ukrainians willing to do that. And I fully support their desire to be fully independent of any Russian influence.
I would like to briefly go to Daniel Arfire for him to say to everybody what he's currently sending me messages and is absolutely hilarious. And then we'll go to Constantine. Daniel.
Okay, I want to say Leffe is my favorite beer, and it's very expensive because it's Belgian, and Russians are not so big beer drinkers. For them, beer like Leffe is about status. You go to a restaurant and command expensive shit. But when you saw people running for sugar, they're running for sugar because with potatoes or grains, we can make moonshine, and they are heavy drinkers. So if you need to be dumb, drink vodka, not Leffe.
So are you saying the Russians are alcoholics, Daniel?
And drug addicts, because I think Taliban's love Russians how much they love heroin.
All right. On that lovely note, with Daniel Arfire's very strong opinions on the prospects for Russian drug dealers, let's go to Constantine.
I actually put my hand down because I think we have beaten the topic of Russian visas to the ground, and I just wanted to reiterate once again arming Ukraine and keeping its economy going is cheap and reliable. And it's going to end the war in Ukrainian victory. Russia is going to pull back and things will go back to normal. Meanwhile, the Europe will have enough time to stabilize its dependency on the Russia, and things once again will go back to normal. And we will. Europe should keep defense up, and it should not be. Visas are visas there for a reason. And when people say like let's cut the tourist visas, for example, you can not, you can say, okay, we will keep the visas, but getting those visas will have different requirements. That can also happen. And but I think we have, and that requirement may as well be, denouncing your affiliation with the Russian government or whatever. You can make whatever requirements you want, but the idea that it should be increased. But I actually remembered why I put my hand up. There was discussion about Scholz traveling to Canada, and some idea that it's been lurking in my mind, and I wanted to ask. Maybe we have smart enough people, not like me, who actually can give an insight on this. Is it possible to build a pipeline from North America to Europe, gas pipeline? Is it possible, or that is something that is not absolutely doable, and just, not in terms of, there is also always a economic perspective, and there is also, a different perspective, which is physical one. Like, you cannot do it physically. So I'm just wondering about both of those.
Economics isn't usually divorced from other things as much as people like to pretend it is. So often I will be here. This isn't, either A, the economics isn't the primary motivator, like in this war, or B, it's not something sort of divorced from its own other political realities. So it's just a general point when we talk about economics. I had a million hands. Now I have no hands. Welcome to the speaker panel, Dennis and Jerome. The order that they came up was Jerome, then Dennis. So y'all are up in that order. Jerome.
Good evening. Am I fair to say it's kind of open topic at the moment?
Fire away. Topic of choice.
I wonder if Gurney was here. I think he may be present. It was really interesting the other night. It was actually Craig made the argument that the Russian plan was based on political. I'm simplifying it and maybe not transcribing it best, but if anybody remembers Craig's point, I really agreed with it. And I was actually looking for another historical example of it to kind of match up against it. So his point was basically that the Russians didn't plan militarily. They just didn't understand how democracies work. And we all know the story. They planned on a 3-day fold. And then, so their plan was based on political ends. And the military planning was obviously lacking. Now, obviously, I think all military is political, right, in the end. But I think, again, I'm not really explaining his point exactly. So maybe if someone else was here. But my real question was, in a perfect world, Jason Giroux was there at that conversation, and I would ask him, can we get another historical example of that kind of maybe really heavy political goal with bad military planning around it? So, and maybe that's a nothing topic. either. So, but
well, we do have Gurney up. So Gurney.
Yeah, so I was Jerome. I was there with Craig, and I think Craig and I were sort of going back and forth, agreeing, but just explaining different perspectives, talking about that. I had mentioned the Russians were this, and this isn't I'm not breaking any news here, right? This is just previous reporting. The Russians had made some political assumptions. They made a lot of investments, and I would sort of one of the terms you use, I'd sort of invert it. You said, because the Russians don't understand democracy, is why this may have happened. I would say it's actually because the exact opposite, because the Russians believed, whether it was hubris or overconfidence or a poor cycle of their own polls and their own people telling them sort of things they wanted to hear, and this sort of reinforcements ago. I would say this war happened. The timing of this, again, it's been going on since 2014, but I would say actually the cause of this is because the Russians think they understand democracy well, and that they have tools and capabilities that they believe can undermine democracies. But I think that's exactly what you're saying. I would just, that's how I would describe it. But I was there for that. And so when you're looking for examples, I don't have anything on the top of my head, but I would maybe point you in a direction, and they might be more frequent than we think, and that's not because of failed ones. I would point you to the examples where something has happened so quickly or abruptly overnight or over the course of a matter of days that when we think of it now, it's just a blip on our sort of historical radars. Meaning, I'm sure there's many more instances in our recent history where these sort of political calculations have been made, and whether someone has described it as a coup or a government in exile or whatever you want to say, special operator. There's a lot of things, but I would sort of point you to look in the directions of those, and there's some better historians out here who could probably look to different countries for some examples. I'm sure they exist, but I'm sure that actually the success rate is probably higher than we realize when the political calculus is done right. But in this case, it wasn't. So this is exactly what has happened, right? And now, because the Ukrainians are able to fight back, one, and because the Russians did not accurately assess the situation on the ground, regardless of their years of buildup and paying off people in industry and trying to build up a network of informants to do this, the consequence of them not being able to accurately assess is exactly where we are right now. But this is obviously, from the Russian perspective, a train wreck. And so for our, as it doesn't register as a blip on our radar, it registers as a big, enormous, egregious action by the Russians. But I would encourage you, Jerome, to sort of look at those historical examples, and whether or not they apply to this is, that might be completely irrelevant. But I would just say, I bet there's more historical examples where things like this have actually worked in favor of the party that moved to aggress, but probably different.
What about U.S. to Baghdad? I mean, that was pretty political, and it worked for a while. Then I guess the insurgency and whatnot. But and other really great point I thought that night was the fact that the Russians, since they don't think of Ukraine as a people or country, didn't expect the national response since they don't consider it a nation. So that was also a great point, I thought.
Yeah, thanks, Jerome. I think you said it there. Baghdad is something different, right? Separating out a military achievement from the actual political achievement is that sort of in that example took place at different times. I'll leave it at that. But different era, different different type of activity there, where you can win tactically, or you can have a strategic military victory, but you can still lose the political grand strategy.
Yep. Thank you for that. You always really. Were you in the military, Gurney? You always have a very interesting take.
Yeah, wait, a couple months back, I used to introduce myself as that, and sort of, it either stuck or it faded from memories.
Okay, thank you. I'm almost home, and thank you everybody for keeping this going, and always helps to settle out the night.
Thank you, Jerome. Dennis, you had your hand up, came down. I think you were still waiting to speak though. So Dennis.
Oh yeah, hi. So yeah, I'm Dennis. I'm from Russia. I'm sorry, and I'm from Moscow. And I wanted to speak about the visas, if this is still a thing.
Are you in Russia currently, sir, or are you out of Russia now?
No, I'm right exactly in Russia. I'm in Moscow right now. So yeah, I'm like Russian. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So that's quite a topic right here, and people are like obsessed with that. And that's like the first time the sanctions just got that big interest as such in the spotlight. So yeah, even the most like opposition-oriented people are pissed off because of these visas, and I'm like the only person in our opposition circles who's like, "Yay, no visas for us, please." Do it more countries without visas. But I think that's actually a good thing because, like, for the last 6 months or even more, even before the war, I was just speaking with the leaders of Russian opposition, and I was like, we need to do something because we didn't have any protests since I think 2020, and everything just getting into shit. What should we do? And they just told we need to wait a little bit and a little bit more and a little bit more, and then there was a war and people were like, okay, now no protests, we can do this. And we had some when the war started, but there were just so little people. I was there and we were like completely demolished by the police from the get-go. So yeah, and a lot of people who oppose Putin, they just fled to other countries. And now, what I can see in our like political or activistic landscape is that we have just like individuals, but we have no groups at all. So yeah, I think that this is an opportunity for us to stand up and just say something, especially because now many people will have no other options because they will have to stay in Russia and think about Russia, not about themselves. Yeah. So I think that's a good thing. And when people say that, okay, but Europe was our last resort, it was the place where you can flee, or police comes to your door. I don't think so, because my point is that we need to stop yelling at Europe and start yelling at Putin, because that's not just because Europe hates Russia and they have every right to hate us, but that's because that's what we did to ourselves and we need to face it. And it's not like I don't know, collective guilt, because guilt is individual, it's collective responsibility, and we have to face it and we have to do something. So yeah, my hot take is that this visa thing can help us to raise. So thank you, Europe. I hope it will work. And it looks like it's working because a lot of people are now just irritated, but I think that after some thinking, they will get into the right direction. That was my take. Thank you.
Constantine, would you like to respond to that?
I don't have much response. I just, you're in Russia. Which could you say which region are you from?
I'm from Moscow.
Yeah. So just I want to say keep fighting, and no matter how much we in Ukraine have problems with when I say have problems, how much we hate what there is a large hatred in Ukraine right now against all the Russians, but at the same time, people understand that the fact that you live in Russia does not mean that 100% are those who should die or anything like that. It's hard. It's hard for us, to even think, even talk with people like you at the moment. It's really hard. There is a barrier because it feels like I'm doing something wrong when I'm speaking with you right now. I honestly have this this feeling. But we do, we're people, and that's what distinguishes us from the animals, is that we can control our urge and desire to just to hate everything and kill it. We think about it, and we can control our emotions and our actions. So while I do this, I tell you we appreciate the fact that there are people who are ready to fight the regime, who understand that this is wrong, what is happening, and I'm just gonna shut up right now before I start saying something something else.
I really appreciate it, and I understand all the hate because I feel this hate even for myself almost every day, especially because like Russian people look so egoistic right now, and I see a lot of just, oh, what will we do right now? How can we? Well, what's happening? Oh, poor Russians, and that pisses me off because I I've never seen such a huge reaction about any like crimes we did. But now when you can go to Paris, it's suddenly now I see the problem, and that pisses me off, and that brings a lot of hate in my heart too. So you are not alone, and I'm really grateful that no one yells at me because I understand that every Russian completely deserves it. And yeah, thank you.
Do you work in IT?
Now I work in marketing, so close to IT, but not IT at all.
There are a lot of people, in IT who in Russia that do support Ukraine. Just was asking as a just wondering. And yeah, anyway, I'm gonna drop. Thank you for having me here, and I hope you will have a great evening. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Konstantin. Pleasure having you as always. Fargan, and then we have a question from the audience for Dennis. Fargan.
I have a question for Dennis too. When I see interviews with Putin, he portrays himself as a great thinker and quotes history and all that stuff. And I wonder, how can you not in Russia think, no matter if you are Putin supporter or not, how can you not think, how could he get this so wrong? How could he make such a catastrophic mistake? That's all.
Personally, I don't think he is a great thinker or that he knows history. He has some distorted, half or imperialistic, half I don't even know bullshitty version of history that doesn't connect to reality in any way. So, yeah, personally, I don't think he is good at anything but plastic surgery. So, it was not a single mistake. It was like a long way of mistakes. There was a nice article some days ago about dictatorship, and that you don't get born as a dictator, or you don't just need to be a special person to become one, or to become one. So yeah, at first he even tried to do something, but he did it in a very wrong way, and then he thought, okay, I did it in the wrong way, so I need to cover this, and then I need to cover the cover, and then it's like the huge snowball that just goes worse and worse. And if a person is not stopped on some point of this way, he will get worse and worse and worse. And we've seen it, like the evolution of his atrocity, and how at first okay, I'll take the TV, then I'll take Georgia, then I'll do more and more and more. And so now we are at the point where he is almost unstoppable. He is not unstoppable, but almost, because he has all the power and he has like no empathy at all. So he can commit any crime, and he thinks that he's right, that he has like absolute righteousness in every way possible. So yeah, now we have a fucked up, crazy dictator, and we think how we got here. And we got here because we were just too lazy, too comfortable, because after the 90s, everybody just wanted to have nice food, great electronics, and a lot of travel. So yeah, we got comfortable. We were okay with little atrocities, and then it just got bigger. So it's completely our fault, not just Russians, all the world, because like the great analogy for what Russia is to the world is what Chechnya is to Russia, because the way Putin tried to solve the Chechnya problem is by just giving a lot of money. Just fuck it, I will give more money and more money and more money. Oh yeah, they're crazy. They're just killing people in the streets. They are kidnapping people and killing the entire families. Oh, I will just give them more money and I don't give a shit. And that's exactly what the world did to Russia. Just pumping and pumping and pumping Putin with money, making him bigger and bigger and more dangerous. And just like with Chechnya, we will have to face some consequences of this. And that's what happened, I think. So.
Well, I'd like to say welcome up to the space, Slava Ukraini. Always one of the few people here who can just jump the line as he pleases. Slava, how are you this morning for you?
Слава Україні, героям слава.
Slava.
Thank you, thank you. Actually, I'm good. Just wake up, morning, quiet morning for me right now. And I have a question for the Dennis. I hear you. You're doing fine. Good for you. So, question for you. You said that you were lazy. So, my question for you. When did you notice change? Since we know that Putin always was in the power, when did you notice the change that something wrong with the power of the Putin? Meaning, when did you maybe notice that he's doing something wrong? Maybe something preparation, because in Ukraine we understood that it's not war in 2022. All started long before, maybe 20 years ago. Thank you.
Retrospectively, if I watch from this point in time, he was wrong all along. And I can say that bad things started to happen in 1996, actually. But that's retrospectively. Of course, it was just a little shit in 1996, so I wasn't thinking about politics at all. Yeah, but actually, I think when I came to Moscow from design, I was already quite aware of Putin's atrocities, and it was like 2009. Yeah, and from I think 2012, most of people around me were well aware of Putin's crimes and that he's a criminal and that the troops just surround him. But in 2012, we had that power transit from Medvedev to Putin, and it was like the final point when everything just was crystal clear that we have a dictator and that he will not go away without us doing something. So yeah, I think that the pivotal point when most of us lost any illusion was 2012, and then it was 2014 when we were just like, what the fuck is it actually happening? Yeah, so I think the answer is 2012.
Thank you. Extensive answer. I like it. And so, like, if I understand correctly, after this point, you understood. I don't know. Is maybe everyone understood? You understood, but maybe not everyone understood that is going from bad to worse. But no one trying to stop it, and this is like now 10 years that go towards, and you see what is happening. I hope you understand what is happening in Ukraine. And you said previously, I think with the Konstantin, that you said that we should do something about it. But 10 years later, meaning today, what you can do, because we know that there is now more and more support, and we know about the Siloviki. We know that regular Russians absolutely have no power. So how do you think is going to be changing in the future? How do you change it? Because I in Ukraine don't believe that you as regular people can change it. So how do you see this? Thank you.
Oh, that's a good question, and it's a huge question for us because uh, a lot of people think, and that's what I spoke before, that we just have to wait that Putin will die. But this fucking idiot has the best doctors in the world around him, so it's quite too optimistic to wait for his death because he can live for 20 years or what are we going to do? Wait for 20 years? That's bad. That's not good. We can do a lot. I perfectly understand that we can just go and change everything in one day. What we can do right now is to show that you can do anything. So personal projects like I don't know, when you stand with a sign somewhere and say like stop the war, even it is good because you show other people that you still can do this. You need to speak up in social media all around the internet. You need to speak that Putin should leave, that this war should stop right now. That's what you can do easily. We need to think about our protest strategy. That's what nobody thinks about right now. And I try to initiate this like discussion with Russian opposition, but people still think they have to wait. And that's why I like this visa thing a lot, because it's a clear signal that we have no more time to wait because we will just all get to jail. And we need to protest more, and we need to like actively show that this should stop. So yeah, we can protest and we can speak. That's most of the things that everyone can do, anyone can do. And we should do it more, just more and more and more. And we should speak to people who are like not there and not there, who are not for Putin, but not for like opposition. And that's what I did a lot during my tenure, just speak to people. And of course, we need to support those who protest. And there are quite a lot of problems right now. I can even call them infrastructural problems because police just gets people and they get lost. And that's what I do for most of the days. I search for people who get lost and Moscow police because these people need our support and I try to support them. And of course, we can actively support Ukraine. And I know a lot of people from Russia who do this, most of them women, funnily enough. Yeah, that's another topic for another species that I wanted to speak about. But okay, yeah, so we can speak, we can support, and we can protest. That's not a lot, but that's what we can do.
Daniel, then Andre.
Dennis, two things for you. First, how can you go from if the world is without Russia, the world don't deserve to be, to empathy and understanding what is wrong from Christian point of view, of humanity point of view, educated point of view, because sorry, I see a lot of immigration from Russia, which are totally fucked up. Yeah, they are, before being human, they are proud to be Russian. Then everybody must acknowledge. And if you don't love us, they say, at least fear us. And my second thing, which pissed me off, and I want to ask you very honestly if you can have a small answer. There is anyone, I mean anyone, a priest, a political figure, a military leader who has any trust, any traction in Russian society? Because in my opinion, there is no one who Russian trusts more and can be an alternative to Putin.
Oh, I have a quick answer for the second question, but I want to address immigrants first. Russian immigrants is like a whole hot mess of a subculture because especially previous waves of immigration, like people who got to Germany like in the 80s or in the 90s and never even tried to study language because they had some like comforting environment of another immigrants, and they just developed some really bizarre form of patriotism, sitting in Germany but being Russian and like speaking absolute garbage and speaking absolute shit. I think that's a good point for sociological and philological research to learn more about these people. I can't understand them, but what I can say is that when you get away from here, you start to lose focus and you start to lose relevant understanding of the situation really easy because me from here, I can see what's happening like from the first point perspective, and they just hear the news and use this sort of things. So the longer you are there, the less you know about the situation here. And there is not a lot of like objective reporting from Russia. So that's what happens. And speaking about political figures who can be when Putin is dead, or I don't know what happens to him, whatever happens, please happen. I don't think we need one political figure. I think we have a lot of like right-minded, kind empathetic people in politics. They are not in the official politics because all the officials in Russia are just, I don't know, lunatics, lunatic granddads, so old fucks. So we don't speak about them, but I know a lot of people who are really interested in politics, who are young and who understand simple things like war is bad, killing people is not right, and they want to do politics. And the only thing we need to is to just let them do so. And if they do, and if we have some, I don't know, mechanics of just changing power, like something like this, it will be just fine. We don't need like one leader. We don't need Che Guevara or Navalny or whoever. We just need to let people do the shit, and that will help a lot, especially now.
Dennis, my second thing was a bit insidious. Let me explain better. I know, like, society is very, very individualistic, not so trusty. They don't trust anyone except their family. They claim to be religious, but they don't go to church. They claim they are the best people in the world, but they hate a lot Uzbeks, for example, or Hohols, like they use it, the term. And my idea is not a political figure because there is no opposition. Let's be real, there is no opposition there in any level. If you open your mouth, 15 years. My idea is there is maybe a person, I don't know, a sportsman, an athlete, a singer, a blogger, a priest, anyone where the mass distrust is not the rule, but to say this is a great Russian. Because when anyone distrusts anyone, the first step to anarchy is this small door to die. And after that, what do you have? Because you don't have a clear line of subsection. And Medvedev or Prigozhin are not leaders for Kremlin, for example. But if you have a problem, like 1991, you don't see a Soviet leader like Yeltsin climbing the tanks. You need someone who can talk, and most of the people to listen. And this is the first start to change society. First, and nobody expects this will happen tomorrow, 2 months from now, or 2 years from now. We all agree the status quo will be conserved until this, I want to say, motherfucker will die.
Yeah, it seems we lost our supposedly Russian guest. So I'm going to move on to our next Ukrainian voice, the lesser seen Andre. Andre.
Oh, hello. I actually wanted to ask Denis some questions. Yeah, I think it's not relevant without him. So yeah, I'll go down. Thank you.
Andre, we see you so rarely. Can we hear your thoughts before you disappear?
Yes. Thoughts on what exactly?
Whatever you wanted to ask Dennis. You seem to usually have good thoughts and insights when you're with us for all of 30 seconds. I've seen you a handful of times, liked all of them. They were all about 50 seconds long.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, my questions were based on kind of my history of communications with people in Russia. I've seen situations where in the beginning of the war and of the new phase of the war, they were supportive to, let's say, you post something on Facebook and your friends of friends express support, maybe make some comments, but within 3-4 weeks I saw people deleting comments and then personally messaging me saying, like, sorry man, it's a real danger for us to do that, which is like completely 1984, if not worse. So since Denis was able to speak so freely, I was curious what's the situation. Is he just proficient in avoiding being spotted, uses VPN, uses some sort of network security? Just curious about how he manages to be so outspoken while many people just chose to be silent and be afraid.
Exactly, great point. Thank you, Andrei. Exactly, great point. Also, my suspicion was about this, like a real name, some picture, but this is like the way maybe to fool us that I understand not always support for the Russia, but the way how he thinks still worries me, because it's not like they don't try to understand how to change, how to make a change. And what they now saying, I see that is happening in other places, that people, Russian people, mainly trying to make themselves like a victim in the situation, and this way like make an excuse to for the Russian people, for the people, Western people just feel bad about the situation. And this is like a move from the Russia that was expected. So I will not trust. So maybe he's like a trustful Denis, but sorry, 20 years, this has happened, you all know, and I see that they are just slaves. They don't see the way out. So whatever they want to say, it will not stop Ukraine. So thank you.
Slava, if I may comment, my question wasn't in a way to kind of to try to prove him a liar. I would really love to believe it's true what he said, because the more people like that are there, the better. It was more kind of trying to understand how he manages to have that thought, and maybe understand how many people are like that, because if that is authentic, I would be kind of hopeful and happy. Like, yeah, we can ask 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, but there is always this straw that breaks the camel's back, and maybe different people have different. Of course, we would hope they would do that earlier, but it's better than not to do anything. So yeah, I hope he was authentic, and I would like to give him benefit of doubt. Yeah, that was my opinion.
Okay, Andrei, a great point. I'm sorry if I finance, but you actually a good question. Have a good question. So I came across a few months ago. Of group of the Russians that have no problem going to outside, going through the internet, meaning going to like communicating. But he may be authentic, but you heard him. You heard how his brain operates, right? He's still like a slave. They do not think a level higher. They think in the level just to change Putin, change this, but they don't think globally. So maybe he's authentic, but I will say more romantic. They do not want to change. They do want to just dream about the change. So they don't have this like a level to change the life, future. They just want to dream about it. But this way, what we hear, it's like maybe to fool us. But maybe authentic, but cannot change from my side. So thank you.
And maybe one last remark from my side on this is that to the question that Daniel was asking, I was wondering myself what kind of answer I would give, like what kind of leader there is. And I would say none. Like, Ukraine didn't need any particular name in 2014 to stand behind. It was just people disagreeing with the government just in general. So I'm not sure, like, if there is even a name that exists that you can give them some praise and they all follow behind. No, I don't think that should be the case. Hopefully they will do it without any particular single name. So yeah.
So good point. Exactly what I always saying. This is how the mind of the slave works. They always looking for the daddy. They always looking up. They don't want to be in the power, meaning like a society to be controlled, like in Ukraine. We have control. We don't like president. We change it in the by the law, by election, or if he's tried to kill people, he's gonna flee or something, or be in jail. But in the Russia, they always looking for the daddy to give them something to think about it. This is like how the slaves work. They should stop being slaves, but the way how to stop it, no one gonna teach them. They should find a way to be free, and no one gonna free them. No one gonna free. You should take your freedom. Thank you.
Yeah, I can finally mute my mic again. Bargain, then Daniel.
Well, basically, Slava Ukraine more or less said. I really agree with what you said. I just, when I heard him say, I just hope Putin will die. That made me feel so pessimistic for the future of Russia, because it sounds so docile that if they don't want to rise up, Putin will simply be replaced by the next dictator. So when he said that any kind of hope I had disappeared. So so you basically said it, that he had this mentality that they just keep the head low and kneel to their master and then hope that in 20 years it will be better. And that's easy to do when you're in St. Petersburg or Moscow, because you can keep your head down and then you can, go on your VPN and you can go you could go to McDonald's, and then all the other, outskirts of Russia would do the fighting. So I just became so incredibly. I thought it would be interesting to have a Russian voice, but I just got sad when I heard that he hopes someone else will start the revolution, not him.
While we're discussing leaders, and we have Slava and Andre up here, I know that let's discuss the leader on the other side of this conflict, the man I call the leader of the free world, President Zelensky. I know that the Ukrainians were a little lukewarm on him, it seemed, after his election before the war, after having seen him do whatever he did before the war. But clearly he rallied his nation and the world behind him. I want to know what the views in Ukraine and of Ukrainians in and outside are. So I believe Andre lives here in the States, Slava living in Ukraine himself. How the views have changed and sort of how that's holding up with the war having gone on at this rate. So let's discuss the Ukrainian side, because I think we've talked about Russia way more than I'd like to talk about Russia. I'd like to talk about Ukraine a little bit. This is a pro-Ukrainian space. We talk about Ukraine. Slava, then Andre, then Daniel.
Okay, thank you. Zelensky is like a freight train. He's riding well. He's gaining in speed, so he's going fast and going strong. So no issues with the Zelensky. Zelensky doing great job. So no problem with Zelensky. Zelensky is good, and he's more and more like a confidence that we're doing some things, and some information is going like that 2 weeks gonna be interesting in the Ukraine. So we hope for the good news. We're not hoping for good news. We're waiting for good news. So it's going strong. Thank you.
Hey, and I think from my perspective, I have to admit that I had a very different opinion of Zelensky when he got to power. So I think I should say that I've been living in US since 2012, and I was observing kind of situation in Ukraine from afar. I think my big praise goes to Ukraine for surviving terrible time in 2014, and maintaining the spirit of democracy, maintaining selecting leaders through elections. And when Poroshenko was elected, I felt like it's the right leader for the right time, person who takes responsibility. And for me, I was kind of sad to see a person of that level of responsibility go. And I was kind of affected by opinion that, looking what happened in US, I don't want clowns to take power in Ukraine. That was my opinion. Now I see I was wrong completely. Zelensky seems to be, again, the right leader in the right moment, in the right time. So all the praise goes to him. So yeah, that's how I feel about him.
Yeah, I only wish that our reality TV star had acquitted himself in office the way President Zelensky has. We were not that lucky. That said, let's move on to Mr. R. Fire. Mr. R. Fire, thoughts on Zelensky or other things that are specifically on the subject of Ukraine?
Okay. Idea is Slava make a huge mistake from using the moral high ground he has in his country today. Because in the 90s, the difference were zero. In the 90s, people were very few difference from both sides, Russians and Ukrainians. And why it evolves right now is because they had, how I can say, a common ground. 2014 made them to be very close together. Before that was Yushchenko election, which was very, very important. And I see Ukrainians forget Yushchenko. Yushchenko was more important than anything before Maidan, before 2014 invasion, before 24 February. And that made them to be different, had common purpose, European Union, NATO, things like that. This missed on the other side. They didn't have this common ground. They didn't have an horizon where we go now. If you understand, individualistic people who expect a messianic figure to lead them, it is not just about tell them, oh, Russians are slaves. It is wrong. They are very individualistic because they tried anything they can do, and they don't get any solution. Just more repression, less agency, more jail time, more censorship, less political values. You know, people, when they fight and they don't get anything for that fight, and you fight for 10, 15 years, and you see Politovskaya shot in the head, and so shot in the head. And you are a small boy in Chelyabinsk, you are young, you want to be something different, but you see just riot police, interrogation, beatings. At one point you say, okay, what I can do? I run, I stay low, I wait this guy to die. It is very, very easy to stay on the right side of the history and say, oh, look at them, they don't do nothing. Because this is the problem. They don't have a rally point. They don't have a person who can say to them, we can have a future. We can have, I don't know, in 10 years to become a Kuwait, a huge Kuwait. Understand? It's very, very important. You cannot resist or act or, I don't know, fight when you don't get anything together. If 10 people stay in a room and everybody argues and is no common ground, it's very, very hard to get some results. And that is that society. And the history was bad for them.
Slava seemed to want to respond, and William after.
Thank you. So, Daniel, I absolutely disagree with you, and I think you are wrong. And changes in Ukraine was not started in 2014, and we do not have common ground with the Russia, even never. Meaning, we never had a common ground with the Russia. Russia always was bad for Ukraine. And Daniel, you absolutely have no touch what is happening in Ukraine. So I'm sorry, but you still like a big excuse for the Russia. They need a leader. No, Ukraine have no leader. Ukraine people are leaders. They always fight, and they was put in jail and everywhere. They was killed before 2014. They always fight. It was not about the leader, anyone, never. So, Daniel, you actually more and more I is getting how to say. Actually, I see that you are wrong. So about Ukraine. So I'm sorry. It is my point. Thank you.
Andre, did you also respond to that, or can I go to William?
Yeah, I would like to respond. So I will reiterate. I agree on the point. Like, why would we expect a leader? They had opportunities for a leader. Nemtsov could have been a leader. He was killed brutally. Nothing happened as a result. So I'm with Slava on that. They keep losing their leaders because they don't do anything basically. So yeah, like, but the concept that I hope is, as I said, I don't want to put the cross on them. I hope that back will be broken. I just don't understand how many straws you need to be throwing at them. But one thing that I kind of disagree on using, like, from the way Slava describes it, is like they are slaves. I just disagree with that sentence. They're not slaves. They're living reasonably good lives. They go to good supermarkets. Nobody exploits them directly or indirectly, as long as they silently agree with whatever TV says them. They live okay lives. I don't know, like, the closer to Moscow, the better, I guess. So I think there are people who really come from the lines of families affected by slavery, and I just wouldn't use the word slave. I understand that you mean it in a very distant way, but no, they are far from slaves. They just choose, unfortunately, to stay the way they are, kind of silently agreeing with the way they're being ruled. But yeah, I think truth is in the middle. Like, if you act silly, go with a single protest, in Red Square, you're going to be put in jail. Nobody benefits from that. So there should be some smart way to make change, not just like put white sheets and get into jail. So I see how it's hard, but I hope they think about it, and I hope they find a way.
All right, moving on to William. Oh wait, sorry, Ukraine had their hand up first. Ukraine will win, then William. Ukraine will win. Welcome to the space. Nice dog. Ukraine will win. Can you hear me going once? Ukraine will win. Can you hear me going twice? Uh-oh. I think we lost their mic. William, to you.
Well, mic check. Oh,
Nope, that happens when you remove somebody whose mic died. If Ukraine will win, please re-request and we will add you back.
all right then. So, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, I hope I don't want to just like completely change the subject. I've been traveling today, and I woke up to a glorious sight of some amazing artillery strikes on a bridge, I believe, with some really lackluster Russian counter air defense. And unfortunately, I was away from Wi-Fi, and I haven't been able to check my Twitter. It's been completely frozen since I think 7 o'clock this morning. And I was wondering if I could get any kind of an update on kind of the results. It seemed like last night was a pretty high intensity night for Ukrainian forces really putting it to the Russian forces. And I was wondering if we could get any kind of a quick update on that. I apologize for just ruining the subject, though. John, you want to, or Slava, of course, Slava.
So if I'm correct, it was happened yesterday, not today. Or am I missing something? Is it fresh or just yesterday news?
Well, it's technically yesterday's news, yesterday morning's news. Yes.
Yes. So it was like a strike on the bridge. I hope Borodyanka, I think, and it's like completely unusable for the military transport. So it's like a good. It's like a final touch to stop any like escape and any like for further replenishment of the ammunition and other like military stuff. And Joseph maybe have more information because I just yesterday posted and I already forgot about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw a picture, or at least a satellite picture It looks like some kind of hole was put in the bridge. I don't know how much specific information we have on that specific strike, John.
Oh, where was this bridge?
I assume we're talking about the dam or finance.
Which
Oh, no.
bridge?
The one that the S-300s were trying to do counter battery. Air
Oh, the
defense.
Antonovsky.
Yeah. That's a video I saw this morning. I apologize. I know I think it's been weird to be completely out of the loop for over 12 hours, so I'm completely off whack.
Yeah, there's like 4 bridges
Yes,
now.
so
To
there
keep
was
track of.
an apparent HIMARS strike against the Antonovsky Bridge. I assume that the Russians tried to repair it for the umpteenth time, and of course the Ukrainians responded with Gimlers. They hit the bridge successfully. There's some new, very large holes in the road surface. I had seen some preliminary reports on various Kherson Telegram sources that the Russians were after the strike, still trying to move light vehicles over the bridge. So it seems that they're very desperate to get across that bridge with light military and light civilian vehicles. If I have that timing of that post correct and it wasn't pre-strike. But yeah, the Russian air defenses did attempt to intercept the Gimlers, and as best we can tell, did not succeed, as per usual.
And additional information that after the strike on the tunnel bridge, the leadership of the occupiers are fled.
Yeah, Slav, is there anything in the Ukrainian press about that specifically? Like, we have some very kind of vague information. I think probably the same translated information. But did you hear anything specific? Like, did they name like is it the generals that fled or the whole command post? Or yeah, go ahead.
So yes, it's a command post, all like a top level people, like a flat right away over Dnipro, other side of the Dnipro River, if I'm right, and all the like low level stuff just remained like a put, and all they like afraid because they just left behind. So they just have nothing to do. So it's like a big change that because it's like what was planned. It is exactly what expected from the Russians to do. So they exactly done exactly what was planned. So it's goodwill gesture from the Russians. So it's great. Thank you.
Slava, I had seen a report, and I'm not sure if you have any more info on this, but I'd seen a report that the Russian occupation officials for Kherson Oblast had withdrawn to Melitopol, which is obviously not in Kherson Oblast. And I wasn't sure if they were referring to just, the collaborators and the occupation officials they brought in from Russia, or if they're referring to the actual headquarters for the actual Russian military units operating in Kherson. The 49th Combined Arms Army, the 22nd Army Corps, and the 20th Motor Rifle Division. I think there's a few others.
Thank you for the question. So actually, I have this article right now open. I will gonna reread it again. But if I properly understood the first time, that it's not just collaborators. Collaborators, actually, no one cares about these collaborators. They have more security, but they still should. Problem with the collaborators, they must be in the with the people, meaning they main purpose to keep pretend to system to work, but who's flat, it's actually Russians top level, not regular soldiers, but this is command, because this is they control what to do next. They command what to do, but soldiers, no one cares about them. So it's a command people who are responsible for a military actions. They actually flat. All collaborators should stay because no one cares about them also. So I'm gonna read it, and if I see changes, I will update. Thank you.
Can I apologize, and I wish somebody like CJ real quick. I was just reading through a Twitter feed. were they shooting S-300s and using them to just trying to shoot Gimlers down by like is it radial shots, or shooting them up and just having them explode? I saw that in a report just a second ago. That kind of blew my mind. If they were using, I'm not sure how expensive those S-300s are, but just using them to shoot at a Gimler going down at Mach 3 directly above you just doesn't make a lot of sense. But has that been verified? Has anyone heard that?
I've seen the report that you were referring to, that they had just been launched them, I believe, to the west and south of the bridge, firing off. I'm not sure if it was S-300 specifically, one of their surface-to-air missile systems, with either the fuses just set to either variable time or proximity, and they were just firing them, kind of blindly without, any kind of radar lock from their fire control radars. I'm just in the hopes to hit something. I had seen that. I haven't seen verified from other sources, but that is definitely floating around. As to the price, for S-300 anyways, I believe the most common missile in use runs at least $1 to $2 million minimum per missile.
Yeah, and a Gimler's maybe 100,000.
Yeah, that's wild. And like I've got to call in some Gimlers in my lifetime, and you're not gonna. There's no proximity. You're not gonna just get lucky and shoot a proximity rocket up in the air and hope some shrapnel's gonna hit one of those bad boys. Not gonna happen.
They've gone full bore 1945 with their anti-aircraft warfare.
I really think that there's a good, strong financial duty to say that the best market I see here is selling copium to Russians. That sounds even better than the Atacam cigarettes. Smoking kills. It's bad for your health. But if you're going to smoke, you should smoke Atacam cigarettes, especially if you're near a Russian ammo dump and you're a Russian soldier. With that, let's go back to Slava.
Slava Ukraini, Героям слава. Yes, I just
Slava.
reread. And I just reread and just confirm it. I was right that after the strikes on the Antonovsky Bridge again, command personnel was moved away farther just for the security reason, but the regular soldiers just stayed put. And what's funny about this article is that alluding to Ukrainian side, that Ukraine is a humanitarian country and adheres to the norms of international humanitarian law. So they will be much better in captivity than even after returning to their own country. Meaning, if you're Russian and you just soldier, you better for you to stay alive. Just give up and get just give up because they now defenseless. So this is how I understood. Thank you.
Thanks, Slava. A real quick, John. I just was going to ask, just to the previous question: is the S-300 the best air defense option that Russia has for a Gimler missile, in terms of like what they have available?
I suspect either S-300 or S-400 would be the most appropriate system. That being said, the Russians also claim Buk can intercept ATACMS, so I'm honestly kind of at a loss for the capabilities or lack thereof of some of their air defense systems.
Yeah, I mean, I've been tracking CJ pretty closely in some of the conversations, really specifically about the incoming and outcoming, and it just doesn't seem like any of the Russian air defense has much of a shot against the Gimlers. It just doesn't, or Atacams, either one. There's quite a few different rounds, and what we sure don't know is which rounds are actually being shot out of our Himmlers and 270s. So, but I just haven't seen any evidence of actual are any of those rockets getting hit at all. I've seen folks talk about shooting them down, but I think that with any of the experts, I think that have talked about that just none of those systems seem to be close to effective against them. But that's just what it seems like.
Real quick, John, I think there was maybe about 16 hours ago today, there was like a little fireworks show that Special Care Son Cat posted. Do you know what video I'm talking about?
No, I'd have to go take a look. I was just going to briefly say to William's point, I've maybe seen, since High Mars arrived in theater, I've seen maybe one potentially legitimate image of a Gimler's that was relatively intact, and I think it was a dud.
That was a dud. That was a
yeah.
dud. Yeah, I think that, and CJ, I think CJ talked about how that was a dud. And Joseph, to your point, it was that I think Kherson Cat was the one that put it up, and it was a fireworks show where it was a lot of Gimlers coming in, and that was what I was really wondering about the bridge, because it seemed like in that video earlier this morning, and I guess it would have been about 12 hours ago. It seemed like a part of whatever bridge was being attacked. It seemed like it dropped. There's a big drop in the when the explosion. But I think that was the one that it seemed like a lot of fireworks were coming up from the Russian side.
Ukraine will win. Thank you for your patience. Sir, ma'am, you there?
Hi, I'm here. Mic check.
We can hear you. Congratulations, you made it.
Woo! Yes, I'm winning. Yay, that's awesome. I'm a long-time listener since the beginning, and I am now even more so. I listen about 20 hours a day. and that takes up my whole day just to stay connected, stay charged, stay on Wi-Fi. So good times. But thankfully, the last few sentences exchanged simmered me down, because when I was about to first come up, I more so was coming from one of the, I know it was I think she was journalist, Ukrainian, and she had pointed out specifically, I don't care what happens in Russia. Like I don't care if they got a new president, if he's better, if he's worse, or if they like break it up. She's like, I don't care. They have to figure that out, and that's like, who knows? But well, of course, we'd all be great to have a fair democratic leader come into Russia, but that's not going to happen. But I felt that the way had been just discussed was so objective and fair and reasonable and rational and very aware and very mindful, and I like it's like almost too kind, like a little in the scholarly field, and felt for myself, because I am still in the anger stage of like who cares? I don't care if they're like, if they all have to like live in a burned out apartment with like 200 people, because that's what's like gonna happen to Ukraine. So I think they deserve like to get at least the same. And talking about, oh, we don't want them to feel bad, and oh,
Yeah, no, we're absolutely agreed that one, we should listen to our Ukrainian voices, like our good friend Slava here. Two, we should, and that goes for the really important things like peace deals. First person we should listen to and ask about on peace deals isn't, hey, what's the U.S. think? What's best for Germany? What's best for Poland? Poland, to be fair, never gets brought into the conversation. No one seems to give a flying what they think, except the Poles, which is really dumb since they're not a small country and they're right there. But, it's what do the Germans think? What's the U.S. think? What do the Russians think? And then sometime around like 15th, people like remember that like at the end of the article that they should ask the Ukrainians what they think. And it's like, dude, these are the people who are dying. They're giving their blood. They're going to fight to their deaths, literally, because genocide's on the table. So why don't we start by asking their views and go from there? So absolutely, they know what's at stake better than anybody because sadly they are paying the costs higher than anybody. And I think I would like to actually move this to something I've been looking at lately, which is the number of people in the international media. I'm sure you all feel it in Ukraine too, that seem to think that like the people who should adjudicate peace deals or the war or anything between Russia and Ukraine is like anybody but Ukrainians. Have the Ukrainians just start doing their normal like making memes about this? Do you all cuss us out in the street? Like, is this discussed? Like, how's that dealt with? Slav, I see you're still up here.
Yes, I'm here, but I miss a question. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering how the Ukrainians are dealing with the fact that for some ridiculous reason, it seems that often we see in international media from politicians that like the third or fourth or last person considered for their views on like peace deals, the war, politics of anything anything involving the region is Ukraine. But like after Germany, after the US, after Russia, it's like, oh yeah, we should talk to the Ukrainians. It's like, has everyone missed the memo in this war? I was just curious how the Ukrainians, I mean, clearly the Amnesty, the Travesty International report, as I've made it really clear that ignoring the Ukrainian voices might be really stupid. But I was wondering if in sort of more broader terms, how the Ukrainians are commenting on, feeling, and or memeing the crap out of this.
Thank you for repeating the question. So actually, this is interesting because I also listen to Ukrainians in Ukrainians rooms, and I would like to say you listen to me like I trying to be polite and trying not to offend people. But in Ukrainian room, if you was like sitting it, listening you in Ukrainian what Ukrainians saying, Ukrainians are angry about all this like stuff that all this discussion goes around Ukraine, not not asking Ukraine what Ukraine thinks. And this is why the position of the Ukrainians that just give us a weapon, discuss whatever you want, just give us the resources to fight this evil. Later we're gonna have some talks because we like Ukrainians, we do not see this like no one is like interested in this like what Ukrainians want to have to provide like some good idea how to find a good solution to this like a problem. No one still want to ask it, so people just again in this position, Ukrainians again this position that we gonna solve problem that we do not started. Problem was brought to us, but we gonna again. Thank you for all the weapon support and other financial support from the Western world. But in this situation, you're completely right. No one want to ask us what is happening with this Amnesty International. They did they did like not investigation, but what they did completely not true. And they trying to figure out what happened wrong, but what happened wrong, you never listen to Ukrainians.